a bride for Pastor Dan. Anna sighed as she caught little Bethany yet again. Bethany was convinced that escaping from the church nursery was her most important goal in life. It was her favorite place to be, but she sure loved to torment the adults in there with her. She would pull up on the gate that kept the children in, and somehow get her little fingers into the latch and get it open. No one knew how she did it. She had to be watched every second. Anna kicked off her shoes and tucked them into the corner, smiling at the teenager who'd been assigned to help her this week. If not for the youth group, Sunday mornings here at Parkside Community Church would be extremely difficult to get through. Parkside Community Church was in a quiet neighborhood in Arlington, Texas. The members were Rangers fans during the summer and Cowboys fans in the fall. In the winter, they turned into Maverick fans. They loved to have backyard barbecues and swim parties. They had potlucks and baby showers and weddings. The core members were a giant family, and it was a family that Anna was proud to be a member of. Every Sunday morning a different youth rotated in and out of the baby room to be her assistant. She'd agreed to temporarily take on the baby room 6 months ago. She said she couldn't do it for more than a month. Of course, she'd known then that the month would stretch to at least 2. Even she hadn't expected 6 months. She loved the babies. She loved serving, but she would love to hear a sermon for a change. She sat down with Bethany and held her while she drank her bottle. Her helper was one who had worked with her multiple times, so she knew the ropes, which was a huge relief. Working in the hectic baby room with someone new was always difficult. Thankfully only 3 of the 6 babies were awake right now, and one was happily sucking on his fist in the baby swing. "Isn't the new pastor dreamy?" Ashley asked with a faraway grin as she rocked little Matthew to sleep. There'd been an uproar when the pastor search committee had announced that they'd chosen a single man to be the new pastor, but their reasoning was sound. They wanted someone young and not set in their ways. They wanted someone who could be wholly focused on the church, at least for a bit, and not thinking about children or a wife. They knew it could bring trouble down the road, and they'd most likely have a wedding to contend with soon, but they'd made the decision they thought best for the church. When the complaints continued, the search committee had calmly pointed out Jesus was single and no one would have questioned hiring him as pastor. The entire congregation had quieted. Anna had not heard a negative thing about him since he'd arrived. Anna smiled. "That's what I keep hearing. I haven't had a chance to meet him yet." She looked forward to it, though. They'd had the same pastor here for her entire life, and she was looking forward to being present for a new pastor's sermons. "He's been here over a month. You never miss church. How come you haven't met him?" Anna smiled down into little Bethany's eyes, causing her to grin around the nipple of her bottle. "I get here early to set up for Sunday school. I try to make the kindergarten class as interactive as I can. Then for the service, I'm in here with the babies. They're trying to find someone to replace me, but so far, no one has been willing." Ashley frowned. "How come the moms of the babies don't help out in here?" "It's always you and someone from the youth group." Anna shrugged. "I don't mind being with the babies. They make me smile." Which was true as far as it went. "I still think their moms need to help out, too." "What about Wednesday nights?" "I'm too busy with the kids program to be able to get out and meet the pastor. I have to make the time, I know, but so far, there just hasn't been enough. Maybe before he's been here for a year, we'll meet." "Well, he's gorgeous. He's young, too. Maybe he can wait 2 more years for me to turn 18 before he gets married." The excited look on Ashley's face had Anna picking little Bethany up to burp her so she could hide her grin. "Maybe he will. I've only heard good things about him." The longtime pastor of the church had stepped down after a heart attack 6 months before. Honestly, the man had not really kept up with the position for a few years before. The church had a long way to go to get back to where it should be, but with the love and support of the church family, Anna knew the remaining problems would be gone soon. She put Bethany on the floor to let her crawl around and find some mischief to get into while she disinfected every toy that had been touched to get ready to go home. One by one, the parents came and collected their children. Anna always hated to see them go. She wanted children with everything inside her. Of course, to have children, one must first be married. At least, a Christian woman had to be married first. She laughed with Bethany's mom, a young single mother of 3, as she passed her off. She tried to escape again. I don't know how she does it. Mary smiled tiredly. I don't either. It's like that at home, too, though. I can't keep her out of anything. Anna smiled. Do you have any interviews tomorrow? I can keep the kids. Mary had separated from her husband of 8 years when she was 7 months pregnant with little Bethany. There were, of course, a lot of rumors flying around about that, but Anna ignored them all. She knew that Mary was at church every Sunday with all 3 children, and her husband hadn't been seen since the separation. Mary never said an unkind word about her ex-husband, but Anna knew there was more to the story than the church gossips were telling. No, I don't. I got a job offer. Did I forget to tell you? Mary's eyes lit up as she spoke. She'd been a stay-at-home mom before her separation, but now was looking for work for the first time in 7 years. The child support she'd be getting would not be enough to keep from radically changing her and her children's lives. The nursery was empty, but for the 2 of them and Mary's 3 children. That's wonderful. What will you be doing? I'm going to be a teacher's assistant at your school. I'll be working with the pre-K kids. That's great. You'll be off work when your older 2 are out of school. Do you need me to keep them tomorrow while you run some errands? Or take a nice long nap? Mary laughed. I guess it's pretty obvious I need one, huh? I do need to go to the grocery store, but I can take the kids. Anna shook her head emphatically. Leave them with me. I enjoy them. Once school starts, I won't get to see them as much. Anna taught kindergarten at a local elementary school. Mary debated for a moment. You know what? If you really don't mind, it would help me out a lot if you'd watch them for a couple of hours. If my mom were closer, I wouldn't have to rely on you so much, but she's in Indiana. Anna gave her a one-armed hug around the fidgety baby in Mary's arms. I know. Texas is a long way from Indiana, though. Mary bit her lip. I've thought about moving back home, but I'm 30 years old. I don't need to be living with my mama. You have family here. It's called your church family. Tears sprang to Mary's eyes. I know. It's just so hard to ask for help. That's why I offer. You never have to ask. You're my sister, and I'll help in any way I can. Thanks for being such a great sister. A hand took Mary's and started pulling her toward the door. Mom, I'm hungry. Mary laughed. You're always hungry, Noah. 5-year-old Noah grinned, displaying his missing front teeth. I know. Feed me. Mary called back, we'll be there around noon. I'll feed them first. Anna nodded. Sounds good. She looked around the room to make sure that she hadn't missed anything. Everything was cleaned and put up. She grabbed her bag with her Sunday school materials and her bubble machine, her secret weapon against crying babies, and headed for the front of the church. She walked through the quiet church toward the front doors. She needed to figure out something for lunch, and then maybe she'd get a nap. 2.5 hours of excited children was sometimes more than she could take during the summer. She opened the door and was just about to step out onto the hot concrete when a male voice behind her said, Wait. You're going to burn your feet. She looked down. Well, phooey. I forgot my shoes again, didn't I? She turned to smile at the man who had stopped her and thank him. She swallowed hard. Wow. Whoever he was nice looking. The church was small enough that she knew most everyone, but big enough that seeing a new face didn't surprise her at all. She stared for a moment. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping me. She was surprised she was able to find her voice. He was handsome enough that she had a huge lump in her throat. The blacktop heated by the hot Texas sun had been known to cause blisters. She was glad he'd stopped her, but who was he? He held out his hand to shake hers. I'm Daniel Stevens. And you are? Oh. So this was the new pastor. No wonder Ashley had been all but drooling as she'd talked about him. Anna put her hand in his. I'm Anna King. Dan looked directly into Anna's eyes as they shook hands. She was a rather nondescript redhead, carrying a few extra pounds. He wouldn't have looked at her twice if she hadn't been a member of his church. It's nice to meet you, Anna. Are you new to the church? Anna laughed. No. I've been coming here since I was a little girl. I was baptized here. He tilted his head to the side. Why haven't I met you before today? I make sure that I introduce myself to everyone as they leave the service. I work with the babies during the service. Every week? Until other arrangements are made, yes. How long have you been waiting for other arrangements to be made? He asked skeptically. She smiled. About 6 months now. His jaw dropped. You haven't been to service in 6 months? She shook her head. I always pick up the CD after service so that I can listen to it when I get home, though, so I really don't miss it. You miss the fellowship. Hebrews 10 verse 25 tells us not to forsake the gathering of ourselves together. I know. It'll get straightened out in time. Of that, Anna was confident. The Lord always made it so things worked out for the best. Which Sunday school class are you in? I thought I'd visited all of the adult classes. I teach the kindergarten class. His eyes grew wider. Which do you prefer? The babies or the Sunday school? I volunteered for Sunday school. I love it. The baby room was meant to be temporary. Do you even have children? He asked indignantly. The longer he was at the church, the more situations like that he ran into. It was as if a few choice people were carrying a church of hundreds on their backs. She almost laughed at the look on his face. There had been a problem with too few volunteers in the church for a long time. The mothers of small children looked at church as their time away from their kids. They didn't stop to consider the fact that others needed to go to the service as well. She knew it was a problem in a lot of churches, but it had gotten worse and worse here in the past few years as the previous pastor's health declined. No, but I do have a degree in early childhood education. He closed his eyes as if he was trying to get a mental grip on the situation. I had no clue our children's program was so lacking in volunteers. She shrugged. I always have one of the youth in the baby room helping me. I have an assistant teacher with the kindergarten class. It could be worse. Well, I was looking for a topic for my sermon for next week. I think giving of ourselves is going to be that topic. He'd started to write that sermon multiple times since he'd gotten there, but there'd always been a greater need. Next Sunday he would be giving that sermon whether the congregation liked it or not. She smiled. It's a good one. She looked down at her bare feet and blushed. I need to run back to the baby room to get my shoes. It was nice to meet you, Pastor. She wished she'd been more put together for it, though. She had taken to wearing slacks on Sundays because they were so much easier when she was working with the babies. Of course, she didn't have a chance with someone who looked like Pastor Stevens did, so it really didn't matter anyway. I'll walk with you if you don't mind. He felt like he owed her something for pulling double duty in the church. He really was astounded that situations like this were so common. She nodded. That's fine. Do you not have time to come on Wednesday nights? He asked. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm grilling you, I just want to know why I've never met you before. I've really worked hard to make sure I've met everyone in this church. I run the school-age children's program on Wednesday nights. She turned and started walking back to the baby room to get her shoes, and he followed closely behind. So you don't even get to be part of a Bible study on Wednesdays? I promise you within 2 weeks, you will have someone to share your burden. He shook his head. What was wrong with the people of this church? He'd seen over and over that just a few were carrying the load of so many. This was the worst of it, though. She opened the door to the baby room and found her shoes in the corner where she'd tucked them to keep them away from the babies. I really do enjoy the babies, and wouldn't mind being on a rotation to work with them, but I think some of the moms with small children should be volunteering in the nursery as well. They think this is a great time to be away from their kids and get a break, but they don't look at it as an opportunity to serve. He loved the way she'd phrased that. As if service were something to be looking for, instead of something that people should be forced to do. That makes a lot of sense. Have you talked to the children's minister about that? She laughed. I'm assuming that since you've been here for a month, you've spoken to the children's minister? The children's minister was a sweet old lady who had no interest in anyone's opinion but her own. Agatha had been in children's ministry for 30 years and newfangled ideas like nursery rotations were ridiculous to her. She knew how to run things, and they would be run exactly the way she wanted them run. He chuckled. Okay, I see your point. He sighed heavily. That means I have to talk to her, right? She grinned at him. I guess it does. To be fair, she doesn't really take a lot of advice from me, because she was the children's minister here when I was brought in as a newborn. She still sees me as one of the children. I know what I'll be doing Monday morning. He sounded weary. Is this church more work than you'd realized it would be? They'd wanted someone young and energetic to tackle the workload, but had they been unfair to go with someone with no experience? In some ways. At the core, there's a wonderful group of people that have kept it going for years with little leadership, but there is so much that needs to be done. I almost don't know what to tackle first. There are wonderful people here who love the Lord with all their hearts. I promise you, we're worth the time and effort it's going to take. He nodded. I know. I do know that. This may not have been the church I should have tackled straight out of seminary, though. He paused for a moment. I don't mean to sound negative. I disagree. I think a lot of the problems in this church stem from having leadership so set in their ways that they couldn't see the good in new ideas no matter what. I think that having a pastor straight out of seminary is just what our church needs. They'd reached the front doors again and she picked up the bag she'd left there earlier. He opened the door for her, and she waited while he locked it. You're probably right. I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed by it all. We have some wonderful deacons here who are more than willing to help out. Have you spent any time talking to my father yet, Joe King? He thought for a moment. He'd met so many people in the past month. A man in his 50s with dark hair, with traces of gray, came to mind. I haven't spent much time with him yet. He seems like a good man, though. She smiled. He's wonderful, and I don't just say that because I'm his daughter. He's really a good man. He's had a lot of ideas for this church for years, and would love to share them with you. They'd arrived at her car. She unlocked it and put her bag in the back seat. Then she opened the driver's door and started the AC, hoping to cool it off a bit as she finished talking to the pastor. I'll keep that in mind. Do you think he'd agree to meet with me? I know he would. Do you have plans right now? He and Mom are probably just sitting down to eat at their favorite Mexican place. I can call him and make sure they're there, and you could join them. He thought about that for a minute. Only if you'll come with me. She smiled. I'd like that. Let me call. She fumbled through her pocket for her cell phone. Dad? Are you guys at Comida? I'm with Pastor Stevens, and he'd like to talk about the church. Can we join you there? Okay. We're leaving the church now. Love you, too. She looked at the pastor. They'd love to have us join them. Great. May I ride with you? I don't know the area very well yet. She nodded, and he walked around to the passenger side. I'm glad I ran into you. She smiled. Me too. I've heard a lot about you, of course, and have been wondering when I'd get a chance to meet you. What do you do when you're not spending all your time volunteering at the church? He asked. He'd noted her finger was absent of any rings. She was pretty in a modest way. He wasn't sure that he'd have noticed her if not for her servant's attitude. He looked at her. Was she pretty because she was pretty, or was she pretty because she had a good heart? Did it even matter? Now that they were alone together in her car, she was suddenly very nervous. She had very little experience with the opposite sex. She'd dated a boy for a couple of years at the small Christian college she'd attended, and they had talked about getting married, but it hadn't worked out between them. "I teach kindergarten at one of the local elementary schools." She found herself smiling as she thought about her job. "Do you enjoy your work?" He couldn't stop himself from cataloging her good traits. She had a servant's heart. She loved the Lord. She obviously adored children. She gave of herself. Maybe she was the woman he needed by his side as he tackled this church and made his way in this life God had called him to live. She laughed. Most of the time. Like any other job, it has its ups and downs. There are days when I want to run away screaming, wondering why I ever thought I could do it. Then there are days when I know that I've made a difference in a child's life and couldn't imagine myself doing anything else. He watched her, enjoying the play of emotions on her face as she spoke. "I know the feeling. I've been there every day since I came here." She pulled to a stop at a red light and smiled at him. Her whole face was transformed by her smile. "Isn't it an amazing feeling to love what you do and feel like you're making a real difference in people's lives?" He nodded. "It really is. I know this church is where God wants me to be. I prayed and prayed before I even put in my application, and this is the only church that I felt truly drawn to. I know this is where I belong." Sometimes it's easy to lose sight of that, though. She pulled into the parking lot of Comida and turned off the ignition. "I totally get that. During the summer, the stuff I do for the church isn't a big deal. By the time school got out, I was ready to pull my hair out." They got out of the car, and he held the door of the restaurant for her. Her mom waved at her from their table. She'd been there with them so many times in the past that the hostess just pointed in the direction of her parents' table. She sank into the seat beside her mother, kissing her cheek quickly in greeting. "Have you guys ordered yet?" Her mother shook her head. "No, you called just as we sat down, so we've been munching on chips while we waited." Her mother, Lee, was an older version of Anna. They were both a bit rounder than was fashionable, with good strong features that really couldn't be called pretty. They had red hair and masses of freckles that Anna had tried to bleach off her skin in every way imaginable when she was in her teens. Dan shook hands with her father. "Joe, right?" Joe nodded. "Joking and leaking. We thought about naming Anna Faye, but decided against it. It just wasn't Christian." "Faking?" Dan shook his head. "I'm so glad you were able to restrain yourselves." "Is Anna your only child?" Lee nodded. "I wanted 27, but the Lord in his wisdom only gave me Anna. I think he knew she'd be a handful." Daniel's eyes widened. "She was a handful? I may need to hear this." Joe winked at Anna. "Figure out what you'd like to eat, Pastor, and then we'll talk. We love dishing dirt on our Anna." Daniel's eyes returned to the menu. "How's the dash?" "Fabulous," interrupted Joe and Lee together. "You didn't let me finish." "Everything here is superb," Joe said. "Absolutely marvelous," Lee added. Dan looked back and forth between the two and shrugged, lowering his eyes once again to his menu. "What are you getting?" he asked Anna. "Probably the combination fajitas." "I'm in a fajita mood." "Would you like to share an order for two?" he asked. "Sure." Lee eyed them with a twinkle in her eye. "I didn't realize you two had met." Dan shook his head. "We hadn't until this morning. I can't believe that she does so much for the church that she doesn't even get to go to service. She needs spiritual food, too. She'll have it soon if I have my way." Joe caught Lee's eye with a grin, shaking his head slightly. They placed their orders and talked. Lee and Joe regaled Dan with stories about Anna from when she was younger. Most were of her wild nursery days. She'd been the girl who would entice the little boys in the nursery to hide under the table with her and practice kissing. The fact that she hadn't kissed a boy since she was 5 was of no matter to anyone. She still had loose morals according to her parents. She didn't protest. She just blushed a lot. She watched Dan as he laughed at the stories her parents told. Their pride in her was obvious in every word. She knew they hated that she'd moved out the year prior, but at 26, she really did need her own place. She'd found a nice little apartment that suited her needs, and she was happy there. She tuned out the conversation and just concentrated on Dan. It was too bad he was so good-looking. He seemed like a truly godly man, and he'd have made a great husband. Men that looked like him didn't look twice at girls like her, though. Oh well. He'd make a good friend. He caught her watching him and smiled at her, wondering what she was thinking. He'd never found himself so attracted to someone like her before. Of course, he hadn't let himself be attracted to anyone in a good long time. He was too busy concentrating on becoming ordained. Now that he had his eyes wide open, he found himself oddly attracted to this woman. Not so much to her appearance, although he found looking at her more pleasing by the second, but to her. To everything she was. While they ate, the talk turned to the church and to the problems that were plaguing it. Joe had a lot of good ideas as Anna had promised. Dan finally brought up the lack of volunteers for the children's ministry. I'm almost afraid to see how VBS is run in 2 weeks. Every time I've mentioned it to Agatha, she tells me it's under control. How can it be under control when I've never even seen her hold a meeting about it? Anna and her parents burst out laughing. Lee shook her head at him. You don't actually think that Agatha plans and runs VBS, do you? Dan's jaw dropped. You mean she's not even the one handling it? Joe shrugged. She announced 4 years ago that she was too old to mess with it and it was time younger blood took over. Dan sighed. So that's why I never get a straight answer when I ask about it. Who runs it now? A look of understanding flashed across his face and he started to shake his head. No. Please tell me that hasn't been dumped on you, too. Anna shrugged. Mom helps me with it. It's a joint effort. You are doing too much for one person. If you were on the church's payroll it would be different, but you have another job, he protested. I'm off during the summers and I do enjoy working with the kids. It's no big deal. He wiped off his mouth and threw his napkin onto the table. It is a big deal. You're doing the job she gets paid to do. She needs to take some of this burden back, or we need to find a new children's minister. A slow smile spread across Anna's face. They did need a new children's minister. They needed someone younger who could relate to the kids better. Agatha was a wonderful Christian woman, but she was just not up for the task anymore. It was time she retired and passed on the mantle to someone else. Have you ever thought about children's ministry, Anna? Dan asked. I thought about it, but I'd prefer to keep volunteering my time and work as a teacher. I enjoy teaching too much to give that up. And I really don't want to set myself up as fodder for the gossips, she thought. She'd been there too many times with people watching every little thing she did and criticizing her for it. He frowned but nodded. I can understand that. They spent 3 hours talking and joking. Finally her mother stood. We need to get home. Poor Kermit the dog needs to go outside or his little bladder is going to explode. May I call you if I have more questions? Dan asked Joe. Of course. Let me give you my cell phone number. Anna waited while Dan punched Joe's number into his phone, and then the 4 of them left. As Joe and Lee watched Anna drive off with Dan, Lee said, They're going to get married, aren't they? Joe grinned hugely. I think they are. I don't think either of them realizes it yet, though. Anna and Dan chatted as if they were old friends as she drove back to the church. When she'd parked she turned to him. That was fun. I'm glad we decided to do that. He smiled and nodded. So am I. I haven't been able to just be myself with anyone for a while. It was nice to be able to take off my pastor hat and just be Dan for a few minutes. She smiled. I haven't gotten to see the pastor much, but I do like just Dan. She wasn't usually able to be so outspoken with men, but knowing that he was too good-looking for her ever to have a chance with him, put her at ease. You know, I haven't made many friends here yet. If you don't mind, I'd love to get your phone number and maybe we could go see a movie or something. I love movies, but I really hate to go alone. He knew it was lame and was sure she'd see right through it, but he really wanted to get to know her better. Sure. I love going to movies. My mom and I are chick flick movie buddies, but I don't really have anyone that I see anything else with, so if it's not a chick flick, I either go alone, or wait until it's on DVD. She grinned at him. I do assume you're not interested in going to chick flicks with me? He laughed. No, I'm not interested in chick flicks. He programmed her number into his cell phone as he'd done her father's. Have you seen the new superhero movie? She shook her head no. Do you like superhero movies? She nodded, grinning. All my friends think I'm silly to like them, though, so I always have to rent them on the sly. He leaned over so his mouth was close to her ear and whispered, I love superhero movies. She laughed. You are hereby nominated my new lifelong friend in charge of superhero movies, she announced in her best royal voice. I will accept that nomination. He took a second to run through what he needed to do before work tomorrow morning. How about tonight? Do you have plans? That sounds like fun. Why don't you figure out what time it's playing and give me a call? She needed to get the apartment vacuumed. It was neat now, but not nearly clean enough for a baby who would be crawling everywhere. Sounds good. He got out of her car and waved to her. As he watched her drive away, he couldn't help but grinning. He was sure he'd found the woman who would make his life complete. He'd never believed that love could hit you over the head like a rock, but with Anna it sure had. How long would it take him to convince her? It would be nice to be married before school started. He heard kindergartners got confused when their teacher's name changed in the middle of the school year. Anna found herself smiling constantly as she did a thorough cleaning of her apartment. She was a relatively neat person by nature, but she wanted her place spotless for the coming influx of small children. She knew that Mary would be fine if she watched the monster squad at her house, but this way if Mary decided she wanted to take a nap, she could do that in silence. She'd looked so tired lately. She'd just put up the vacuum cleaner when the phone rang. She didn't check the caller ID. Hello? Anna? Yes? This is Dan. There's an 8:15 showing of the movie at that place near the mall where they do dinner and a movie. Is that too late? His voice was deep and strong over the phone. She couldn't wait to hear one of his sermons. She'd enjoyed listening to his sermons on CD for the same reason. She felt a little tingle in her belly as she listened to his voice. That sounds good. I've been there a few times, and their food is really good. She tried to keep the excitement out of her voice. He just thought of her as a friend, and he was so attractive that she was worried she'd start acting like a teenager with her first crush. Why don't I pick you up? What's your address? She gave it to him along with the gate code to get into her apartments. I'll be there at about 7:45. Will that work? Sounds great, thanks for calling. She pushed the end button on her phone and slipped it into her pocket. Glancing at the clock she saw that it was 6:15 now. She had time for a hot bath and then she could get ready for the movie. Why was she nervous? It was just dinner and a movie with a friend, right? She dressed in jeans and a short-sleeved button-up blouse. She would have worn shorts, but found that she got too cold in movie theaters. He was there at exactly 7:45. She opened the door for him and invited him in. He stepped inside and looked around. Everything was decorated in a soft country style. It suited her well. He purposefully left the door open to make sure that they didn't give anyone any reason to say anything. He didn't know if she knew any of her neighbors, but there was no reason for anyone to think badly of a Christian woman, no matter what. You ready? He asked. Yup. Just need to grab my purse. She picked up her purse from the counter and slid her phone into it. She followed him out the door and locked it behind them. His car was definitely a student's car. She didn't comment on it. It was older, but it was clean, and seemed to run, and that was all that really mattered. Once they were driving toward the theater, she asked, So why did you decide to go into the ministry? My dad was a pastor. It's all I've ever really wanted to do, he said. I always thought that being a pastor was akin to being the best friend of Jesus. I think that's great. We've had the same pastor at this church since well before I was born. It's going to be interesting to watch someone new give a sermon. I'm really looking forward to that. I'll be talking with Agatha first thing in the morning. She's got to set up a nursery rotation and quit giving you all of her work. You need to have some free time, too. She shook her head. I really do enjoy the work I do with the children. But you have a right to be in service just as much as anyone else does. If I have to find someone to take your place myself, I will. He sounded determined. Okay. I'd like to hear you speak. Other than on CD, that is. He parked in front of the theater and they went in. She pulled out her purse to pay for her ticket and he waved her off. I got it. After they were seated at the table with their little lights to call the server, she leaned over and whispered, since you got the tickets, I'll pay for the meals. He turned to her and shook his head. No way. I asked you out. I'm paying. As if it was settled, he looked back at his menu to decide what to get. But you just asked me as a friend, so we need to split the cost, she argued. He shook his head. I asked you because I wanted to get to know you better. I'm paying. He should have been more clear, he realized. It was easier to act as if he needed a movie-going buddy, but the truth was, he was interested in her as a potential wife. She looked down at her menu in surprise. Did that mean he thought this was a date? Why would he ask her on a date? There were much prettier single women in the church to choose from. The movie was funny and action-packed. She found herself burying her face in his shoulder repeatedly throughout the movie. She couldn't watch anything even a little bit gory or scary, and his shoulder bore the brunt of it. Finally, after the fourth or fifth time, he slid an arm around her shoulders. She blushed in the dark. She hoped he didn't think that she was doing that to get him to put his arm around her, although she'd known girls who did. She'd always done the same to her mother and father as they'd watched movies with her, too. Even her female friends had felt her face buried in their shoulders. As the movie let out, there was a large crowd. Anna was only about 5 foot, and she tended to lose people in crowds. Daniel snagged her hand as they filed out of the theater, hoping to keep her by his side. She expected him to drop her hand as soon as they got into the parking lot, but he didn't. Instead, he kept it in his until they reached the car, and he'd unlocked her door for her. Once they were settled, he asked, "Did you like the movie?" "It was good. Sorry about the whole face and the shoulder thing. I should have warned you. I do that every time I watch an action movie. All of my friends laugh at me, and refuse to go to movies with me now. That's why I'm stuck with my mom and she'll only see chick flicks." He laughed. "That didn't bother me a bit. It gave me an excuse to put my arm around you. I didn't have to do the whole yawn and stretch thing." She laughed even as she felt herself blush. "I really didn't think you meant this to be a date," she mumbled. "I know. I should have been more honest to start with." He pulled up in front of her apartment building and stopped the car. "I'm sorry I wasn't." "It's okay." She wasn't sure why he was interested in her, though. He could have any girl in the church, and he asked her out? Plain, overweight Anna? He turned toward her in the car. "I really like you, Anna. I feel somehow that you're the girl I've been looking for." "Me?" she asked. He smiled. "Yeah, you." He waited for her to say something, but when she didn't, he smiled. "It's okay if you don't feel anything for me." "I understand." She shook her head. "No, I do. I think that's the problem. I just never expected you to be interested in me. There are so many pretty girls in our church." "I think you're very pretty," he said, and he meant it. He hadn't when he'd first seen her, but as the day progressed, she'd gotten prettier and prettier in his eyes. "I know I'm probably rushing things, but may I see you again? Like tomorrow night?" She stared into his eyes. Yeah, that would be great." He leaned down and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. "I'm so glad you forgot your shoes today, Anna." She laughed. "I forgot all about that. I'm a bit scatterbrained at times." Do you think we could impose on your parents tomorrow night? Maybe ask them if we can watch a movie there or play a board game or something? I want to get to know you, and that's hard in a theater. I'd rather we were able to sit and talk. I want to see you around other people, too. Anna shook her head. My parents would love that. Mom has us married off in her mind already. I could see it in her eyes at lunch. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she was ready to kick herself. Why had she mentioned marriage to him on the day they met? What was wrong with her? Way to scare the guy off, Anna. He grinned. We're already married in my mind, too. He got out of the car and walked her to her door. I'll call from work tomorrow to make sure that it's okay to infringe on your parents. If not, we'll think of something else. Okay. They were already married in his mind. Holy moly. He was moving fast. She unlocked her door and smiled at him. Good night, Daniel. I'll see you tomorrow. He kissed her cheek again. Good night, Anna. Dream of me. She walked into her apartment and closed the door behind her, leaning back against it. Wow. Ashley was right. Their new pastor was something else. Anna found herself smiling throughout the day on Monday as she cared for the 3 young Proctor children. She and Mary chatted for a few minutes when she came to pick them up, but she avoided the subject of Dan. It was just too new for her to talk about. The phone rang as Mary was getting the kids together to take them home. Hello? Anna, it's Dan. His voice was loud and clear over the phone, loud enough that he could be heard throughout the room. Mary turned her head and looked at Anna with wide eyes. Hi, Dan. Anna did her best to keep her voice neutral and not give anything away to Mary. Did you talk to your mom? Are they okay with us intruding this evening? Yeah. She said she'd make sloppy joes and we could play some board games and stuff. Anna turned her back to her blonde friend, trying for some privacy. She knew that Mary wouldn't gossip, but this was personal. That sounds good. What time should I pick you up? Anna looked over her shoulder at Mary, who was making no pretense of not listening. Mary sat back down on the couch and was now watching Anna avidly. Mom said she'd serve dinner at 6, so would 5 or 5:30 be okay? I'd like to get there in time to help with dinner. I'll be there at 5. We close the church at 4, so that gives me plenty of time. Sounds good. I'll see you then. Anna pushed the end key on her cell phone and carefully set it on the counter before turning back to Mary. She had to tell her something, but how much was too much? All right, I know you never pry into my life, but let me live vicariously through you. Was that Pastor Daniel? Mary's voice was filled with excitement. If she'd been anyone else, Anna would have been counting the minutes until people from the church started calling and asking about her wedding plans. Mary had been the victim of cruel gossip, though, and Anna knew Mary wouldn't do that. Anna sat down next to Mary. Yeah, but don't get any ideas. Mary lifted an eyebrow. Don't get the idea that he's taking you to dinner at your parents' house tonight? Don't get the idea that you two are obviously seeing each other? Don't tell me you're just friends, Anna King, because I can see the blush on your face that means you have feelings for him. Anna blushed more. She knew she did. She buried her face in her hands. I honestly don't know what to say. I only met him yesterday. Mary shook her head. He's perfect for you. When's the wedding? Anna shook her head. I know that's what my mother is thinking. You could see it written all over her face when we had lunch with them yesterday. Mary grinned. You had lunch with them yesterday and dinner tonight? So what did you guys do for dinner last night? We went to the dinner and a movie place, Anna mumbled. She hated to confirm that they'd had dinner together, but she didn't want to lie to her friend either. Mary laughed out loud. You two are seeing each other that often, and I shouldn't make too much of it? But we just met yesterday. Anna knew her voice sounded panicked as she said it, but how could she help it? You don't just meet a man one day and plan to marry him the next. Well, boring women like her didn't. Has he mentioned marriage yet? Just as a joke, Anna protested. A joke? You think our single pastor is joking about marriage? I don't think so. What exactly did he say? Mary cradled Bethany to her, patting her bottom as she stirred in her sleep. Anna looked down at her hands. He said we were already married in his mind. Mary's whole face lit up. May I go shopping for your wedding dress with you? I mean, I know I can't be in the pastor's wedding being divorced and stuff, but I want to help in any way I can. Please, there's no reason you can't be in the wedding. Anna caught herself. Wait. There is no wedding. We just met yesterday. Anna knew she sounded like a broken record, but she didn't know what else to say. He was wonderful. She could easily fall in love with him, but was it right to rush things? Mary shrugged. You can keep telling yourself that all the way to the altar. She stood up carefully so as to not wake the baby. Boys. We need to go. The boys came in from Anna's bedroom where they'd been playing a board game while the women talked. Thanks for watching my babies. Again, I'll owe you until the end of time, sis. Anna smiled. Holding that sweet baby while she slept is all the payment I'll ever need. She hugged Mary and waved to the boys. Micah, the 7-year-old big brother, grabbed his sister's diaper bag, while Noah carried his mother's purse. It was a routine they had down pat. They'd obviously done this many times before. Call me if you need me. Mary nodded. I will. You call me if you have any big news to share. Anna closed the door after Mary and the children, automatically going into her bedroom to clean up the mess the children had made. Mary's children were so well-behaved and orderly that, for the most part, there was very little to do. She checked the clock. It was only 3:30. It was way too early to get ready to go, but she wasn't sure that she could settle to doing anything. She found that she was incredibly nervous. She hadn't been last night, because she'd been sure that Dan only saw her as a friend. Now that she knew differently? She found herself as nervous as a teenager before her first date. She found the file that she was using to keep everything organized for Vacation Bible School. She sat down at her table and went down the list thinking about who she'd spoken with within the last week or two. She liked to make sure that everyone felt comfortable with what they'd be teaching and that everything was coming along well. She remembered the year before she'd taken over, and how women hadn't been given their assignments until hours before VBS started. It had been extremely chaotic, and she wasn't doing that to the women. She spent the next hour making phone calls, jotting down notes, and clock watching. She was able to make contact with 4 of the women who were teaching different grade levels, and that would make her job easier tomorrow. She finally picked up the papers she'd strewn around the table and put them neatly back into the file. She went into her bedroom and changed into a pair of knee-length shorts and a green t-shirt. Just as she was slipping on a pair of sandals, there was a knock at the door. She opened it quickly to see Dan standing there with a single red rose. She blinked a few times to make sure he was real. She invited him in, and took the flower, putting it in a small vase and placing it in the middle of her table. She turned back to him and saw that he'd left the front door open again. She appreciated the fact that he was so careful about that. It was nice to have a man actually care about her reputation. Thank you for the rose. She smiled at him. You really don't need to bring me anything, though. He shook his head. I don't need to, but I want to. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. Are you ready to go? Let me just grab my purse. As soon as they were on their way, she asked if he'd been able to talk to Agatha. He sighed. Yeah. I talked to her. Anna turned her head toward him, seeing the sadness in his eyes. What happened? She really felt bad for him. He shouldn't have to come into the church and make all these changes. Agatha wasn't an easy person to deal with anyway, and the old pastor had been the only one she'd listened to about her ministry. She said that she's too old to do any more than what she's doing. If you'll keep doing what you've been doing, she'll stay on until I find a new children's minister. She's just not interested in doing her job anymore. Especially not in doing it the way she should do it. I expected that, she admitted sadly. She wished it were different, though. Honestly? I did, too, but it doesn't make it any easier. I guess I'll put out feelers for a new children's minister. I still hope that I can find someone to help take some of your burden away at least on Sunday mornings. Why don't you give that sermon you talked about on Sunday, and Monday I'll start making some phone calls to see what we can do. I think a good kick in the pants is what some of those moms really need. We only need one person per week, because the youth will continue to supply the second person. It's not that big a deal if each mom who has a child in the baby room gives up one Sunday in rotation. They'd only have to serve 1 week every few months. Even if we could just find 4 women willing to give up one Sunday per month, it would work. I'd have done it sooner, but I didn't want to step on Agatha's toes. You really wouldn't mind doing that? He asked. He was happy that she was always so willing to give of her time. He hated asking her to give more, but knew that it would benefit her in the end. Of course not. I don't work in the summers, so I have the time. I'll talk to my mom, too. She'll help. He pulled up in front of her parents' house, and they both got out. I don't want to pile more work on you, though. I'm trying to take some work off you. She laughed softly. A few phone calls will be worth being able to listen to the sermons for a change. I'm really looking forward to hearing you speak in person instead of just on a recording. He grabbed her hand as they walked toward the front door to the house. I like the idea of you being in the congregation as I preach, but it makes me a little nervous to know you'll be there, too. She looked at him, startled. Why? I've only heard good things about your sermons. Everyone says you're wonderful. He shrugged and looked down for a moment. I've never had a girl I was interested in marrying listen to one of my sermons before. The idea is more than a little nerve-wracking. She swallowed hard. We just met yesterday. She wasn't sure how many times she could say that in one day before her brain exploded, but it seemed she was going to test it. I know. I'm trying not to rush things too quickly. I don't want to scare you off or anything. You're not scaring me. You're just surprising me. She realized it was true. She was very attracted to him, both his mind and his heart. She wanted to spend her life with him. It just surprised her that they'd both come to the same conclusion about each other so quickly after meeting. He stopped walking a few feet in front of the door and turned to her. Really? So you wouldn't freak out if I asked you to marry me? She stared at him with her mouth hanging open. Honestly? I don't know what I'd say. Yes, please, came to mind, though. But you wouldn't run away screaming? He asked with a grin. She shook her head. The front door opened, and her dad stepped out. Evenin', Pastor Dan. Anna. Anna walked to her father and hugged him quickly, kissing his cheek. I'm going to go and see if I can help Mom in the kitchen. She practically ran into the house, and Dan found himself watching her go with a huge grin on his face. He held his hand out to shake Joe's and said very calmly, I'm in love with your daughter. Joe smiled. Finally, a man with good taste. He led Dan into the house and out into the backyard where he was watering the flowers that Lee kept growing everywhere. Have you told her yet? Dan grinned. I haven't. I told her I wanted to marry her, though. He stuck his hands in his pockets as he watched her dad for his reaction. Joe laughed. I bet she just stood staring at you and sputtering. She wouldn't have any clue what to say to that. Especially since you two just met. I was that way when I met her mother, though. I proposed within a week of meeting her. Really? And she agreed that fast? If she'd grown up with a story like that in her head, about how her parents had met and married so quickly, it should make convincing her a lot easier. Absolutely not. She told me I was crazy. Of course, I kept asking and asking. Finally, she agreed after we'd known each other for about a month. I never could talk her into eloping, though. She had to have a big church wedding, so we did. Well, I think I'm going to propose to Anna. Soon. Do you have any objections to that? Dan wasn't really asking permission, but he was old-fashioned enough that he felt like he should at least talk to her father before asking her to marry him. Joe shook his head. Absolutely not. I'd be proud to have you for a son-in-law. Inside the house, Anna was chopping up the eggs for the potato salad her mother was making. Kermit the dog was sitting at attention at Anna's feet, hoping that a chunk of egg would fall his way. He knew that Anna was more prone to sneaking him scraps of food than either of her parents, and clung to her whenever she was around. So, did you go out with Pastor Dan last night? Anna flushed, but didn't meet her mom's eyes. Yeah, we went and saw the new superhero movie that you wouldn't go see with me. Lee's whole face lit up. Really? How was the movie? She was happy to see her little girl finally getting some male attention. Anna wasn't the most beautiful girl in the church, but she had the purest heart that Lee had ever seen. She knew that she would make a wonderful pastor's wife. Anna shrugged. It was good. You know, I love that kind of thing. And why are we doing this tonight again? He wanted to get to know me better but didn't think we should spend a lot of time alone together. He's being careful of my reputation. Anna tried to act like it was no big deal, but to her it was. She'd always had a hard time with people gossiping about her every time she even looked at a member of the opposite sex. It was great that Dan was so proactive about protecting her. Am I going to hear wedding bells in the near future? Anna shrugged again. He seems to think so. We just met yesterday, though. I don't know. Lee turned from the potatoes she'd been chunking and looked at her daughter. How do you feel about him, Anna? Anna blushed. I've never met a more attractive man. I mean, he's great looking. And he's everything I could possibly want in a mate. I'm already half in love with him. Lee smiled. Then everything will work out. She turned back to the potatoes. So did you watch the Proctor kids again today? They had a great time that evening. After dinner, the four of them played some board games and laughed and joked. Anna loved how well Dan seemed to get along with her parents. He and her dad had made fast friends. Dan watched the way Anna interacted with both her mother and father. He loved that she showed them absolute respect while feeling free to play around and joke with them. On the drive home, he told her he'd had a great time. I did, too. Thanks so much for putting up with my crazy parents. I like your parents, he told her honestly. I had a talk with your dad tonight. She leaned her head back against the seat and stretched. Really? Yeah. I told him I was in love with you and planned to ask you to marry me. I asked him if he had any objections. Anna blinked a couple of times. He certainly knew how to get to the point. Did they teach him that in seminary? What did he say? She knew that her father would approve of the match. Her mother's reaction to their little talk in the kitchen had let her know that they were both firmly in favor of it. He said that he proposed to your mother after knowing her for less than a week. That's when I knew that I fit in with your family just fine. He pulled into the parking lot of her apartment and turned to face her. I knew after having a 30-minute conversation with you that you are meant to be my wife. It's as if God created you with me in mind. I love you, Anna. She stared at him as if she couldn't believe her ears. She was Anna. She was the ugly duckling, the girl that all the boys had laughed at in school. She was the one who worked her fingers to the bone and didn't care, because she didn't have a husband anyway, and probably never would, so there was no one to go home to. Did he realize who he was talking to? Why, she blurted out. She wanted to take the word back as soon as she'd said it, but she couldn't. It was out there. He reached out and cupped her cheek in his hand. Why? Because you're the most beautiful woman I've ever known inside and out. You make the people around you laugh and smile. Every person who has said your name since I came to the church has said it with a smile. Even Agatha told me she'd be lost without you. That you were the heart of the children's ministry. Anna felt a tear spill out onto her cheek. But there are so many pretty girls in the church. Why don't you marry one of them? He took a deep breath. There is not a girl in this church that is as pretty as you are, Anna. I don't love any of those other girls. I love you. Will you marry me? She sat still for a moment, thinking about his words. She wanted to marry him with everything inside her, but was it right for him? Are you sure? He nodded. Please say yes. She slowly nodded, feeling a glow spread through her body. I'd like that a lot. He pulled her into a quick hug, kissing the top of her head. When? She thought about that for a minute. Maybe Christmas break? I'll have some time off school then. Would that give her enough time to plan a wedding? It was 6 months. With her mom's help, she was sure they could pull it off. He shook his head. I was thinking mid-July. July? How can I plan a wedding that quickly? She started making mental lists of things that would have to be done to get a wedding together, and wasn't sure she could do it. Of course, her mother turned into a general when there was any kind of planning to be done. With General King on the job directing the troops, anything was possible. He shrugged. I don't know. I don't want to wait. I want to get married before you go back to work. Please? She laughed. You know, those big brown eyes aren't always going to get you what you want with me. But they are now? She nodded. I'll call Mom in the morning and we'll start planning. You need to book the church for the first Saturday available in July. Who's going to marry us, though? You're the pastor. He grinned. I think I'm going to call in a few favors from seminary. I have some friends who would be willing. Anna's eyes sparkled. Any of them single? I have lots of single friends I'd love to see matched up with some men from seminary. They're all single. Make a list. She smiled into his eyes. Don't think I won't. Ready-made family. Mary heard the cry coming from the baby monitor and stumbled out of bed to go to Bethany. She had slept through the night for 2 full months, and now was back to waking up at 2 o'clock and again at 6 o'clock. She was going to be thrilled when she could sleep through the night again. She picked Bethany up and changed her diaper, talking to her in a soothing voice as she cried. She opened the top of her nightgown and sank down into the glider rocker that took up one corner of the nursery. She put Bethany to her breast and she quieted immediately. Mary rolled her neck and rested her head against the back of the chair. She closed her eyes and thought back to how things had been for her just a year before. She had been 7 months pregnant, homeschooling her 6-year-old and starting to teach her 4-year-old to read. She'd done everything she could to be the perfect wife. She had dinner on the table when her husband walked in the door every night. Her house was always spotless and her boys were well behaved. She knew she wasn't perfect, but she tried. She'd been better at being a wife and a mother than she'd ever been at anything in her life. It came as a huge shock to her when one evening her husband of 8 years, John, had simply not come home from work. She called his cell phone repeatedly and received no answer. Finally, the following morning, he'd called. Pack up my things. I'm moving in with my girlfriend. The relief Mary felt at hearing John's voice turned to shock. What? I'm done. I'm done being married and being a father. Pack my things. I'll come by to get them on Saturday, but, what will we do? All she could think about was how she would be able to support herself and her children. She had married John straight out of college. She had never had a job. She was 7 months pregnant. I guess you'll have to get a job. I'm starting the divorce paperwork this afternoon. His voice was colder than she'd ever heard it. What about Bethany? She asked in a soft voice. Her pregnancy had been a surprise, but a welcome one they'd both been looking forward to. What about her? I'll pay child support. Mary stared in shock at the phone as it went dead in her ear. He'd hung up on her. What was she going to do? Now, a year later, Mary was officially divorced. She was going to be starting her first job since college in 2 months. Her parents had sent some money to help out, but she just couldn't accept any more. She was going to be a teacher's assistant for a pre-K class in a local elementary school. The boys would be in school at the same time she was. There was no way she'd be able to support her family on her salary, but with the generous child support John was forced to pay each month, she was going to be able to make it on that little bit. Of course, that also meant that she was going to have to get free daycare from an older woman in her church, but that was going to be okay, too. She'd do what she could to help out when she could. She still couldn't figure out what she'd done to make John stray. Sure, she wasn't perfect, but she'd tried. She'd always used a soft voice with him and the children. She'd always made sure the house was clean and dinner was cooked. She was long past sadness over the situation, but still wondered what she could have done differently. She switched Bethany to the other breast and smiled down at her. She was half asleep as she nursed. Her little mouth was working, but her eyes were closed completely. She was going to have to start weaning her soon, so that Mrs. King could keep her during the day without trouble, but neither of them was ready yet. Mary stood and laid Bethany down in her crib, going into her room to shower and dress for the day. The boys would be up soon. She needed to be ready to mow the lawn as soon as they were awake. That way they could listen for the baby while she slept and run out to let her know if she cried. She dressed in old shorts and a faded green t-shirt that had seen better days, pulling her long blonde hair back into a ponytail. She glanced at the clock as she walked into the kitchen to start breakfast for the boys. She quickly made scrambled eggs and toast and put it on the table, setting 3 plates. Now that Bethany had been fed, she should sleep for another hour or 2, which would give her enough time to mow half the lawn. She'd finish it during her nap today. She just wanted to get as much as she could done before the hot Texas sun started to burn down on them. She'd enjoyed the years she lived in Texas, but the summers were killer. The heat was just starting to get out of control in June. She was not looking forward to July and August. Just as she finished buttering the last piece of toast, her 2 sleepy boys wandered out of their room and sat down at the table. She poured some orange juice and sat down to join them. "Do you want to say the prayer, Noah?" she asked her 5-year-old son, Noah. Micah, her 7-year-old, always volunteered to pray quickly, and she liked to give Noah a chance, so she'd started asking them individually to do it. Micah looked disappointed that it wasn't his turn, but obediently bowed his head to wait for his brother's prayer. "Dear God, thank you for this food. Thank you for Mom and Micah and Bethany. Please forgive us for our sins. In Jesus' name. Amen." Noah tended to mumble his prayers, but that one had come out clearly. "Amen," Micah echoed along with Mary. "That was a great prayer, Noah. You didn't mumble at all," she praised. Noah's face lit up. "Thanks, Mom." As they all started to eat, she talked about the day to come. "I need to mow the lawn today. Micah, you'll be in charge. I'll need you to listen for your sister, and come get me if you hear her cry. Remember, being in charge does not mean you get to boss your brother around. It means that you let me know if there are problems. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am," Micah answered. He loved to be in charge, but tended to let the power go to his head. "Noah, your brother will be in charge. You need to play quietly and let your sister sleep. If Micah tells you to get quiet, you will listen to him. Is that understood?" Noah sighed heavily. "Yes, ma'am." They heard the sound of a lawn mower starting. That meant it was after 7, and she could go out and get started. She ate her last few bites and stood up. "The dishwasher is empty. You boys need to load it with breakfast dishes. I'll run it after lunch." She hated leaving them unsupervised for long enough to mow, but really didn't have the money to pay someone to do it. She had debated over whether to get a job in the field she had her degree in, marketing, which would pay better, but give her less time with her children, or education. Education won out, because she didn't want to have to leave them for that many hours. They'd be able to make it with no help once she started working, but money would always be tight. It was worth it to her to be with her family, though. She walked into the front yard and saw that it was already half mowed. She looked around. There he was. Her neighbor, Ken, had moved quickly. She walked out and opened the garage to get out her lawnmower. She was thankful that he had the front covered. She'd get the back, and then she wouldn't have to worry about sneaking out during Bethany's nap time to finish it. The mower stopped and the silence surprised her. Ken walked up behind her. I'm going to get the back, too. You go back in and spend the time with your kids. Ken was the single man who lived next door. He used to have loud parties that kept her and John up half the night, but he had turned his life around a couple of years before. She was pleased that she no longer had to pick the beer bottles up from her lawn on Saturday mornings. He was even a member of Parkside Community Church now. I can't let you do the whole yard without helping, she protested automatically. She loved that he wanted to help, but she felt a need to prove, if only to herself, that she could do it on her own. He shook his head. I told you a year ago I'd do it for you every time I did my own. I don't know why you're so stubborn about this. He wanted to help her, but she rarely let him. He got to her lawn before she did about half the time. She sighed. She loved it when he mowed for her. How could she not? She just didn't feel like she should let him without paying him something. I just feel like I need to do it on my own. You don't have to do everything alone, Mary. Just because your worthless husband ran off, doesn't mean you need to show the world how strong you are and how you can make it on your own. Ken was muscular with dark hair and eyes. Mary almost protested when Ken said John was worthless, but then she remembered that he was the only church member who had truly known John. The two had become good friends, and she'd found out 6 months ago that Ken had been aware of John's cheating, and had given him an ultimatum. Either he admitted what he was doing to Mary, or Ken would tell her himself. As much as Ken had been a friend to John, he was much more of a friend to Mary. He had helped her out as much as he could with repairs and home maintenance. She hated to admit it, but she'd come to count on him and the things he did for her family. She swallowed her pride. Thank you. He smiled. Was that so hard? She grinned. I guess not. I just hate not being able to handle it all by myself. I know you do. I'd probably feel the same way. He knew it would be hard to accept help if he'd been left in that kind of situation. It would be so hard to admit that he'd been cheated on. Mary surprised herself by asking, "Why don't you come to dinner tonight? I'll trade you a home-cooked meal for the mowing." He grinned. I'd love that. You don't have to, of course, but I do get tired of my own company at times. She laughed. You'll be tired of my kids by the end of a meal. Bethany has just learned to throw. She keeps chucking crackers at the boys, and then they yell at her to stop. Mealtimes are madness these days. Sounds like fun to me. What time? She thought quickly about what she had in the house worth cooking for company. She'd had to be so careful with money that there just wasn't much there. She'd figure something out. She always did. We usually eat around 6. Would that work? That'd be great. I'll see you then, she said with a smile. She walked back into the house and started digging through her freezer and cabinets, trying to find something that would be worth feeding company. Finally, she came up with everything she'd need to fix a nice Italian meal. There was no garlic bread, but she could bake a loaf of French bread and turn it into garlic bread. That would work. She walked back into the living room where the boys were sprawled on the floor watching cartoons. She sat down on the couch, thinking of all the things she had to do. She felt like she was running a race against time every minute of every day. Trying to keep everything cleaned and the laundry done and still have time to just think was slowly robbing her of her sanity. Boys, Mr. Ken from next door is coming for dinner tonight. Both boys looked at her with wide eyes. They'd only had a couple of people visit their home since their daddy had left. Their grandmother came to stay from Indiana for a couple of weeks every 6 months or so, but that was different. Usually only Miss Anna and her mom Mrs. King came to visit them. They knew it had something to do with their daddy leaving, but they weren't exactly sure what. As usual, Micah spoke up for both of them. Why? No one ever comes to see us anymore. Mr. Ken only comes over to fix things. Mary sighed and closed her eyes. She hated that the boys had been made pariahs along with her. As soon as John had left, and word had gotten around the church that she was getting a divorce, people had started treating her much differently. No one bothered asking what had happened, and she wasn't sure if she'd have told them if they had, but she knew that somehow it had gotten around that she'd gotten sick of her husband and kicked him out. Only Anna and her mother had truly stood by her. She didn't want to run around talking badly about John, because she knew that he'd been friends with a lot of the men at the church, but she so badly wanted to tell people the truth and make them stop talking about her. She hadn't though. She'd held her head high and simply gone on. You'd think, after a year, the gossips would have noticed that John hadn't set foot in the church in all that time, and she was there, with her children, faithfully on Sundays and Wednesdays. John hadn't asked for visitation and hadn't seen the children in all that time. He'd never held or seen his daughter. When he'd come to pick up his things, he'd come after 9 at night, knowing they'd be in bed. She'd done her best to explain to the kids that it wasn't their fault that Daddy left. How do you tell kids that Daddy doesn't want to be married anymore? He's mowing our lawn for us again, and I wanted to make him a nice dinner to pay him back for helping us out so much. You guys like Mr. Ken, don't you? She knew they did, so wasn't afraid to ask. Both boys nodded. He's nice. He took you to the hospital when Bethany was born, Noah said. Mary nodded. Her mother had been due to arrive on Thursday, and she'd gone into labor on Wednesday evening. She'd quickly called her friend, Anna, who came to spend the night with the boys, but she'd had no way to get to the hospital. Anna had said that she should call her mom to come and take her, when Ken had come by. He'd been checking on her every day as she'd gotten closer to her due date. He'd immediately driven her to the hospital, and had even waited there until after Bethany was born to make sure she was okay. He'd come back the next day with a beautiful bouquet of roses. Every woman deserves roses after giving birth, he'd said as he set them on the table next to her bed. After he'd left, she'd cried and cried. John had brought her flowers after each of the boys were born. How could he ignore the fact that he now had a daughter? Mary nodded at the boys. He did. He's been a really good neighbor and friend, and he's going to have supper with us. Okay? Okay, Micah said, returning to his TV show. She wished the boys would be more open with how they were feeling now that John was gone, but they'd withdrawn. She knew they talked to each other, though, and that was good. She got up and started on the laundry, wanting to get as much done as she could before Bethany woke up and started crawling like a mad child all over the house. She was a handful and had to be watched every minute. Mary was always amazed at how different her personality was than the boys. The boys had been so laid back and easy to deal with. Bethany was like a crazed child determined to destroy everything she touched. By noon, Mary had stopped Bethany from tearing up 6 books, kept her from trying to get into the boys' room, and refolded 8 towels that she had thrown across the room. Mary put her in her high chair with a couple of crackers while she fixed the boys the grilled cheese sandwiches they'd requested for lunch. Micah said their lunch prayer and she shoveled baby food into Bethany's waiting mouth while she did her best to eat bites of her own sandwich in between. After she'd finished and hosed Bethany off, she had the boys load the dishwasher. She had just started it when the phone rang. What are your plans for Monday? Anna King's voice came across the line. Oh, I thought I'd go out and conquer the world, one diaper at a time. Why? Anna laughed. Well, I was hoping that we could leave the kids with my mom, and you and I could go wedding dress shopping. Wedding dress? Pastor Dan proposed? Mary was so excited that she was practically jumping up and down. Pastor Dan had come to their church a month before and had very recently started seeing her friend Anna. She'd had a strong feeling there would be an engagement announcement soon, but not this soon. Yeah, are you going to help me shop? I don't want to put your mom out. I'm sure she wants to shop with you. Anna laughed. Mom hates shopping. She said she'd happily watch the kids if you'd help me with the dress. You have such a good eye for those things. Please? I'd love to. When's the wedding? July 12th. Of this year? How does he think you can plan a wedding that quickly? Mary was astounded. That was only 3 weeks away. Mom is planning most of it. You know what a general she turns into. She finds something on the internet and calls. She never even leaves the house for it. The dress is a different story. And I need to find bridesmaid dresses, too. You will be my matron of honor, won't you? Mary held her breath for a moment. I really don't think that's a good idea. You know what everyone is saying about me. Anna's voice became stern. I don't care what people are saying about you. I don't believe a word of it. I've talked to Dan, and he's fine with it. Everyone else can live with it. You're my best friend, and I want you to be my matron of honor. Mary debated for a moment. If she did it, there would be more talk, but if she didn't, she'd be letting down her best friend. Anna and her family were the only people who had stood by her through this whole mess with John. She wasn't going to let Anna down because someone might say something about her. She couldn't. Yeah, I'll do it. You will? Anna's voice was almost a squeal. I'm so glad, Mary. Thank you. We'll need to pick out patterns and fabric for the bridesmaid dresses, too. Mom's going to make them, but we need to find something just right. Your mom is going to be busy for the next 3 weeks. Anna laughed. I said I'd hire someone to do it, and she was offended. You know Mom. I do. Okay, what time on Monday? Anna's mother loved to sew and take charge of huge projects. She thrived on the chaos caused by impossible deadlines. Watching her work at something like this made Mary tired. Will you meet me at Mom's around 10? That way I can take you to lunch for helping me, and we can shop until we drop. Mary grinned. She hadn't had a chance to do something fun without the kids in so long, she couldn't remember the last time. That sounds great. I'll be there. Thanks so much. I'll see you at church tomorrow. Oh, and Mom is going to do my nursery duty. Dan is going to announce our engagement, and he feels that I should be in the sanctuary for a change. Let me do the nursery duty. Your mom needs to be there for that announcement. Anna was silent for a moment and then said, that would be great if you don't mind. Mom does want to be there for it. Of course, I don't mind. I'm happy to do it. Great. I'll see you when you drop Noah off for Sunday school then. Anna had been teaching the kindergarten class for Sunday school as well as being with the babies during the service. It was time for someone else to step up to help with her burden. Mary rescued the boys from their time watching little Bethany and took her back into the nursery to nurse her to sleep. Nap time was always good because she got so much done. Of course, with the way Bethany had been getting up during the night, she wished she had time for a nap herself. When Ken arrived for dinner that evening, Mary smiled to let him in. She'd made a salad, lasagna, and the garlic bread. She'd always loved to cook and entertain, but it was much harder now than it used to be. Ken handed her a bouquet of flowers. A woman as beautiful as you are needs to have someone bring her flowers on a regular basis. Mary blushed. Thank you. The boys came running in to see him. Hi, Mr. Ken. Do you want to see our room? We have bunk beds. Noah invited. Sure, I'd love to, Ken answered with a smile. You go with the boys while I get dinner on the table. Bethany was diligently banging her spoon onto the tray of her high chair. Mary had Bethany belted into her chair so that she could deal with dinner without worrying about tripping over her or finding out she'd tried to destroy the world. She carried the food into the dining room and filled the boys' glasses with milk. She went to the boys' room to find them. What would you like to drink, Ken? I have tea, water, or milk. Tea is fine. He followed her into the dining room, the boys trailing along behind. She filled his glass and sat down next to Bethany. The boys took their seats, leaving Ken the chair on the end that had always been John's. Ken had been a guest in their home frequently before John left, so it was a little strange to have him there now, but Mary was glad she'd invited him. Micah gave Ken a strange look when he sat down in his daddy's chair, but didn't say anything. Mary watched him closely for a reaction, but none came. Would you mind saying the blessing for us, Ken? She asked. He prayed softly, emphasizing how thankful he was to have such wonderful neighbors willing to share their meal with him. Throughout the meal, the boys talked nonstop about men things. They asked Ken if he'd play baseball with them after dinner, and he readily agreed. The meal went smoothly and was a lot less awkward than Mary had feared. The boys were so thrilled to have a man around to talk to that she never got a word in edgewise. Even little Bethany was on her best behavior, only throwing 4 crackers at her brothers. She ate the bites offered to her and stared at the man in their dining room. She'd rarely been around men, except at church, so it was a strange experience for her. After dinner, Mary did the dishes with Bethany watching from her high chair while the boys took Ken out back to play baseball. She watched out the window as they played. He pitched the ball softly, and the boys swung wildly trying to hit the balls flying toward them. Mary smiled. John had never had much time for the boys. He'd said it was because he was too tired from working all day, but she knew that Ken had put in a full day between mowing the 2 yards and doing some work on his car, but he still found time. Her boys' laughter came through the closed window loud and clear. They needed this type of interaction that only a man could provide. Mary finished up on the dishes and pulled Bethany out of her chair, taking her into the bathroom and bathing her quickly. She changed her into her pajamas and took her out back to watch the boys play. By the time they made it outside, the baseball practice was over and the 3 males were chasing each other around the yard. Bethany bounced up and down on Mary's lap squealing, obviously wanting to be part of the fun. It was starting to get dark when Mary slipped inside to nurse Bethany. She sat in the glider rocker in Bethany's room and draped a blanket to cover up in case Ken came in. Bethany hated being nursed under a blanket, and it quickly became a game. Bethany would pull the blanket away, and Mary would cover her face back up. Ken and the boys came in and she could hear the boys stomping around. She had just finished nursing the baby, and laid her in her crib. She told the boys to bathe together. It was easier for her that way, because then she didn't have to clean up a sopping wet bathroom twice. They needed their baths for church on Sunday morning. Mary sank down on the couch to talk to Ken. "Thanks again for mowing for me today and for all you do to help me out. I really don't know what I'd have done without you this past year. I like to help. I know it's not much, but it makes me feel a little better about having been his friend." Mary smiled. "You don't have to feel guilty about having been his friend, Ken. I was his wife. I chose him. It was my mistake, not yours. And honestly, if I knew what I know now, I'd still go back and do it all over again, because I can't imagine my life without my children." He nodded, turning toward her. "I can understand that. Your kids are pretty great." "I sure think so. Of course, I'm their mom and I have to think so." She paused a moment. "They really like you a lot. Thanks so much for playing baseball with the boys. It meant a lot to them. I enjoy your boys. I'm happy to play baseball with them any time they want." She laughed. "Don't tell them that. You'll start having your doorbell rung at 7 every Saturday morning so they can beg for a game." He grinned. "I wouldn't complain. I'd love to be more involved in their lives, and yours," he added meaningfully. He watched her face as he said the words. He wasn't sure if she was ready for how he felt about her, but he was ready to be honest about it. He'd loved her for years, even when she was married to his friend. He'd started going to church to be around her more. Of course, he'd become a believer after a while, but at first, it was all about Mary. She opened her eyes wide, unsure if she understood exactly what he was saying. He didn't really want a relationship with a mother of 3, did he? What man would want to take on a ready-made family like that? What could she even say? "I'd be happy if you wanted to spend more time with us. Maybe we could make Saturday night dinners a regular thing. The boys really do need a male influence in their lives. They haven't seen their dad in over a year." He sighed. Did she mistake his meaning, or was she telling him no, in her own unique way? "Is the divorce final now?" She nodded. "It has been for about 6 months. I'll be working when the school year starts. Mrs. King from church is going to watch Bethany, and the boys will be going to the school where I'll be working." "Do you want to work?" he asked. She shook her head sadly. "I never did want to work. I wanted to stay home and teach my kids. I'll have to put both of the boys in public school, and that was never my intention." I'm sorry. He sat listening to the boys splashing for a moment. Have you thought about marrying again? Maybe you could go back to a similar situation to what you had, but with a man who wouldn't cheat on you or leave you. She laughed. You find me that man. A man who will not only be more than willing for his wife to stay home and raise kids, but one who is willing to take on a woman with 3 small children, and I'll marry him. Of course, he has to be a Christian, and he has to be kind and gentle. My kids have been through enough. I still can't convince Micah that it's not his fault that his dad left. Ken nodded. I understand you being wary, but I assure you, that man is out there. In fact, I think he's sitting right here on this couch with you. I don't even know how to respond to that, Ken. Was he serious? Why would he want that? Why would any man want that? Let me start by being completely honest with you. When I moved into my house 5 years ago, I was wild and crazy. You know that. I'm sure my parties used to keep you up at night. He paused for a moment while she nodded. Well, it didn't take me long to notice you. I watched you as much as I could. I've worked from home the entire time I've been here, and I would watch you out the window. I watched you with Micah and then with Noah. I started going to church 4 years ago, because I wanted to get to know you better. That was the only reason. Mary stared at him in mute disbelief. She shook her head as if to deny the things he was telling her. I no longer go to church just for you. I was saved and baptized 3. You know that. I became friends with John. I've spent a lot of time with you and your family, but the whole time, I've been in love with you. As soon as I found out that John was cheating on you, I forced him to tell you. Honestly? I wanted you guys to split up. I know that was wrong. I tried to never let my feelings show, but it never changed those feelings. But, you were John's friend. Ken nodded. I was his friend. He never knew how I felt either. Now that he's out of the picture, I can act on how I feel. I've tried to give you time to deal with how you felt about the way John treated you. Time to heal from your divorce. I don't want to give you any more time. I want to marry you and provide for your kids. I want to have our own kids. Mary stared at him as if he'd grown 2 heads. I can't just marry you. I've never thought of you that way. Honestly, I've never thought of anyone but John that way. Give me a chance. Let me take your family out after church tomorrow. Let me spend time with y'all in the evenings. Let me show you how much I love you and the kids. Let me be a part of your life. Would it be leading him on to let him spend time with them when she had no feelings for him? She really looked at Ken for the first time since she'd met him. She looked at him as a man and a potential mate, instead of as the guy next door. He was very attractive in a quiet kind of way. It was hard for her to picture the man he'd once been throwing those loud parties and having different women in and out of the house at all times. She nodded. I'll give you a chance. I can't make any promises. The only man I've ever even kissed was John, and we waited until after we were married. She waited for a minute and then looked down at her hands. Honestly? I feel like there's something wrong with me. I failed at my marriage. I must have done something horribly wrong for him to leave me and our children the way he did. Ken took her hand in his. Mary couldn't remember him ever touching her except to help her in and out of his SUV when he'd taken her to the hospital when Bethany was born. There's nothing wrong with you. Nothing. John hid a lot of things from you. I don't think he was ever the man you thought he was. Mary nodded. I know. The man I thought he was never would have left his family and not come to see his boys even once. He certainly would have seen Bethany by now. He's just not interested in any of us anymore. Ken stroked her palm with his thumb. He doesn't deserve you or the kids. He just doesn't. The boys ran into the living room in their VeggieTales pajamas. Micah's shirt asked, "Where is my hairbrush?" while Noah's proclaimed, "I ate the bunny." Micah stopped short when he saw Mr. Ken holding his mom's hand. He didn't say anything, he just walked to his room and firmly closed the door. I'd better go talk to him, Mary said softly. Ken stood. Let me talk to him. Mary nodded. She shouldn't let him do it for her. It was an important conversation, but maybe Ken would be able to get through to Micah where she couldn't. She still hadn't been able to convince him that his father's leaving wasn't his fault. Of course, she was still trying to convince herself of the same thing. Noah wandered over and climbed onto Mary's lap. Micah wants Daddy to come home. Mary sighed. You know Daddy's gone forever, don't you, Noah? Yeah. I don't miss him anymore. He yelled a lot, and I don't like getting yelled at. Micah's sad, though. She hugged him tight. I'm sorry your brother's sad. I was sad for a long time after Daddy left, too. I'm still kind of sad about it, but I know that our family is going to do just fine without him. Noah nodded, the hairs from his head tickling her chin. Yup. We do great without him. Does it bother you that you and Micah have to go to regular school next year and don't get to be homeschooled? Noah shrugged. A little. I wish we could keep staying home and learning here, but I know you have to work. Mary thought about what Ken was offering her. He was willing to take on a ready-made family. She needed to give him that chance. If there was any way it would work out, and he treated her kids right, then she had to do what was best for them. Ken came out of the bedroom with Micah. Micah walked over to where she was sitting with Noah on her lap and hugged her tightly. He had tears shining in his eyes. I miss Daddy, but I'm so glad I have you here with me, Mommy. She hugged him tightly with her free arm. You're not upset with me? He shook his head. No. I was mad at Daddy for leaving, but Mr. Ken told me that I need to forgive Daddy. Just like Jesus forgave us. It's hard, but I'm going to try. She met Ken's eyes over the top of Micah's head. That's all any of us can do. Micah buried his face in her neck. I'm sorry that I've made it hard for you by staying mad at Daddy. You didn't, baby. I do understand. It's hard for me not to be mad at him, too. And sometimes? She paused until Micah looked up at her. I get mad at myself, because I think it's my fault that he left, but it wasn't. We didn't do anything to make Daddy leave. He left all on his own. That's what Mr. Ken said. He said Daddy didn't like his life so he left. There was nothing any of us did wrong. He just wasn't a very good daddy. She breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Ken is right. She smiled at Ken and mouthed the words, thank you. He nodded and sat down on the couch beside her again. She looked over at the clock. It's time for you guys to be in bed so you can get up for church in the morning. I'm going to be working in the nursery with Bethany's class tomorrow. Why? Micah asked. Miss Anna always works with Bethany's class. Do you want to know a secret? She whispered. What? Miss Anna is getting married. To Pastor Dan. They're announcing it tomorrow during service, so Miss Anna needs to be there. Micah's eyes widened. Miss Anna's marrying Pastor Dan? Is she allowed to do that? Mary laughed. She sure is. And you guys are going to go to Mrs. King's house on Monday while I help Miss Anna shop for a wedding dress. Micah let out a whoop. I love going to Mrs. King's house. Kermit the dog licks my toes and it tickles. Ken looked at her with a confused look. The King's dog isn't really named Kermit the dog, is it? She nodded. It really is. They're a silly family. Apparently. Of course, how could they be anything else with names like Leaking and Joe King? He shook his head at the goofiness that was Anna's family. They always joke that they almost named her Faye, but it wouldn't have been Christian. He closed his eyes. I'm so glad they were able to restrain themselves. The boys giggled. Faye King would have been a funny name, Micah said. Brush your teeth and go potty. It's time for bed. Both boys grumbled as they headed for the back door. Where are they going? Ken asked. You told them to go to the bathroom. Mary shrugged. They go much more happily when I let them pee on the fence. It's a boy thing. Ken smiled. Okay. That makes sense. He remembered he'd done that a lot as a boy, too. Thanks for talking to Micah. I haven't been able to convince him that John leaving wasn't his fault, no matter how many times we've discussed it. It was no problem. I hope your boys will bring me all their problems for years to come. He looked at her questioningly. She nodded. I'll give you a chance. We'll start doing meals together in the evenings, and spending more time together. Promise me something, though. What's that? Promise me that if you decide that we're not what you're looking for in life, you'll still remain friends with the boys. They really couldn't handle having another man ripped from their lives. He nodded solemnly. I promise. She wasn't sure she was doing the right thing. She didn't want to lead him to believe she was going to marry him, because she had no idea how she felt. She had been completely devoted to John, and since the divorce, she'd been in a state of numb shock, giving all her time and attention to her children and finding a job. I don't believe in dating. Have you read the book Kiss Dating Goodbye? She asked. No, but I've heard people talk about it. Something about courting and not dating. She nodded. That's the basic premise. I believe in that. I don't think we should be alone together. The children will do a great job as chaperones, but once they're in bed, I'll want you to go. She took a deep breath, looking down at her hands, trying to find the best way to explain how she felt. I also don't think that a couple should kiss before their wedding. I think that should be reserved for after. He didn't necessarily agree, but understood that many Christians felt that way. If that's how she felt, he would do it. He would do just about anything to have a chance to be her husband. Okay. She looked up at him startled. She really hadn't expected him to agree. Thank you for respecting my feelings. He stood. I know the boys are ready for bed, so I'll go ahead and go. She walked him to the door. I'll see you after church tomorrow. She smiled at him shyly. It had been a long time since she'd been in the beginning stages of a courtship, and she found that the old feelings of self-consciousness came back quickly. He smiled down at her. I'll meet you in the nursery after the service. Do you want me to pick the boys up from children's church for you? That would be great. Then we can leave as soon as you get to the nursery. It was always so hectic picking up all the kids at the same time. Good night. She smiled. Good night. She closed the door behind him and went to tuck the boys in. She looked at the date on her calendar as she walked past the kitchen toward the boys' room. It had been exactly a year since John had told her he didn't want to be her husband any longer. Maybe it was time for a new life to start for her and her children. Mary found herself flustered the following morning as she cared for the babies. She'd volunteered in the baby room regularly before John had left, but she found herself too tired to do it with all the worries that came with being a single mother. She also found her patience was shorter, and she didn't feel it was okay to lose her temper, so she had stopped. The young girl in the nursery with her, Emily, was proficient and made the task easier. She talked nonstop, and that helped to fill the silence. I heard the pastor was going to make a big announcement today, but I don't know what it was. Do you? Emily asked. Emily was a 13-year-old girl who was covered with acne, had braces, and thick lensed glasses. Underneath it all, she was sweet and loving, and Mary knew that someday she would be a wonderful Christian woman. Mary nodded. I do. Emily practically bounced up and down in the glider rocker where she held Ethan, an 8-week-old infant that was almost asleep. What is it? Mary debated with herself. She abhorred gossip and hated to spread it, but this wasn't anything hurtful, and she knew that Pastor Dan would be announcing it while they worked. She didn't see the harm. He's getting married. Emily's eyes widened in shock. Every girl in the youth group is going to be crying. Mary laughed softly. Well, they're all too young for him, anyway, so they'll just have to deal with it. Emily grinned. I guess so. I wish I could see everyone's faces as he announced it. Do you know who he's gonna marry? Mary couldn't help but grin. She was so happy for Anna. I hope I know, since I'm the matron of honor. Emily squealed. Who is it? Wait. Don't tell me. Anna King? Mary nodded happily. Wow. And you're going to be matron of honor? So cool. What are the wedding colors? Mary shrugged. I only had a few minutes to talk to Anna yesterday. I'm sure she'll tell me tomorrow. If she's even made the decision yet. Wow. This is so exciting. When's the wedding? Emily was a sweet girl. Mary knew that Emily's mother had been one of the women who spread gossip about her, but she couldn't hold that against her. Hopefully Emily wouldn't take after her mother in that way. 3 weeks, Mary said, grinning when Emily's jaw dropped again. Wow. That's really fast. I think they want to get married before Anna has to start teaching again this fall. Mary thought back to her own 10-month engagement. Her parents had insisted that she wait that long to make sure she really knew John. Before they'd married, both Mary and her parents had been convinced that John was the perfect mate for her. They had done everything just right with their courtship. They kissed for the first time when the pastor had pronounced them man and wife. They'd never been alone until their wedding night. John had seemed like such a perfect man. Of course, no one was perfect. Will she be able to have a perfect wedding if they do it so fast? Mary thought about the best way to phrase what she was about to say. Sometimes people just needed to be blunt. A perfect wedding doesn't matter. Whether you get married in a church full of people in a long white dress or get married with only your family present, you're still married. It's how you treat each other before and after the wedding that matters. Emily tilted her head to the side, listening. Did you have a perfect wedding? I did. It was exactly the way I'd always dreamed it would be. It took me 10 months to plan it to make it just right. My mom made my dress, and I felt like a princess. But it didn't make any difference in the end, did it? Mary shook her head. If both people aren't completely committed in every way, then it doesn't matter how perfect the wedding is. I have beautiful wedding pictures, but those, and my children, are all that's left of my marriage. Emily shook her head. What happened? Do you mind if I ask? Mary sighed. I don't feel like it's something I should talk about. My husband was a member of this church and had a lot of friends here. I won't speak badly of him. Emily nodded. I wish I could tell people the truth instead of just letting them gossip about you. You don't have to let them gossip about me. You can tell them they're gossiping, and the Bible says, at Psalms 15 verses 2 and 3, that we shouldn't even receive or endure reproach against our neighbor. Even when you say things that are true that are against someone, you're going against God's word. And I assure you, the gossip about me is untrue. Mary had rehearsed saying those words against the gossipers so many times they came out word for word the way she wanted them to. Maybe, just maybe, by teaching one teenager not to gossip, she could make the church a better place. What's that scripture again? Emily asked excitedly. Psalm 15 verses 2 and 3. I'm going to print that out and hang it on our fridge at home. Mary shook her head. Don't do that. It would dishonor your mother. Instead, print it out and put it on your bedroom wall. You need to teach yourself, not anyone else. Mary put the sleeping baby she was holding into one of the cribs and went to answer Bethany's cry. She held her close as she walked to the changing table with her. Maybe she'd done some good in here today. Emily stayed with Mary until all the babies had been picked up. When Mary only had Bethany left, she gave Emily a one-armed hug and told her she could go. I'm glad we talked. Emily nodded. Me, too. I learned a lot today. Mary watched her go, and then stripped the cribs and dropped the dirty sheets into the laundry hamper. Ken walked in as she picked up Bethany's diaper bag. Are you ready? He asked. He was holding the hand of each of her boys. Micah was looking up at him with a huge grin. Mom, Mr. Ken came and got us from Children's Church. He said that he was going to take all of us out to lunch. Isn't that great? Micah was excited. When John had been around, they'd gone out to eat every week after church, but since he'd been gone, finances hadn't allowed for eating out at all. She knew that Micah missed eating out. It is great. Mary smiled at Ken gratefully. She loved that he was being so sweet to her boys. Where are we going? Ken shrugged. There's a little Mexican place that I heard some people talking about that I thought we could try. Okay. We all like Mexican. He held his arms out for Bethany, who practically jumped from Mary's arms to his. He snuggled her against his shoulder. She squealed and bounced up and down in his arms while patting the side of his face. Mary slung the diaper bag over her shoulder and led the way to the parking lot. She had to admit that she liked the warm feeling it gave her to see her children so happy with Ken. Do you want to ride with us, or do you want me to follow you? She asked as they got to the parking lot and saw they were parked next to one another. His small sports car was dwarfed by her minivan. He grinned. I guess you don't think everyone will fit in my car. She snickered. That is not a family car. She used her remote to open the sliding doors of the van and the boys scrambled in. Ken put Bethany in her car seat and spent a moment fiddling with the straps and finally admitted, I have no clue how to tie her down. Mary laughed at his choice of words. I prefer to think of it as securing her. She walked around to fasten Bethany into her car seat. Do you want to just drive my van? I wouldn't mind not driving for a change. She glanced at both boys and saw they'd fastened themselves into their car seats correctly. Noah sometimes got the straps twisted, but he'd done a good job. Yeah, I'll drive. He held his hand out for the keys. She put the keys in his hand and walked around to the passenger side. It felt weird getting into the passenger side of her own vehicle, but it was nice to not have to drive for a change. She'd only ridden with Ken once, but that was enough to tell her he was a safe driver. He'd been in panic mode as he'd taken her to the hospital, but he'd still been extremely careful. They chatted as they drove. He talked about the almost stunned silence as the announcement was made that Pastor Dan was marrying Anna. Everyone had somehow concluded that Anna would be single forever, because she wasn't very pretty. She was, however, a beautiful person on the inside, and the pastor had seen that. Anyone who knew Anna knew that he'd made the right choice. After a few minutes, he pulled up in front of Comida. Mary smiled when she saw it. I've been here several times with Anna. This is her parents' favorite restaurant. She got out and grabbed the diaper bag while Ken took Bethany from her car seat. She squealed and patted his face, happy to be carried by him again. They walked in and waited to be seated. Mary was thrilled that the boys were on their best behavior. Both of them stood quietly and waited. The hostess recognized Mary. Hi. I haven't seen you for a long time. Mary smiled. It's good to see you again. Are you meeting your friends? No. Not really. Mary wasn't sure she was ready for anyone to know about her potential relationship with Ken. She just didn't want to have to listen to any gossip about it. Hopefully the Kings were alone. Mary trusted them not to say a word to anyone. I'll put you at the table next to them. Then you can talk if you want. The Kings? Ken asked. Yeah. Let's hope it's just the Kings and no one's with them. Why? Was she embarrassed about being seen with him? I don't want to have to put up with more gossip. It's bad enough I'm divorced, but I don't need people talking about me seducing you and leading you down a bad path. She hadn't meant to say that, but she was fed up. She hadn't wanted to have that discussion in the nursery and she'd kept a smile on her face throughout. She didn't want to have to smile about it all the time. If being with me bothers you, say so now. Ken's voice was almost annoyed. I like being with you, Ken. I don't like being talked about. That's all. She sighed. She wasn't endearing herself to him, she knew. I'm sorry. I'm fed up with being the person everyone talks about. If it hadn't been for the Kings, I'd have gone to a different church a long time ago. He shuffled Bethany to one arm and put his hand on her shoulder. Do you want me to tell everyone what really happened? I knew all along what was going on. She shook her head, taking the seat the hostess indicated at a table next to Anna, her parents, and Pastor Dan. Anna smiled over at them absently, like she would any stranger. She saw that it was Mary with Ken, and she smiled. She slid out of the booth and went over to hug Mary. Thanks so much for covering for me in the nursery this morning. Mary hugged her friend. It was fun. I forgot how much I like being with the babies. Anytime you need someone to cover for you, let me know. Anna called over to her table. I've got the first volunteer for our nursery rotation, Dan. Dan slid out of the booth and shook hands with Ken. Hi. Thanks for taking Anna's spot in the nursery this morning, Mary. It would have been strange, not having my fiancé and her family in service, when our engagement was announced. Mary smiled. I'm willing to do it anytime. Anna's been a great friend to me. I'd do anything for her. Dan grinned. She seems to have that effect on people. He looked between Ken and Mary with interest. I wasn't aware that you were seeing each other. Anna hasn't said anything. Anna didn't know, Anna replied. Besides, I've only known you for a week. It's not like I've had a chance to tell you everything about everyone I know. Give me a year or two. Ken's eyes widened. You've only known each other for a week? I thought you two knew each other before Pastor Dan came to our church or something. Dan shook his head. We met after service last Sunday. I knew within a few minutes that she was the woman I wanted to spend my life with. Why wait? Ken laughed. That's how I felt about Mary the first time I saw her, too. He waited a moment. I had to wait, though, because she was married. And she wouldn't have given me the time of day, because I wasn't a Christian anyway. Dan raised an eyebrow. We may need to schedule a counseling session quickly. That doesn't sound exactly kosher. Mary grinned. It's not like it sounds, but I'd love to do a counseling session with Ken. I think it would be good for us to do that before we go any further. Dan looked excited. Well, when can you do it? I haven't done any premarital counseling in our church yet. He tilted his head to the side for a moment. Well, other than my own, of course. And I'm the counselee there, not the counselor. Mary looked at Ken. My schedule is totally open until school starts. As long as I have a sitter, of course. She looked at Anna meaningfully. Not tomorrow, though. I'm wedding dress shopping with an amazing friend, while her equally amazing mother watches my little blessings. The hostess came over then with a high chair for Bethany. Ken handed her to Mary. I'm not even going to try to put her in that thing. He looked at Dan. I work from home, and can schedule things as I need to, so any time is good for me, too. I think it hinges on a babysitter. Anna looked at her mom. Why don't we watch them on Tuesday afternoon? They can play in your backyard with Kermit the dog while we talk wedding plans. Lee King smiled. That sounds like a great solution. Anna looked at Dan. Does that work for you, Pastor Dan? He squeezed her hand affectionately. Sounds good to me. Anna and Dan went back to their table. Bethany pounded happily on the table that her wooden high chair had been pushed up to. Mary pulled a cracker out of her diaper bag and handed it to her. Hopefully she wouldn't immediately throw it, and it would occupy her for a few minutes while everyone else decided what they wanted. Mary and Ken sat together at one side of the table, while Noah and Micah sat together at the other. Mary felt horrible for the way she'd acted when they'd first gotten to the restaurant and leaned over to whisper to Ken, I'm really sorry for the way I acted when we first got here. He looked to her. I understand. I've heard some of the talk about you, and it bothers me, too. I want to get up on stage and announce what really happened, but I don't think you'd appreciate that. She laughed softly. Probably not, but I do appreciate the thought. He squeezed her hand in his. What do you think about doing counseling? Do you really want to do that? She nodded. I think that will be a good way for us to get to know one another better. Pastor Dan will ask questions about what we're looking for in a mate, and we'll answer them honestly. I'd like to be able to tell Pastor Dan exactly what happened as well. I think, as pastor of our church, he needs to know. That makes a lot of sense. He paused a moment to watch Bethany fling her cracker at Noah. It was all he could do not to laugh as it clung to Noah's face as if it had been stuck there with tape. Noah swept it off, disgustedly. So what should we do this afternoon? There's a new kids movie that doesn't sound horrible. Bethany is too little for movies. He sighed. I hadn't thought about that. Well, how would you feel about me taking the boys? They don't get to go much, and I want to get to know the whole family better, not just you. He knew if they got married, he'd be a father to 3 small children. He needed to see if he had the patience to deal with them. He knew he loved them. He had for a long time, but having the ability to ride herd over them on his own was something completely different. It would be his personal test. He'd spent so many years thinking only of himself and what felt good to him. Was he too self-centered to be able to be a father? She tilted her head to the side considering. She didn't usually let the kids out of her sight, but she trusted Ken. If they were going to make a go of it, he'd need to be able to be a father to them. Fathers did things alone with their sons. I think they'd like that, but why don't you invite them? They'd been talking low enough through this conversation the kids hadn't been able to hear them. Ken looked over at the boys who were studying the children's menu and trying to decide what they wanted to eat. Micah was helping Noah with the words that he couldn't read. Would you guys like to have a man outing? The 3 of us men can go see a movie. Micah and Noah looked at each other stunned. They hadn't seen a movie in a theater in a long time. Noah didn't remember ever seeing a movie in a theater. Micah spoke for them both. Yes, please. Mary looked down to hide the sting of tears in her eyes. The boys were so excited at the prospect of a movie that it made her want to cry. She felt bad she hadn't been able to give them simple things since John left. Their lives were so different than she'd meant them to be. Ken smiled. We'll check the show times when we get home then. The rest of the meal passed without incident. Ken drove the van back to the church and then followed her home. He went to his house to change into jeans and a t-shirt and check the movie times. He'd almost checked them at the restaurant on his smartphone, but didn't want to be rude. There was one starting in 45 minutes, and another in 3 hours. Hopefully they could make the earlier show. He walked next door and knocked softly. He didn't know if Bethany would be down for a nap or not. Mary came to the door and smiled up at him. He started to lean down to kiss her, but remembered what she'd said the day before. He didn't know how long he'd be able to go without doing that. She let him in and he said, "There's one that starts in 45 minutes and one in 3 hours. I'd rather go to the earlier show if the boys can be ready. I have them changing out of their church clothes now. Let me go check on them." He followed her and laughed at the sight he saw as the door opened. Both boys were running around the room in their superhero underwear singing, "We're going to the movies. We're going to the movies." Mary shook her head at him. "Don't encourage them." She turned back to the boys. "You guys need to leave for the movie in 10 minutes. Why are you naked?" The boys looked down at themselves. "Oops," Noah said. "We'll get dressed." Micah nodded emphatically. "I'm picking out clothes for both of us now." Mary shut the door and walked back out into the living room. "Sorry about that, they'll be ready in a few minutes." Ken grinned. "For a minute there I didn't know if I should be stern or chuck off my clothes and join them." Mary blushed. "I'm glad you decided to keep your clothes on." "Yeah, I figured you would be." They sat together on the couch. "I think lunch went well." It did. Bethany only threw 2 crackers and only hit someone with one. "I swear that girl is going to be a baseball player someday. Her aim is usually dead on. You know, I don't expect the kids to be perfect, and I don't expect you to be perfect. If everyone was always doing exactly the right thing at exactly the right time, life would get pretty boring." She smiled. "I'm glad to hear that." John would have come unglued at Bethany for throwing crackers. He did expect the kids to be perfect at all times. Then he was insane. Of course, I already knew he was crazy. He gave you up. Mary blushed again. "You've only seen the good side of me. I do lose my temper at times and get downright grouchy with everyone around me." He shrugged. "As long as you don't start chucking things at me, we're good." She giggled. "I guess I could go slobber all over a cracker and throw it at you. Maybe it would stick to the side of your face. I have pretty good aim, too." He shook his head. That's okay. It was funny to watch, but I don't think I'd like to be the one hit with the cracker. The boys came barreling out of their room. Noah's shirt was on backwards and his shoes were on the wrong feet. Mary started to call him over to help him fix them, but Ken beat her to the punch. Come here, Noah. You're all backwards. He patiently helped Noah pull his arms inside his shirt and turned it around for him, then pulled Noah on his lap and helped him switch his shoes to the right feet. Mary felt a lump in her chest. John never would have been that patient. He used to yell at Micah for putting stuff on backwards. Watching Ken with her boys told Mary everything she needed to know. If he asked, she'd marry him on the spot. Bethany's nap lasted longer than usual, and Mary was able to get a lot done with the boys gone. She started a simple dinner in the slow cooker and knew she'd invite Ken for dinner again. It was a strain to her budget to have him over for so many meals, but she found she wanted him there. The boys came home from the movie bursting with excitement. Bethany crawled to Ken as soon as he stepped in the door, and started pulling up on his legs. He swooped down and picked her up, kissing her pudgy little cheek. "Did you have a good nap, sweetheart?" She smiled and patted his face happily. He was rapidly becoming one of her favorite people. "She had a long nap, and I got a lot done. Thanks so much for taking the boys." "No problem. I enjoyed it. I haven't been to a movie like that in forever." If he was going to be a father, he was going to have to watch Disney movies and like it. He could handle that. She smiled at him. "Would you like to stay for supper? I'm cooking plenty. Or you can come back if you have things to do. It'll be ready around 6. He glanced at the clock. It was 3 now. "I have to grocery shop today. I could do it now, or after dinner. Whichever you'd prefer is fine." He thought about it for a moment. "Why don't I stay now? I'll go after dinner. I'd like to be around while Bethany is awake." Bethany was clinging to him as if she'd never let go. Mary was surprised that she'd taken to him as much as she had. "Why don't you boys get your swimsuits on, and you can run through the sprinkler?" Mary suggested. The boys hooped as they ran to their room. She turned to Ken. "We can sit on the back porch and talk while they play in the sprinkler, and Bethany will play on a blanket. She hates the feel of concrete and grass on her knees." Ken smiled. "That sounds nice." After they were settled onto the porch, she turned to him. He was still holding Bethany, who usually wouldn't let anyone hold her for more than a minute or two. "I don't even know what you do." "I know you work from home, but doing what?" He grinned. "I can see where you'd want to know that. I'm a website designer. I'm self-employed and work whenever I feel like working." "Sounds nice," she said. She'd always hated the 70-hour weeks that John put in. They spent the afternoon talking while the kids played. Bethany would crawl off for a few minutes, but she'd always come back to Ken as if to make sure he was still there. She'd want to be held for a minute or two, and then she'd crawl off and play again. She always came right back, though. Mary couldn't believe how patient Ken was with the kids. He seemed to truly enjoy having them around. He didn't seem to think they were ill-mannered either, which was something that she'd heard constantly from John. They did the same things that had driven John crazy, and Ken just shrugged them off as if it didn't matter at all. He left right after dinner to get his shopping done, and made plans to come back the following evening. He promised that he'd cook burgers and hot dogs on her grill if she could make the rest of the meal. She almost sighed with relief. Having him provide the meat would help her grocery budget a lot. She met Anna at her mother's house the next day. As soon as they were in the car, Anna asked what was going on with Ken. Mary shrugged. "It's all really weird. He says that he's been in love with me for years. He said he actually started coming to church hoping that I'd notice him and leave John for him, but he got saved in the process." By the tone of Mary's voice, Anna could tell she was baffled about the whole thing. Anna smiled. "Better a low motive than no motive. He never even told me that he had feelings for me until Saturday. He's hanging around while the kids are awake to see if he can fit in with the whole family." I figure the kids make great chaperones. Anna laughed. Most kids do. How is he with the kids? Fabulous. I'm really shocked at how good he is with them. Bethany loves him. She wants him over me. He took the boys to a movie yesterday. Anna glanced at her at a red light. That's really nice. I hope it works out for you too. Single parenting cannot be easy. Mary sighed. It's the finances that are killing me. I hate the idea of sending the boys to public school, but I really don't have a choice, because I'm going to have to work. She felt bad as soon as the words escaped her mouth, because Anna was a kindergarten teacher at a public school. I'm not saying that all teachers are bad. Anna nodded. Oh, I get it. I'll work until I have kids, and then I'll probably homeschool mine too. I went into teaching, hoping I could make a difference. I'll make a bigger difference in my own children's lives. Mary breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you didn't take that the wrong way. No worries. So, what kind of dress are we looking for? Mary asked excitedly. Are we looking for a pattern for bridesmaid dresses, too? Or do you already have that picked out? Dress first, then bridesmaid pattern. I'm looking for something with short sleeves, but not poofy. And I don't want it to be low cut. I don't look good in pure white, so I'm thinking maybe an eggshell? We'll know it when we see it. What colors are you thinking for the wedding? I like the idea of a mint green and pink, but we'll see what we can find. I'd love for all the bridesmaids to be in green if we can find the right fabric. They found the dress they were looking for at the third bridal shop they visited. While Anna was being fitted, Mary looked through the different styles of bridesmaid dresses. They would head to a fabric store as soon as they were done, and she wanted to have in mind a style of dress to look for. It was 5 before Mary got home for the evening with the kids. She'd whipped up a potato salad the night before after the kids were in bed, so she just needed to fix a vegetable and her part of the meal was done. She walked to the back and started the grill, and sent Micah next door to let Ken know that they were home. He was gone for a couple of minutes and came back carrying hot dog and hamburger buns. Ken came in with the meat and headed straight to the back porch. She scooped up Bethany and followed him out. How was your day? She asked. He shook his head. Terrible. I hit the wrong key and deleted 3 hours of work around noon. I'm going to have to leave right after dinner to make up for what I messed up. I have a deadline coming up on this project. I'm sorry. You could have canceled. I'd have understood. We told the kids we were doing this. I wasn't about to disappoint them or you. She smiled. Thanks for thinking about the kids' feelings. That means a lot to me. He put the burgers and dogs on the grill. I plan on being their father. I'm not going to start letting them down now. Bethany squealed and tried to dive to him from Mary. He caught her and hugged her tight. Did you miss me, sweetheart? The boys waved from the swings. Hi, Mr. Ken. He called back, Heya. You boys doing okay? Mary saw that he looked exhausted. You're in a good mood for such a lousy day. He shook his head. I'm in a terrible mood. I want to kick something. You're not showing it. I'm not going to take it out on you and the kids. So I had a bad day. Life goes on. He was really frustrated. He was surprised she couldn't tell. You sure you don't want to do this another night? He smiled. I'm positive. You and the kids have a calming influence on me. True to his word, he left immediately after dinner. He was at her house on Tuesday at 1. Are you ready to go talk to Pastor Dan? She nodded. Do you want to take my car or meet me there? We can take your van and drop off the kids, and then go together. I stayed up late and got caught up on my project. Okay. Bethany dove from Mary to Ken again. I guess you can carry Bethany out, and I'll get her diaper bag and the boys. They dropped the kids off with Anna and Lee and headed to the church. Are you nervous about this? Ken asked. Nervous? Yeah, a little. The longest conversation I've ever had with the new pastor was at lunch yesterday. He seems like a nice guy, but I just feel like I'm doing something wrong. Does that make sense? I mean, I made vows to John that I would love him until one of us died, and I don't feel like I'm keeping those vows. John broke the vows. You're doing nothing wrong. He parked the van in front of the church and they got out. He held the door for her as they walked into the church offices. She waved to Agatha, the children's minister, as they made their way into the pastor's office. He asked them to sit. It's good to see you both. Being the new pastor here, I don't know much about either of you, except what Anna has told me about Mary, which is very little. So, let's start by you each telling me a little about yourselves. I'd like to hear about your education, what you've done since school, and past relationships. Mary looked at Ken to see if he was going to start talking. You first, he said. He wasn't looking forward to telling the pastor about his past. She took a deep breath. Well, I have a degree in marketing, but got married as soon as I graduated from college. I never worked in my field. I grew up in Indiana and moved here with my husband 8 years ago. He was the first man I ever dated and the only man I've ever kissed. We had 2 children, and I stayed home with them and homeschooled them. A year ago, when I was 7 months pregnant with my third, my husband, John, didn't come home from work one night. I tried him on his cell for hours, but it kept going to voicemail. He called the next morning and told me to pack his things because he was done with me and the kids and was moving in with his girlfriend. Once she started, she spoke quickly and evenly. She was able to say the words without bitterness, which was a huge surprise to her. Ken reached over and squeezed her hand. Until he did, she hadn't realized it had been shaking. You had no inkling that he was seeing someone else? Dan asked. She shook her head. None. I've been doing my best to make everything work on my own ever since. I get a decent amount of child support, and my parents have helped me out financially. I'll be starting a new job as a teacher's assistant at Anna's school in August. Dan sighed. Well, you certainly had scriptural grounds for divorce. I'm sorry that happened to you. He looked at Ken. I wasn't as good as Mary. My degree is in computer science. I have designed websites since I graduated 10 years ago. I'm self-employed. He took a deep breath. He knew he had to discuss the next part, because Mary deserved to know it, but he didn't want to. I've never had a serious relationship. I was the king of one-night stands. I honestly couldn't tell you how many women I've been with. I've dabbled in drugs. I used to throw loud parties every week. He shrugged. Dan nodded. When did all that stop? I moved in next door to Mary and John about 5 years ago. I knew from the moment I saw Mary that I wanted her to be mine. I slowly stopped the parties. I started going to church just to get her to notice me. I'd been coming to church here for about 3 months when I heard a sermon on coveting your neighbor's wife. That's exactly what I was doing. I was saved that day. I got baptized. I never could stop coveting my neighbor's wife, but I never acted on it. Well, I did tell John he had to tell Mary about his girlfriend or I would, but that wasn't to get her for myself. That was to get everything in the open. I see. How long ago were you baptized? Ken tilted his head to the side to think about that. About 3 years ago. Have you been with any women or done any drugs in that time? Ken shook his head. No. And I waited a full year after John and Mary split before I said anything to her about my feelings. It was my way of doing penance for the way I'd felt about her. Dan nodded. Well, you haven't done anything wrong by her then. Anything you did before you were saved and baptized is forgiven. Are you two thinking of marriage now? Ken nodded. I am. I'd marry her tomorrow if I thought she'd agree to it. Mary grinned. There's a 3-day waiting period in Texas, you know. So we could leave here and get the license and marry on Friday. That works for me. How about it? Mary laughed. Are you sure you're ready to be a daddy to my brood? I love your kids. Bethany has me wrapped around her little finger. And I want more. 5 or 6 should be enough. She laughed. I think we should let God decide how many we have. He shrugged. That works for me. Wanna go get a marriage license? Dan watched in amazement. He hadn't expected the session to go this way, but he certainly didn't have any objections. The two of them seemed to fit together in a way he'd rarely seen with couples. He'd watched Ken with Mary's kids at lunch on Sunday and had been impressed with how attentive he was to them. He obviously loved the children as if they were his own. Mary turned to Ken, staring straight into his eyes. Yeah, let's go get that marriage license. Seriously? And get married Friday? I don't want a big wedding this time. I've done that. If Pastor Dan is willing to marry us Friday, then I'm more than willing to go for it. They both turned to look at Dan. I think that's a great idea. What time Friday? Mary looked back at Ken. I'd like to have the kids and Anna here. I don't much care about anything else. Dan smiled. Anna and I were planning on having lunch on Friday, so I know she's available around noon. Why don't we do it then? Ken's face transformed with a huge grin. I think that's a brilliant idea. Where will we live? Mary asked. I'll sell my house. We'll live in yours. The kids are used to it. And you can call that school district and tell them you're not coming, and neither are our kids. Mary sighed happily. He'd called them our kids. Maybe her life was back on track after all. Ken stood and shook hands with Pastor Dan. We'll see you on Friday. Dan smiled. It'll be my first wedding at this church. I'm glad it's the two of you. Ken opened the door for Mary, and they went to get their marriage license. She knew from experience that life wouldn't be perfect just because she had a husband. But she knew that life would be much better with a man who loved her and her children as much as Ken did. The bridesmaid. Pastor Dan closed his office door as Steve Handley, the youth pastor, left the room. He wanted to scream, but kept it in. The pastor of Parkside Community Church couldn't be yelling in his office after all. Steve had just told him that he'd accepted the position of senior pastor at a small church in Louisiana. He was happy for Steve, of course. He just wasn't sure how he'd be able to do his job without him. Steve was a wonderful youth pastor. The youth all loved him, and so did their parents. He'd been with PCC for 5 years and had patiently shown Dan the ropes. Now he had to find a new youth pastor who would be just as loved, and who would be willing to pitch in with the other problems going on in the church. Would pounding his head against his desk be inappropriate? He checked the clock on the wall. He had 5 minutes before his meeting with some of the women of the church. He was dreading this meeting. All churches seemed to have a problem with gossip, but it was out of control here. In his month and a half as pastor, he'd been the object of a lot of that gossip. People had a lot to say about him getting engaged and about the speed with which he was marrying. They had problems with one of the women in the wedding party. He closed his eyes. He uttered a quick prayer for wisdom to handle the situation. There was a knock on his door. Come in, he called. Agatha, the children's minister, poked her head in. Am I early for the meeting? She asked. He glanced at the clock again. Only about a minute. I'm sure the others will be here soon. I'm not sure why I need to be here. It's obviously a meeting about the women's ministry, and I attend their functions, but I'm not one of the decision makers for it, she complained. You'll understand in a few minutes, he replied. The truth was the meeting wasn't about the women's ministry at all. He had collected the worst gossips of the church for this meeting. He was going to let them know how they were destroying the good work the church could be doing. He was not looking forward to it. He'd considered having the meetings with each woman individually, but he wanted to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Slowly, his office filled with the 6 women he'd called together. They each took a chair, obviously feeling honored that they'd been singled out by the new pastor for extra service to the church. He smiled and pulled his Bible out. I hope you all brought your Bibles like I requested. The women all nodded and pulled their Bibles out. All were married with children still at home, except Agatha. She was the oldest of the bunch and the one most set in her ways. I'd like to start by opening this meeting with a prayer. Will you all bow your heads with me? The women all bowed their heads and waited for his prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you as sinners. All are sinners who only are saved through the precious blood of your Son. We ask that you open our minds and hearts to your word as we go through some passages today. Thank you, dear Father, for all that you provide. In Jesus' precious name, amen. All of the women chorused amen after him. He looked up and smiled. I'm sure you're all wondering why I've asked you to come here today. They all nodded tentatively. Mrs. Logan and Mrs. Simmons had huge smiles on their faces as if they expected to be praised for something. The others just watched him expectantly. Since coming to Parkside, I've noticed that there is a lot of divisiveness among the congregation. At first, I was unsure of the cause. Now that I've pinpointed it, I'd like to talk to you fine sisters in Christ, so see if you can help me solve that problem. All the women were smiling now, sure that they were special, because Pastor Dan had asked them for help. They all nodded enthusiastically. Mrs. Logan said, "We'd all love to help in any way that we can." Pastor Dan smiled. "Thank you, Mrs. Logan. I appreciate your willingness." He paused for a moment, giving time for anticipation to build. "What I need your help with is gossip. This church is going to fall apart if the gossip doesn't stop. I need each of you to do your part, not only by stopping gossiping yourselves, but by asking others to stop their gossiping as well." Agatha was the first to speak. "Well, I never. Are you accusing us of gossiping, Pastor? I stood outside your office one day last week, Agatha. I heard you speaking with two of these women. You were complaining that I had the gall to marry Ken and Mary here in the church. You said that she was a dirty woman who didn't deserve to step foot in the church, let alone be married in it, even if it was in the pastor's office." Agatha flushed but said, "That wasn't gossip, because it's true." Dan sat staring at Agatha for a moment and wished she were closer. His fingers ached to reach out and give her one good thump right in the middle of her forehead. Of course, that not only wasn't the Christian thing to do, it would also cost him his job, so he clenched his Bible just a little bit tighter instead. Pastor Dan shook his head. "First of all, you know nothing about Mary's situation. I know you don't, because no one does. Even Anna didn't know what happened in Mary's first marriage. I only know, because I did counseling with her and Ken. I will tell you now, your words were lies." He waited a moment as each woman fidgeted in her chair. Agatha's face was so red, he was certain he could have cooked an egg on it. He continued, "Secondly, just because something is true, doesn't mean it's not gossip. I'd like all of you to turn to Proverbs 6 verses 16 through 19 with me. Please read the words silently for a moment, and think about them." Dan read the verses silently, just as the women did. 16 There are 6 things that the Lord hates, even 7 things that are an abomination to him, 17 haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, 18 a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift to run to evil, 19 a false witness who pours out lies, and a person who spreads discord. When they'd all looked up at him, he asked, "Do you notice in that set of verses that 2 of the things God hates are a false witness who pours out lies and a person who spreads discord?" The women nodded, so he continued, "Wouldn't that say to you that lying and gossiping are 2 different things?" Agatha glared at him. "Everyone knows that gossiping means lying." "That's not true, Agatha. The Bible disagrees with you. Here's another verse, Proverbs 10 verse 12, which says, 'Hatred stirs up strife, but love covers all transgressions.' I'd like you to tell me how talking about something someone did, true or otherwise, is covering up transgressions. We're here to uplift one another, not tear each other apart." The women looked at each other. He could see that 3 of the women were getting angrier by the second. He sighed. He'd really hoped that the women would take this counsel well. "I would like all of you to agree to stop gossiping." Agatha stood. "I will not be called a gossip in a church that I have served for over 30 years. Consider this my resignation, both from my position as children's minister, and as a member of this church. I will find another church by next Sunday." Dan only nodded. As much of a waste of church resources as Agatha was, He was not looking forward to filling her position at the same time as he filled that of the youth minister. He knew that finding a children's minister who was more loving and better equipped for her position than Agatha would be an easy job, unlike replacing Steve. Mrs. Logan stood. "My family and I will be leaving with Agatha." Dan sighed. "I don't want you to leave the church. I just don't want you to gossip any longer. Will you please reconsider?" She and Agatha left the room together. The other four stood. Mrs. Simmons said, "The rest of us are leaving with our families as well. We don't need to be spoken to this way, Pastor. You are ruining this church." Dan stood. "I'm sorry to see you go." He meant it. These women had been the core group that ran the women's ministry. Their leaving would put more work on the women who remained, but he couldn't allow them to chase away good Christians with their spiteful words. They left his office, and he sat quietly, listening to the slams as Agatha was packing up her office. If he'd had any illusions about being able to take a couple of days off when he married Anna, today had shattered them. He sighed. He'd have to ask her to do more for the church than she already did. He was glad that VBS was over, and he wasn't going to have to ask her to take on a lot of extra work before she was finished with that. He picked up the phone and called her, needing to hear her voice, but also needing her to agree to help out with the children's ministry for a short while. "Hello?" Just hearing her voice lifted his spirits. "Hi there. Dan. How's work today?" "Couldn't be worse." "How's the wedding planning going?" "It's good. Mom has all but one of the bridesmaid dresses finished. All of the girls will be coming by tomorrow to have them fitted, so we're sewing like mad, trying to finish up the last one." She paused for a moment. "What happened?" He sighed. "Steve has accepted the position of senior pastor at a church in Louisiana. He gave his 2-week notice today. Agatha just resigned with no notice. She and 5 families are leaving the church." Anna sighed. "I'll do Agatha's job until we can find someone to replace her. I'm not sure about Steve's, though. There's no way you can find a youth pastor that quickly. Especially not with our wedding in a week and a half. I'll think on that. I know my dad would step in and do it, but I don't think he'd be the best choice. I appreciate you taking Agatha's position. I hate to ask it of you, but I really don't know of anyone else that's even semi-qualified. I don't mind. Now that we have the nursery rotation in place, I'll be more available on Sunday mornings. I'm glad you got that taken care of last week. Now, we just need to figure out a youth pastor. Think on it and let me know." "I will." Anna glanced at the clock. She and her mother were stressed for time with the wedding coming up so quickly, but right now, she knew that Dan needed her. "Why don't you meet me for lunch, and we'll discuss options?" "Do you have time?" he asked, surprised. "I love you. Of course, I have time." Dan found himself with a genuine smile for the first time since Steve had entered his office. "I love you, too." "I'll meet you at Comida in 20 minutes, she said. "I'll be there." He sighed as he got to his feet. Mondays had never been good, but this one took the cake. Kennedy rang the doorbell at the King's house and waited patiently for someone to come to the door. She was exhausted. It had been a long day at work, and she was glad it was finally over. Anna had been her college roommate, and she was looking forward to trying on the dress Anna's mom had made for her to wear in the wedding. The door opened and she smiled. "Mom." She'd been adopted by Anna's family as a second daughter during their freshman year, and she'd taken to calling her mom long ago. Lee King, Anna's mother, opened the door wide for Kennedy to come inside. "Anna's working on the hem of the last dress. The other girls should be here in a few minutes. Are you hungry? I put out some cheese and crackers for us to snack on while we all sit and gab about the wedding and try on dresses." Kennedy walked back to the dining room where she knew that Anna and her mom preferred to sew. "Hey there." Anna looked up and smiled at Kennedy, barely slowing the machine she was using down. "You're early. Did they let you escape, or did you just sneak out?" Kennedy grinned. "One of the benefits of being office manager is just announcing I'm leaving early and then acting on it." She grabbed a couple of crackers with cheese and sat down opposite Anna. Lee set a glass of lemonade in front of her and she washed down the first bite she'd eaten. So tell me all about Pastor Dan. I mean, I've heard his sermons, of course, but I haven't had a chance to get to know him yet. Anna grinned. He's wonderful. Sweet and kind and loving. The church couldn't have a better pastor, and I couldn't be getting a better husband. Are you guys going somewhere on a honeymoon? You've got to tell me everything, Anna. Kennedy took another swig of her lemonade and popped another cracker into her mouth. Anna sighed. We were going to take a few days off here to spend together, not really go anywhere, just take some time off. It's not going to work out, though. There are pressing matters with the church. Kennedy frowned. I'm sorry, Anna. Anna shrugged. We'll go on vacation another time. Anything going on that you can talk about? Anna shook her head. There'll be some announcements on Sunday, and then you'll know everything. The doorbell rang again and Mary Anderson came in. She was child-free for the moment and took the chair next to Kennedy. Anna looked up. You guys know each other, right? Kennedy smiled. Sure. It's Mary, right? Mary nodded. And you're Kennedy? Yeah. I've seen you around church, but I've never really had a chance to talk to you. Of course, as long as you're a friend of Anna's, you're a friend of mine. Mary grinned. Friends it is. Didn't you just get married? To Ken Anderson? Mary nodded, waiting for the censure. Congratulations. I know Ken a little, and he's a really nice guy. I'm glad you guys found each other. Maybe Kennedy hadn't heard the gossip about her. She didn't know how anyone could have missed it, but it would certainly be a bonus. I am, too. He's been my neighbor for years. He's pretty wonderful. Are the kids with him? Anna asked. Mary laughed. They wouldn't leave him. I asked the boys, and they said they wanted to stay and do manly things with Ken. I tried to bring Bethany so he wouldn't have to deal with all three, but she wrapped her little arms around his neck and wouldn't let go. I think it's great that they like him so much. I never got along with my stepdad. Mary turned to Kennedy. Was he mean to you? Kennedy shrugged. Not until I became a Christian. He and my mom were furious. Would you believe my mom even converted to Catholicism to get me to go to church with her? I was pretty much raised an atheist. You'd think they'd have been happy that you were dedicating your life to Christ. Kennedy laughed dryly. Yeah, they've decided that I've been brainwashed. They pretty much washed their hands of me years ago. Mary squeezed Kennedy's hand. Sounds to me like they're missing out on a pretty terrific woman. Kennedy smiled. Thanks. Are your parents close? Mary shook her head sadly. No, my parents are in Indiana. I haven't seen my dad in years, but my mom comes down for a couple of weeks every 6 months or so. She shrugged. Ken says we can try to make it up there sometime within the next year. Anna snipped the thread from the hem of the dress just as the doorbell rang again. That should be Amy, and then our little party is complete. Lee left and brought Amy back with her. Kennedy didn't know Amy very well either. She tended to stick around other single women with no kids, which was really a shame. She should branch out and get to know more people in the church. Amy hugged Anna and smiled tentatively at Mary. Amy hadn't been one of the women spreading gossip about Mary, but she had listened to it, and wasn't sure what to believe at this point. Hi, Mary. Hi, Kennedy. Kennedy smiled and waved. Amy looked like she'd been crying. Anna gave Amy a worried look and asked, Did you see the doctor today? Amy bit her lip, obviously trying to fight back the tears. She nodded, but didn't say anything. Anna whispered, We'll talk later. Anna stood and held up the mint green dress she'd just finished hemming. She handed it to Amy. All finished. Mom? Lee took a dress to Mary and another to Kennedy. You girls can use my room to try these on. I need to make sure that we don't have to adjust the fit anywhere. The three women obediently went to the master bedroom and stripped off their outer clothes. Kennedy had always been embarrassed to change in front of other women. She was about 10 pounds overweight and had been her entire adult life. She quickly pulled the dress over her head. She turned her back to Mary. "Would you zip me?" Mary zipped her quickly and turned her own back to have the favor returned. Mary went around the bed and zipped Amy up. The dresses were pretty typical bridesmaid dresses. They all knew they'd wear them once and never again. They were a decent color and fit, though, so none of them were complaining. They walked down the hall to where Anna and Lee were waiting. The two women walked around each of them slowly, tugging here and there to make sure the fit was right. "Any complaints?" Lee asked. "None for me," Kennedy answered. "Do you have certain shoes you want us to wear, or do you care?" Anna shrugged. "I don't care. Something comfortable. I don't want anyone tripping as they walk down the aisle." She paused for a moment. "And Kennedy? Would you wear shoes that fit for a change? You don't need your feet hurting, because you'll be standing for the ceremony." Kennedy sighed. "My feet are so big, though. What if someone notices? You're going to be walking like an old woman in another year or so if you keep wearing shoes that are too small. Men don't care about the size of women's feet." Kennedy shrugged. "I'll think about it." Kennedy was 5 feet 10 inches and wore size 11 shoes. She'd been wearing 9.5s and 10s for years so that men wouldn't be turned off by her huge feet. Anna hugged her tightly and whispered, "Think hard." They immediately went to change back into their regular clothes. Anna turned to her mom and said, "Well, that's one more thing we can cross off the list. You're doing a great job getting everything together so fast. I've been planning your wedding day in my head for 20 years. It's no problem to make those plans a reality." Anna laughed. "Well, Dan and I really appreciate it." The 3 bridesmaids came out of the master bedroom and sat down at the table. They all talked and snacked for a while. After about 30 minutes, Mary stood. "I need to get back to my family. Ken's never been alone with all 3 kids this long. I don't want him to lose his mind yet. Next week is soon enough for that. Don't forget that rehearsal is at the church at 5 a week from Friday. Just wear jeans or something. We're just doing a barbecue place for the rehearsal dinner. Family is invited," Anna reminded her. "We'll be there." Kennedy stood up to go as well. "I have to get up early for work in the morning, so I need to get home and feed myself. I'll see you all at church tomorrow night." Kennedy drove to her lonely apartment through the streets of Arlington, Texas. She reminded herself again that she had a good life. She had a good well-paying job. She had friends all around her. Why did she feel so incomplete, though? She knew a lot of women were happy remaining single. She wished she could be one of them. About a mile away, Dan was still in his office. It was well after 7 when Dan's cell phone rang. He was trying to figure out what he was going to do about the mess he was left with after the children's minister and youth pastor quit on the same day. At least he'd have Steve for a couple more weeks. He slid his finger across the touch screen to answer it. "Hello? Pastor Dan? This is Jacob Walsh. My wife and I would like to meet with you this week to follow up on the meeting you had in your office with her and several other women yesterday." Dan's hand went to his throbbing temple and started to rub it. "That would be fine. When is good for you?" He didn't want to have to rehash this whole thing. They'd already said they were leaving the church. He needed to do what was right, though, and letting the couple have their say was the right thing to do. Would tomorrow evening work? Before Wednesday night services? We could be there at 6. It shouldn't take very long. Sure. I'll make sure I come early. Or stay and eat in his office again was more likely. He looked at the fast food wrappers in his trash. He really wanted to get this mess straightened out before the wedding, though. If he could do that, everything would go smoother. He hoped. Just before 6 on Wednesday evening, there was a tentative knock on his office door. He opened it to find Mary Anderson there. "Mary. What brings you in?" "Have a seat." He made sure he left the office door open to avoid any possible impropriety. Mary sat down. I'm not sure why I'm here. Jacob Walsh called me and told me he was meeting with you and asked that I come. Her face was pale. Mary knew that one of the primary women who'd been gossiping about her was Abby Walsh, Emily's mother. I didn't know he was inviting you for this. I wonder why he did that. Dan was confused at this turn of events. Surely, they didn't plan on talking badly about Mary right in front of her. He glanced up to see Jacob and Abby Walsh, followed by Justin and Sarah Eden, and Chad and Stephanie Barnes. He had only been expecting the one couple, so there weren't enough chairs in his office. We'll need to get more chairs. I was only expecting the Walshes. Jacob stopped him. That's all right. We can stand. This shouldn't take more than 10 or 15 minutes. He took a deep breath as if what he was about to say would be hard for him. Our wives came home with quite a tale yesterday. They all said that we had to find a new church. With a lot of questions and prying, we got the whole story out of them. Dan nodded, waiting. His heart was beating a mile a minute. He wasn't a timid man, but he didn't like confrontations. Justin said, it took us hours to get everything told where all the stories matched up. At first, we were convinced that you must be the most evil man alive. The more of the story that came out, the more we realized that you did something that should have been done a long time ago. Dan's heart slowly returned to its normal slow rhythm. I did? You absolutely did, Pastor Dan, Chad said. Our wives have been causing a lot more trouble in this church than any of us realized. We'd have put a stop to it a long time ago if it had been brought to our attention. We're not leaving the church, Jacob put in. None of us. You did the right thing, and you did it in a loving way. We have nothing bad to say about what happened here yesterday. In fact, we want to thank you for handling it the way you did. Dan blinked a couple of times. This was not going at all the way he'd expected. I just did my job. You did more than your job. You went out of your way to talk to some gossipy women in a gentle, loving way. They didn't deserve that. They've been out of line for a lot of years. I'm sure this church has lost a lot of families over the way those 6 women treated people. I wish you'd been here when it all started, so it could have been stopped sooner, Jacob added. Abby spoke up for the first time. We did a lot of praying on this, Pastor Dan. We all left here in a huff the other day, but you were right. Our biggest victim for the last year has been Mary. She turned to Mary with tears in her eyes. We said a lot of awful mean things about you. You didn't deserve them. You kept coming even though you knew we were spreading lies about you. You didn't talk bad about us, and you didn't get rude with us. You acted like a true Christian through all of this, and we acted like mean OL women. I'm sorry, Mary. Will you forgive me? Mary stood and hugged Abby. She, too, had tears streaming down her face. Of course, I forgive you. You're my sister. Sarah stepped forward. I'm sorry, too. Please forgive me. Mary hugged her, too. Stephanie stepped forward. I had no right to talk about things that I knew nothing about. I'm sorry, Mary. By this time all 4 women were crying heartily. Mary was so glad that the gossip was over. The other women were embarrassed, but also relieved that Mary had forgiven them so quickly and easily. Dan sat back in his chair and smiled. He looked at Jacob and said, "Thank you for doing this." Jacob nodded. I want you to know that we all think you're doing a fabulous job here, Pastor Dan. If you handle every problem the way you did this one, I think our church is going to be a much better place very soon. Dan stood and shook hands with each of the men. I'm glad you're not leaving. I wish the other families had found it in their hearts to stay, but I can understand why they felt the need to go. The couples left the office and left a crying Mary with him. She looked at him and said, I didn't know you were going to talk to the gossips about what they've said about me. Dan shrugged. It wasn't your place to know unless they chose to tell you. I'm glad it worked out this way, though. Mary stood and smiled. Thank you. I really appreciate you sticking up for me this way. You never should have been treated that way to start with. You're one of the rocks in this church. It was time everyone saw that. Kennedy pulled into the parking lot of the church 10 minutes early for the rehearsal. She couldn't stand being late for anything. To her, it was the epitome of selfishness. If you were late, then you thought your time was more valuable than the time of those around you. It wasn't. Each person's time was just as valuable as the next. She went into the back of the church and saw Anna standing with Pastor Dan and another man she'd never met. She felt bad for Anna. She was just getting married, and not only would her husband not be able to take any time off work, now that he was losing both the children's minister and the youth minister, he'd be putting in extra hours. Anna was going to fill in temporarily for the children's minister, of course, but who would take over for the youth minister? She went to stand next to Anna, hugging her tightly. We really could use you here. You've got another year to go at seminary, so getting some experience as a youth minister would look great on your resume, Dan was saying to the stranger. Kennedy studied the stranger. He was tall, well over 6 feet. He had blonde hair and green eyes. He was handsome in a down-to-earth kind of way. I'll come in and talk to you about it on Monday, the stranger replied. Kennedy felt her heart skip a beat. It would be nice to have him here at Parkside Community Church if he accepted. Maybe she should start doing some volunteer work with the youth. Dan turned to Kennedy. Hi, Kennedy. This is a friend of mine from seminary. Jared Watkins, this is Kennedy Wilson. Kennedy shook his hand, smiling up at him. With as tall as she was, she always felt blessed to have a man around that she could look up at. It's nice to meet you, she said. Nice meeting you, too. Are you a member of Parkside? Kennedy nodded. Yes, I am. It's a great church. So Dan's been telling me. I've gotten quite the sales pitch. Kennedy laughed. I really think you'd like it here. Our current youth pastor is wonderful, and the youth will miss him a lot, but they're already used to a strict leader, so it won't be hard to step into the position. Jared looked at Dan. How much did you pay her to say that? Anna grinned. Jared is going to be your escort for the wedding, Kennedy. I put the two tallest together. I knew you'd appreciate that. Kennedy grinned. I hate always being taller than all the men around me, she explained. I'm glad that you'll be my escort. I could even wear heels with you around. Jared grinned. I'm just thrilled I'm not going to have to take tiny little steps so the girl I'm with can keep up. This suits me just fine. The rest of the wedding party, and their families, started to trickle in after that, and they had no more time to talk, except for a few laughs as they easily matched strides as they practiced walking back up the aisle after the ceremony. One of the professors from seminary was going to be performing the ceremony. He seemed to have a great sense of humor and kept them all laughing as they went through the motions and learned where to stand for the coming service. Afterward, as they were sitting in the restaurant and everyone was laughing and having a good time, Jared came over and sat down next to Kennedy. Of course, he sat down just as she'd taken a huge bite of brisket, and she had to chew for almost a minute to get it all down her throat so she could talk. Hey. Hey there. I feel like I don't really know anyone here, and hate sitting staring at my hands, so I came to see you. At least we've met. He took a bite of his ribs. I understand. It's hard to be in a group of people when you don't know anyone. Dan's kind of busy. She looked over to where Dan was sitting with Anna and her parents and the professor. I know. So, tell me, how do you and Anna know each other? Kennedy's face lit up as she answered. Our first semester at school, we were suitemates. We lived in the same little hallway, but directly across from each other. Our roommates were both party girls. They'd go out until all hours every night, and then wake us up as they stumbled and drunk at 2 in the morning. He groaned. I had a roommate like that my freshman year of college, too. Well, one day I was stumbling out of bed for my early morning class, and I ran into Anna leaving her room at the same time, looking just as tired as I felt. She didn't look like the type to be up all night, so I asked if she had an inconsiderate roommate, too. That was all it took. Within 12 hours, we'd moved my roomie in with her roomie, and we shared a room for the rest of our college years. Jared grinned. I wish I'd been able to find someone like that my first semester. I did find a good roommate for my second semester and on, but that first one? I was stuck with the partier. My life was a lot better after Anna was in it. I started going home with her on all school holidays. It was great, she added with a grin. He tilted his head to one side. Why go home with Anna? Why not your parents? She laughed drily. They kicked me out of the house the day I turned 18 and have wanted nothing to do with me ever since. I have 3 younger brothers and sisters, and they didn't want me poisoning their minds with my Christian nonsense. His eyes widened. You've got to be kidding me. I've heard stories like that, but I've never met anyone who went through that. How old were you when you were baptized? 16. At first, they didn't care when I went to church, because they figured I'd hate it. When I told them I was getting baptized, they freaked. They started locking me in my room so I couldn't leave on Sunday mornings. They took my car away, but someone always picked me up. They were crazy about it. Wow. And you stayed strong. That's great. To be honest with you, I felt like I was closer to Jesus during those times than I am now. I had to fully rely on him for everything. Now that it's easier, and I have a life away from my parents, I don't feel the need to be in constant prayer like I was then. Does that make sense? He nodded. It makes a lot of sense. I'm glad I talked to you. So where did you live with your parents? I was brought up in the Panhandle, in a small town near Amarillo. Where did you go to school? She grinned. TCU. Go Frogs. He laughed. It sounds like going to TCU and meeting Anna was a turning point in your life. It was. Anna and I had a lot of fun. We've drifted apart some since graduation, partly because we're not together as much as we were, but she's still my closest friend. She sounds like someone pretty special. I haven't had a chance to get to know her, but I know Dan. He paused for a minute. Would you believe Dan used to laugh at the idea of falling for a girl like he did for Anna? He thought that you should have a long casual courtship, getting to know your future wife in every aspect. You should have long talks with her on the phone. You should make sure that your ideals are lined up in every way before you married. He said it would take at least 2 years to decide if a girl was right for him. Kennedy laughed, and they were engaged the day after they met. Oh, that's hilarious. I know. I've reminded him of what he said a couple of times, but he just grins. Anna was sure she'd never marry. She's walking on air. Dan has been really good for her. They both looked over at the couple. I've never seen her so happy. Jared grinned. I never thought he'd get to this point with his strange outlook on love. I'm glad he did, though. They really seem to belong together. So, are you still in school? She asked. He nodded. I'm in my last year at the seminary. Up till now, I've concentrated on only my studies. I always work a job in the summer, because I only go to school in the mornings then, but I have no real pastoral experience. I think it would be smart of me to take Dan up on his offer of a position here, but I'm not sure how much that would take away from my schooling. The youth here are great. Steve, the old youth pastor, made sure they put time in volunteering in different capacities in the church. They did a lot of fun stuff, but he made sure they knew that being a Christian was all about being a servant of Christ, not just hanging out and doing stuff together. I think you'd have a great group to step into as your first job. He laughed. You sure Dan didn't put you up to this? She nodded. I'm just really proud of this church. It has its problems like all churches do, but there are some really awesome people at the core of it. I think you'd be happy here. I know I am. I'll think about it. I'd love for my first job to be working with Dan. He's been a great friend. They talked about other, less important things as the evening wore on. Before too long, everyone was leaving to go home and get some sleep before the big day. Kennedy was excited that she'd have Jared by her side tomorrow. He seemed like a great guy. She knew she wanted to get to know him better. Kennedy gathered her clothes together to dress at the church the following day. She looked at the shoes she'd purchased that were actually the right size and started to take the too small shoes, but then she thought about Jared. His shoes looked big enough to row across a lake, so he couldn't say a word about her monster feet. She'd look small and dainty next to him. Just thinking about that made her smile. The women in the wedding party met at a local beauty shop to get their hair done together. Kennedy's hair was blonde and long, and she certainly hadn't wanted to mess with trying to put it up. The only person that wasn't there was Mary, because she'd needed to help Ken get the kids ready for the wedding. He'd never even gotten them ready for a play date, so dressing Bethany in her beautiful dress and putting the boys in their miniature suits was too much to expect of him. Anna didn't seem nervous at all about the day. She was calm and seemed more self-assured than Kennedy had ever seen her. She was wearing shorts and a button-up short-sleeved blouse, so she could take the shirt off without messing up her hair. Anna and Kennedy laughed together as their hair was swept up with dozens of bobby pins. The tendrils that fell were curled beautifully. Kennedy noticed that Amy didn't join in the merriment, and seemed to be just as sad today as she was the day they'd tried on the dresses. Both Anna and Kennedy tried hard to include her in the conversation, but her monosyllabic answers made that difficult. Kennedy knew little about Amy other than the fact that she was married to a very sweet man, and she didn't have any children yet. She seemed to be around 30. The church was big enough that she just hadn't had time to get to know everyone in it. When they arrived at the church, Anna's mother was waiting with them in the room designated as the bride's room. She had all of the dresses hanging up and was ready for the wedding herself. She said her entire purpose in being there was to help the women get ready. Kennedy had never been in a wedding before, and was excited about it. She was glad that it was Anna's wedding that she was taking part in and not someone else's. Anna had made a huge impact in her life, and she was proud to call her a friend. The wedding itself went by so quickly that Kennedy later had a hard time remembering the details. She remembered Anna's radiant face, of course, and the tears in Joe King's eyes as he said, "Her mother and I," in answer to the question, "Who gives this woman in marriage?" She stood with a smile on her face throughout, feeling truly blessed to be part of this occasion. The reception was short. Everyone flitted from table to table talking to one another. The food had been provided by the women's ministry as a tribute to the good work Anna and her family had done in the church over the years. Pastor Dan's face was spread with a smile throughout. He was obviously so happy to be marrying his Anna, he just couldn't contain it. The wedding party sat together at a table. Anna sat beside Jared and they talked more. She was hoping more and more he would join the Parkside Community Church family. When Anna threw the bouquet, it landed in the hands of a teenage girl, Chastity, and everyone laughed. Her father was the type who considered teenage boys the ultimate evil in the universe. He planned on greeting the first boy who was interested in her with a list of rules for dating his daughter and a chainsaw to show him he meant business. Of course, every teenage boy in the church knew his plan, and she was given a wide berth. At the end of the evening, when the couple was leaving, they all blew bubbles from tiny bottles to send them on their way. Kennedy watched them drive away with a tear in her eye. She was happy for Anna, but it felt like an era had ended. She'd always known that Anna would make time for her no matter what, but now, she'd have Pastor Dan to think about first and foremost. Kennedy went back inside to help Lee with anything she could. As she passed Mary, she saw several women crowded around her, all of them talking in low voices. Kennedy heard, "We're so sorry, we believed the gossip about you. Please forgive us." Kennedy went right on walking, though. She wasn't part of that conversation and didn't need to be. The following day, Steve Handley gave the sermon for Dan as planned. He was leaving, and was happy to give the sermon one last time before he moved on. Anna and Dan sat together in the front row holding hands. Kennedy sat several rows back and as the service was over, stood to leave. She picked up her Bible from the seat beside her and started toward the door at the back of the stadium. She felt a hand on her arm and turned her head to see who it was. "Jared." "Hi. Did you come to check out a typical Sunday at Parkside?" "Something like that." He grinned down at her. "I did want to see the church in action, so to speak, but more than anything, I wanted to see you again." How would you feel about going to lunch with me? Kennedy nodded happily. I'd love to. She immediately started looking around to see if she could find someone willing to chaperone. She didn't feel like it was a complete necessity because they'd be in public, but she'd certainly feel better with one. Are you looking for someone? He asked. I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to ask to come along as a chaperone. I don't really know anyone here. I don't want to ask Anna and Dan. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd as well. They'd talked about the fact they'd each insist on a chaperone if courting someone the night before, so this didn't surprise him. He should have made sure he had someone ready to go with them before he asked her. Finally, his eyes landed on Amy and her husband, Tom. How about Amy and her husband? Kennedy nodded. Let's ask them. I don't know Amy very well, but I was thinking yesterday that she really needs a friend. She always looks sad. They made their way through the throng of people over to where Amy and Tom were talking with another couple. They waited patiently until they were done speaking, and then Jared said, I'd like to take Kennedy out to lunch, but we don't have a chaperone. Would you mind going to lunch with us? For a moment, Amy looked like she wanted to say no, but Tom squeezed her hand. We'd love to, he said. Amy was short with brown hair and green eyes. She was somewhat overweight, but to Kennedy, that's what added to her appeal. It was obvious that Tom adored her. Where do you want to go? Kennedy asked Amy. Amy shrugged. I don't know. What sounds good to you? Kennedy thought about that. She didn't want to go anywhere too expensive, because she knew that Jared wasn't currently working, and she didn't want to be a burden on him financially. Maybe Italian? There's this little place on Pioneer Parkway that has good, inexpensive Italian. That sounds really good right about now. Amy nodded. We like Italian. Fine with me. Tom? Italian? Tom shrugged. Italian's always good. Kennedy turned to Jared. Yeah, I could go for some Italian. He smiled down at her in a way that made her belly flutter. He was so sweet and he was a strong Christian. That's all she cared about. They rode to the restaurant in Tom and Amy's SUV. Kennedy sat in the back with Amy, and she chatted about her work. Do you work, Amy? Amy nodded. I'm the director of a local childcare center. Kennedy grinned. You must love children to be able to do a job like that. Amy looked down at her hands with a sad look and nodded. I really do. Any plans to have one of your own? Kennedy asked. Amy shrugged. If God blessed us with 1 or 6, I wouldn't complain. It's in his hands, though. They pulled up to the restaurant then, and they all got out, going inside. They talked about the sermon that Steve had given that morning. It had been about changes within the church, and how God helps us to grow through changes. It had seemed particularly appropriate, considering it was his last day. Kennedy turned to look at Jared. So, do you think you'll be one of the changes at Parkside and take over the youth ministry? Please say yes. Please say yes, she thought to herself. He smiled. I have class in the morning, but when I'm out, I'm going to drive over and talk to Dan. We'll see what happens. I'm really thinking about it, though. Kennedy smiled. I hope it ends up working out for you. He shrugged. I've been praying about it. Even if I don't take the job, you haven't seen the last of me. Kennedy blushed and looked down. She was so transparent. I hope not, she said, looking back up at him with a smile. Tom was warm and friendly throughout the meal, but Amy was very quiet. Kennedy laughed with the men and tried several times to pull Amy into the conversation, but her short answers made it difficult. Finally, Kennedy hit on a question to ask Amy that worked out well. So how long have you been friends with Anna? Amy's lips curved up into a small smile. Anna has been my friend since we were both in diapers crawling around the nursery together. Seriously? You grew up going to Parkside, too? Amy nodded. My parents moved off 5 years ago, but I was already married to Tom and stayed here. Tom reached over and squeezed her hand at that point. Oh. Wait. When we first started college, Anna was always talking about her best friend Amy. That was you. Why didn't I know that? Amy grinned. By the time you and Anna were coming home for every vacation, I was married, and hanging out with my husband. We married straight out of high school, and both of us went to UTA here in town. Okay. Now I remember. I've seen you around church a dozen times, and I always felt like I should know you better. Everything is falling into place now. Amy nodded. Anna and I have stayed friends, of course. We just haven't run around doing everything together like we did when we were kids. That makes perfect sense. I can't believe I didn't figure it out before now. Kennedy grinned at Amy. Now I feel like I know you from all the stories I heard. Amy shook her head. Don't believe everything you hear. I never really dyed my hair with purple Kool-Aid. I swear. I've heard that story. I also heard that you and Anna had your hair forcibly washed over and over by your mom. She was afraid Lee would have a heart attack if Anna went home with hair that horrible. Amy giggled softly. Yup, Anna always hated her red hair, so when we decided to try the Kool-Aid, it was great. Until Mom caught us, that is. Tom shook his head. I remember that. You were grounded and didn't get to do some of the youth outings for a couple of weeks. Amy nodded. Yeah. My mom said that we were beautiful just the way God made us, and we didn't need to be messing with his creations. Tom grinned. I was so mad. We had a movie coming up, and I was going to sneak and try and hold your hand after the lights went out. Amy looked at him in disbelief. We were only 16. We didn't even start courting until a year later. Tom laughed. I started thinking of you as my girl when we were 12. Kennedy and Jared grinned at the obvious love between the two. She decided Amy must be shy. Now she was getting to know them better, Amy was really opening up. On the way back to the church, Jared pulled out his cell phone. Will you give me your phone number, Kennedy? That way I can call you tomorrow evening, and let you know what Dan and I decide. She gave him her cell phone number, trying not to let the grin split her face in half. She still couldn't believe he was actually interested in her. Usually the only men interested in her were men who saw her at restaurants and just randomly wanted to date her. She wasn't willing to even consider a relationship with a non-Christian, so she wrote them off quickly. As they got out of the SUV, she thanked Amy and Tom for going with them at the last minute as they had. Tom smiled. Anytime. If you need someone to go with you, we're here. Jared shook hands with Tom. Thanks, man. Kennedy smiled at Amy. I'm glad I finally got to know you a little. We'll have to have a girls' night out with Anna and Mary soon. Amy shrugged. That could work. She turned to Jared. Thanks for lunch. I had a great time. He smiled. So did I. I got Tom's number, too, so I can call them again for the next time. If you want to do it again, that is. She nodded. I'd love to. He walked her to her car. I'll call you tomorrow evening then. That sounds good. I really do hope you take the job. If I do, I may need some help. I don't know what the volunteer situation is for the youth. She grinned. I've been thinking about volunteering with the youth anyway. And she had. Ever since she'd heard Pastor Dan talk to him about taking the job. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye. He shut her door for her and watched her drive off. He was pretty sure he'd be taking the job. Not only was it something he wanted to do, it would bring him closer to Kennedy. He would be thrilled to get to know her better. Kennedy had just walked into her apartment from work the following evening when her cell rang. She was tired. She'd taken off early a couple of times in the previous weeks and had gone in early that morning to catch up. It had been a long day. She slid her finger across the screen to answer. Hello? Hey, you. It's Jared. His voice was even deeper over the phone. She felt her heart melting a little as she kicked off her two small shoes and tucked her feet under her sitting on the couch. Hi, Jared. She was glad he couldn't see the smile on her face. It would have given her feelings away in an instant. "You're talking to the new interim youth pastor of Parkside Community Church." Her face lit up with excitement. "Really? You took the job?" "On a temporary basis. I want to make sure I like it before I accept it permanently. I also want to give the church time to see if they like me in that capacity. I don't want them to think they're stuck with me if all the youth hate me on sight." She laughed. "Makes sense to me. When do you start?" "Tomorrow. I have classes every morning, but I'll work in the afternoons. I'll meet the kids Wednesday evening." "You still planning to volunteer with the youth?" She grinned. "I sure am. Then I want you there Wednesday as I meet them." "I'll be there. I usually do a Bible study on Wednesday evenings, but I'm happy to work with the youth instead." "Great. I'm going to just do a quick lesson on obedience and respect to parents, because I figure every teenager in the world needs that. Then I'm going to hand out a questionnaire to see what they'd like to see us do this coming year. What types of Bible studies they're interested in, what types of activities. That type of thing." "That works. I'll be there." "Thanks, Kennedy. Would you also be willing to maybe get a small group together to do something on Friday night? We could have a few of the youth come in every Friday for team board games and that type of thing. That way we can get to know the youth in small sections, but also, we'd be spending time together getting to know one another." She smiled. That sounded like a great plan to her. "I have some fun games I can bring." "Are you thinking maybe 10 youth at a time?" "That sounds about right." "Okay. I'll write up a few personal invitations, and we'll hand those out. We'll try to keep it to 5 girls and 5 boys. Try to match up 7th graders with 12th graders and that type of thing. Force them to mingle outside of their usual spheres. I'm just going to write up blank invites and we'll pass them to people that don't sit together. Should be fun." "Okay. Sounds good. I'll see you on Wednesday then." "Okay. Thanks for letting me know." Tuesday evening, as she was lying in bed reading, her cell phone rang. She kept it on her nightstand, so she reached out and answered it. "Hello?" "Hi there." Jared's deep voice startled her. She needed to get him added to her contacts. "Hi. What are you doing?" he asked. She grinned. "I'm just reading before bed. I was hoping I'd catch you before you nodded off." "You did. I really just called to say that I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. I miss you." She smiled, rolling over onto her back with the phone still to her ear. "I miss you, too." She was thrilled to hear his voice for no particular reason. "How was your first day on the job?" More than anything it was just getting acquainted with the facilities and trying to learn the students' names. "I figure if I read a bit about each of the kids, I'll be able to learn their names faster. Steve even left pictures and names of a bunch of them." "That's great. Was Anna there today?" "Yeah. She was working, too. I know she doesn't want to do the children's minister job, but she sure does seem to know what she's doing." Kennedy laughed. "She's been doing most of the job for years. Actually stepping into the position is no huge change. She just never got the pay or the office." She paused for a second. "I sure hope they find someone else soon. She doesn't need to be doing double duty once school starts. Being a newlywed and working 2 jobs has got to be hard." "I can't even imagine," he said. "I know they have put feelers out in a lot of places." "Good. Hopefully someone will take the job soon. I'd say they'll have a mess to clean up, but Anna's doing that for them. They should be able to take it from Anna and have it run smoothly." "I'm sure. Well, I don't want to keep you up. I just wanted to call and say goodnight. Sweet dreams." She smiled up at her ceiling. "I'm sure they will be. Thanks for calling. Good night." She put her cell phone down and rolled to her stomach to finish her reading. She was thrilled he'd taken the time to call. Wednesday evening went pretty well. The youth were all obviously disappointed at losing Steve, but they good-naturedly participated in the study Jared did and filled out the questionnaires. Some of the things they wanted were a little out there, like the youth who asked for a trip to Disney World so they could witness to Mickey Mouse, but for the most part, they were pretty realistic. There were 10 tables and the youths were spread out among them. That worked out perfectly for their plan, so Kennedy moved between tables, giving an invitation to one youth per table. As she did, Jared explained what they would be doing and made sure they knew each of them would get a turn. There were 58 youth in all, so it would take about 6 weeks to go through them all. Kennedy already knew a lot of the youth, but certainly not all of them, so the night was one of discovery for her as well. She left Jared with the questionnaires and promised to bring some fun teen games and some snacks on Friday night. There was a soda machine in the youth room, so they were going to bring some bottles of tea and water, but most of the kids would get their own drinks. The youth room also had a full kitchen, having once served as the fellowship hall, before the church had been expanded. As Kennedy drove home to her apartment that evening, she marveled at how well she and Jared had worked together. They'd seemed to mesh well, and there had been no problems between them. He called again on Thursday night, just as she was going to sleep, just to say goodnight. The first small group night was a bit chaotic. They played some games and had their snacks, but it was a little wilder than either would have liked. Kennedy tried to circulate among the girls and get to know each one better. She felt like it had gone well. At the end of the evening, one sweet young girl, with brown hair and eyes named Chastity, asked if she could talk to Kennedy privately sometime during the week. Kennedy was surprised, but set up a time to talk to her before Sunday school a couple of days later. She wasn't sure she was cut out to be a mentor or counselor for young girls, but she'd certainly try. Saturday evening they went out with Amy and Tom again. They had a good time, although Amy seemed to revert back to the way she'd been before. Kennedy wondered again why she always seemed so sad. She'd meant to call her this week, just to chat, but her life had gotten crazy with adding and helping out with the youth to her already long hours at work. As they got out of the vehicle at the end of the night, she asked Amy, "Would you like to maybe do a spa day next Saturday? We could get massages and have our nails done. Maybe get to know each other better." Amy shrugged. "I guess," Kennedy smiled. "I'll set it up and give you a call." "Okay." Kennedy hugged her quickly and walked toward her car. Jared followed her over. "How did you think our little youth get-together went last night?" he asked. "I think it went well. I got to know some of the kids." "What about you?" He shrugged. "Pretty well, I think. One of the boys wants to talk to me privately, though. One of the girls asked to see me." "When are you meeting with him?" she asked. "Before Sunday school." "You?" "Same time." "I wonder if it's about the same thing, or two totally separate things." He shrugged. "No clue." He paused for a moment. "Are you going to be there in the morning to help with Sunday school, or are you going to go to your own class?" "I'm happy to help with them. I'm enjoying getting to know all the kids, and feel like I'm actually making a contribution to the church. I haven't felt that way in a while." He smiled. "We all need to help out when and where we can." "Yeah, Pastor Dan reminded us of that for a whole sermon a couple of weeks ago." "Thanks for dinner. I really enjoyed spending the time with you." He smiled. "I enjoyed it, too. Are you going to go to the potluck after church tomorrow?" Parkside always took one day each month to have a potluck after Sunday service. It gave the members a chance to fellowship together and get to know one another better. "I am. I always go." He smiled. "Do you mind if we sit together?" "I'd love that." She got into her car and drove home. She needed to get to sleep, because she had to be at church 30 minutes early the following morning. She loved being busy, but she was going to need to nap tomorrow afternoon so she could keep going all week. Kennedy had talked to Anna on Saturday and gotten permission to use the children's minister's office to speak with Chastity. As soon as Kennedy shut the door behind Chastity, Chastity broke down into tears. "I'm sorry, Miss Kennedy. I just don't know who else to talk to." Kennedy awkwardly patted her on the hand, sitting across from her. "It's okay. Tell me what's going on." I'm pregnant, Chastity wailed. Kennedy stared at her in shock for a moment. She'd had no clue the something Chastity needed to talk about was going to be so big. Was it rape? Who was the father? Did the girl's parents know yet? The last question seemed to be the most important, so it was the one she asked first. Do your parents know? Chastity shook her head. The tears were coursing down her cheeks. Are you sure you're pregnant? Chastity nodded. Took 3 tests. Yeah, that's pretty sure. The first step is to tell your parents. How about the boy? Does he know? Chastity nodded. Talking to Jared now. Ah. That's why they were both meeting with them now. Okay. When are you going to tell your parents? Chastity shook her head. I can't tell them. My mom will kill me. Kennedy thought back to her own mother who had told her she'd punch her in the stomach to cause her to miscarry if she ever ended up pregnant. She couldn't imagine a Christian parent reacting that way, though. You have to tell them. You won't be able to hide it forever. Chastity started crying harder. Can't. Kennedy took both of Chastity's hands in hers. How about if I help you? I'll come over after church today and we'll tell them together. Kennedy said a silent prayer that the girl would say no. She didn't want to be part of that. She didn't know if she could. Would you? Chastity asked. Kennedy wanted with everything inside her to say no. She couldn't, though. Of course, I will. How about I come over around 2? That will give y'all a little time after church. Thank you, Miss Kennedy. Kennedy searched her mind for the right words to say to this girl. She knew that she was scared, and probably should be, but she also knew the girl's parents loved her. They would do the right thing by her. Why don't we say a quick prayer together? Chastity nodded and bowed her head. Kennedy prayed, Heavenly Father, thank you for this day you've provided. Please forgive us of our constant sins and shortcomings. Thank you, Father, for the new life you've provided to Chastity. Help her to be able to talk to her parents and make the best decisions about that precious new life. We pray this in the name of your precious Son, Jesus. Amen. Amen, Chastity echoed. Kennedy always had a hard time praying aloud, but knew she was the one who needed to in this situation. She hadn't realized how much volunteering with the youth would help her grow as a Christian. Why don't we meet again at this time next week? I'll do some research about your options, and you do the same. I'd really like that. Chastity stood and hugged Kennedy tightly. Thanks for being here for me, Miss Kennedy. No problem. As they left Anna's office, Jared was leaving his office with a boy named David. Kennedy met his eyes as the kids walked into the youth room. You hear the same thing I heard? He asked. She nodded, rubbing her hand over her face. I told her I'd go with her to talk to her parents. She thinks they're going to kill her. Jared sighed. I'm doing the same thing with David. His dad's a deacon. I can picture this conversation. Hi, I'm Jared, the new youth pastor. Did you know your kid knocked some girl up? She shook her head, laughing softly. Please try and phrase it a little better than that. He grinned. I'll try. How am I going to concentrate on the lesson I had planned when this will be all I can think about until I talk to his parents? She shrugged. Don't ask me. And don't call on me either. I'm going to be too busy worrying to know what to say. Why are we doing this again? Because it's where God wants us right now. We'll get through it. At the potluck lunch later, Jared brought his full plate and plastic cup full of tea over to where she was sitting. She smiled at him. Are you going over there today? She whispered. Yeah, you? She nodded and smiled at the people at the table with them. I don't know if you've met the new youth pastor. This is Jared Watkins. Jared, this is Larry Rome and his daughter, Riley. Larry was in his late 20s. Riley couldn't have been more than 2. She had her hair in pigtails and was wearing a pretty pink dress. You already know Ken and Mary, but have you met their 3 children? They're Micah, Noah, and Bethany. She pointed to each of the children in turn. Bethany was sitting on Ken's lap, clinging to his shirt. Jared smiled. "It's nice to meet y'all." Larry looked up from Riley and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Jared." Ken grinned. "Welcome to Parkside." He tried to pry Bethany's hands from his shirt so he could hand her to Mary, who wanted to put her in a high chair. The talk at the table was animated throughout lunch. Jared was shocked when a cracker sailed past his ear, barely missing him. "She's got an arm on her," he said, referring to Bethany. Mary's face turned red. "So sorry. We're trying to break her of that habit, but nothing seems to help." She turned to her daughter. "Bethany, no throwing your crackers. We eat food." Ken laughed. "I think she wants to jump up and yell, 'Food fight,' but she just doesn't have the words yet." Mary sighed. "Don't encourage her." Kennedy stayed to help clean up. Jared came up behind her as she was helping to sweep and whispered, "When are you going to Chastity's house?" "I'm supposed to be there at 2. You?" "I go to David's at 3:30. I'll call you when I'm done." "Okay," she whispered. He squeezed her hand and left. She finished the work and stopped at the grocery store. She had just enough time to do her shopping before she needed to go to Chastity's. She unloaded her groceries and changed out of her church clothes. She put on a pair of capris and a t-shirt and then left to go to the address she'd had Chastity write down for her. She pulled up in front of the house and said a quick prayer for wisdom and guidance to get through this situation. She went up to the door and rang the bell. Chastity came to the door and smiled at her. She looked terrified. "Come on in." Kennedy went inside and followed Chastity to the living room. Chastity was the youngest of 3 children and the only one left at home. Both of her parents were sitting in the living room. Her mother was on her laptop and her father was reading a newspaper. "Mom, Dad, Miss Kennedy's here. She's helping out with the youth now." "Hi, Kennedy, have a seat." Cindy gave her daughter a look that clearly asked why Kennedy was there. "Would you like something to drink?" Kennedy shook her head. "No, thank you." She sat on the couch and Chastity sat beside her. Both of the stewards gave Kennedy their full attention. "Chastity asked me to come by. We need to talk to you both." She took Chastity's hand in hers to help give her strength. Cindy looked at Chastity. "What do you need to say?" Chastity took a deep breath and mumbled something that even Kennedy couldn't hear and burst into tears. Carl looked at Kennedy. "I think you're going to have to be our daughter's voice." Kennedy nodded. She really didn't want to have to be the one to say this. "Do you want me to tell them for you, Chastity?" At Chastity's nod, she said, "Your daughter asked to meet with me on Friday night. We both went in early this morning so we could talk." She took a deep breath. It was better to just be blunt and say it. "Chastity's pregnant." Carl's face turned bright red. He glared at Cindy. "How could you let this happen?" Cindy's eyes widened. "Why is it my fault? I didn't get her pregnant." Kennedy sighed. "It's no one's fault. It is what it is. She was afraid to tell you, and she asked me to come here and help her." Cindy rubbed her temples. "We're sorry. This is a shock. Chastity's always been such a good girl." She closed her eyes for a minute and then asked, "How far along are you?" 3 months, Chastity said, finally regaining her voice. "Who's the father?" Carl asked. "I need to go and beat that boy." Chastity shook her head. "Stop. It doesn't matter who the father is." She took a deep breath. "I want to keep the baby." Cindy shook her head. "Absolutely not, you just turned 16. You can't go to school and raise a baby, and you're not giving up your education. It's my baby. You're not keeping it." Carl yelled. Kennedy took a deep breath. "You have 6 months to make that decision. I think it might be smart if you all prayed about this as a family. It would be smart to do research on your options. I'm going to do some research myself this week, and I'll meet with Chastity again next week." We'll go over all the options. Carl folded his arms. I don't care how much research you do. She's not keeping the thing. There are plenty of adults out there who are ready to be parents. Married adults. There is no reason for a teenager to keep a baby. Chastity jumped to her feet. It's not a thing. It's a baby. Cindy took a deep breath. Maybe it would be a good idea for you to volunteer in the nursery for the next few Sundays. You need to get an idea of what taking care of a baby is all about. Carl nodded. Great idea. You've always refused to work with the babies. Working with them now sounds like something you should do. Kennedy watched Chastity sit back down. I think a doctor's appointment this week would be appropriate. We'll all do some research this week. Having all of the options laid out before you is the best way to make a decision. Chastity nodded. I'll do the research. I'll tell Jared I want to take over nursery duty for the next month. Does that seem reasonable, Mom? Cindy nodded. Kennedy stood. I'm going to let you guys talk about this some more without me in the house. She walked toward the door. Chastity followed. Thanks for talking to them with me. She hugged Kennedy. Kennedy handed her a piece of paper she'd written her phone number on. Call me if you need me. I'll see you Wednesday night. And we'll have another meeting on Sunday morning. Sounds good. Thanks again. Kennedy smiled at her. That's what I'm here for. She left. Once she was in the car, she said another prayer thanking God that no one had started throwing things and asking that Chastity and her parents were able to talk and reason things out. She went home and slept for an hour. She was so mentally and physically exhausted from her week that she knew she wouldn't function otherwise. Her phone ringing woke her. Hello? Did I wake you? Jared's voice sounded worried. It's okay. I was about to get up anyway. I was expecting you to call. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask how your meeting with Chastity's parents went. She sighed. It was rough. They yelled and blamed each other. I think it's all okay now, though. They're going to do some research about their options this week. She just turned 16. Well, it doesn't sound pleasant, but it's better than it could have been. Right? Definitely. How did it go at David's? His dad was furious. He told him his standing in the church could be hurt because of the pregnancy. He asked what David was thinking. That sort of thing. David pretty much said it wasn't as big a deal for him as it was for Chastity. Oh my. His dad made it clear to him he'd be taking full responsibility. If she decided to give the baby up for adoption, then it was her choice. If she decided to keep it, then it was her choice. But he would be helping to pay for medical bills before the baby was born, and if she kept it, he'd be paying child support after. He told him the baby is as much his responsibility as hers. Good. He should have. It takes two to tango. Jared laughed. It does. I'm glad his parents are insisting he take responsibility for his actions. Me too. I have to confess, though. I felt completely unable to cope with all of this. When I asked her if she wanted me to talk to her parents with her, I was praying she'd say no. You'd have been crazy if you hadn't been. She smiled. I'm so glad you see it my way. Honestly, I don't feel much better qualified than you do. I mean, with all the classes I've taken, I didn't begin to feel prepared for the conversation I had with David today. I'm glad I'm not alone in that. You definitely aren't. He paused for a moment. You're meeting with her again next week, right? Yeah. Before Sunday school. Yeah, that's when I'm meeting with David. I'm going to scout around for a job for him, too. He needs to help pay for the financial part of this. Even if he just pays half of their copay and part of her vitamins. He needs to pay something. She sighed. I'm going to do research about their alternatives. No one even mentioned an abortion, thank God, because I wouldn't want to have that discussion. I'm glad they all ruled it out immediately. But her parents want her to give it up, and she wants to keep it. What do you think she should do? Honestly? I think she should give it up. There are so many couples who can't have babies who want them. I think any unwed pregnant teen should be proud to help a couple find the baby they deserve. I do know it wouldn't be as easy as that. I can't imagine feeling a baby grow inside me, and then be willing to just hand it over to a stranger. I know. Well, do your research and I'll see if I can find a job for David. Good luck with that. I'll keep my ears open. I'll call you later. Okay. Bye. She put down her phone and sat up. She couldn't believe how completely he'd become a part of her life already. She'd only met him a week ago. She did her research that week. She found most of the information she needed about adoption on the internet, but she also called a home for unwed mothers in Fort Worth. They provided a place for girls to stay during their pregnancy, and while they tried to steer them toward adoption, girls could stay there whether or not they were choosing to put their babies up. The counselor at the center promised to send her some literature that she could share with Chastity. She hadn't known that open adoptions existed before her research that week. She thought Chastity might be more willing to give her baby up if she was able to actually meet with the prospective parents. She spent Saturday afternoon at a local spa with Amy. She enjoyed her time and was able to get Amy to open up about what was bothering her. She promised herself then she would make sure she made time for Amy every week. She desperately needed a friend right now. They went out again on Saturday evening with Amy and Tom, and this week, she was able to see it wasn't tension from being around other people that kept Amy so quiet. It was tension between her and Tom. She hoped to see the tension resolved soon. By the time she met with Chastity on Sunday morning, she was armed with plenty of information for her. She showed her the brochures she'd received from the Home for Unwed Mothers and talked to her about the possibility of both closed and open adoptions. Chastity remained stubbornly determined to keep her baby, but when Kennedy had talked to her mom earlier in the week, she had expressed hope that after working with the babies in the nursery at church for a month, Chastity might be willing to change her mind. Nothing has to be decided now, Kennedy said. Did you go to the doctor this week? Chastity nodded. I got to see the baby on an ultrasound and it was so cool. You can't see much yet, but we could make the head out. Kennedy smiled. How are things with David? Chastity shrugged. David and I were never really together. He came over one day after school and my mom was at work, and it just happened. We only ever did anything once. I guess that's why parents are always going on and on about chaperones, huh? Kennedy nodded. It is. You know, I don't ever see Jared without a chaperone or two. Chastity grinned. All of us kids have been wondering if you're going to marry Jared. Kennedy blushed. We've only known each other a couple of weeks. I don't know what's going to happen. But Pastor Dan and Anna only knew each other a couple of days when they got engaged. I'm not Anna and Jared is not Pastor Dan. I have a feeling we'll take it much slower. That's cool. All of us think it would be great if y'all got married, though. You're both great, and we'd love to go to your wedding. Kennedy smiled. I'll keep that in mind if it happens. Do you want it to happen? Kennedy shook her head. I'm not answering that. I will tell you, though, that I wouldn't be spending as much time with him as I am if I wasn't willing to consider it. Cool. I don't want to hear any rumors about us getting married, though. If and when it happens, we'll make an announcement. Chastity looked down. Yes, ma'am. The news that a new children's minister, Ashley, had been hired spread around the church like wildfire the next week. Everyone was thrilled Anna would be able to step down as children's minister before the new school year began. Anna, of course, led the list of happy people. Ashley had a very bubbly personality and the children loved her. Finally, some of the pressure was off the newlyweds and they could enjoy their time together. As the months went by, Kennedy felt more and more comfortable with her job helping out with the youth. She enjoyed being with Jared more every day. He made sure he called every night to wish her good night. Hearing his voice before she drifted off made her go to sleep with a smile on her face every night. Kennedy spent every Christmas with the Kings, and this one was no exception. Jared was planning a trip home, so she wouldn't be able to see him. She wasn't sure if she was happy he was willing to drive the 5 hours to Oklahoma City to be with his family, or sad he wouldn't be with her. After Christmas dinner, Kennedy, Anna, Pastor Dan and the Kings were sitting around talking, having stuffed themselves on Lee's wonderful turkey and cornbread stuffing. Kennedy thought briefly of her parents, as she did every Christmas, but silently thanked God for giving her the Kings. They had treated her as if she were their own daughter for 8 years. She was getting ready to collect her presents and go home when a knock came at the door. Lee went and opened it, bringing Jared back with her. Kennedy was both shocked and excited that he was there. "I thought you were spending the holiday with your family." He shrugged. "I spent Christmas Eve and morning with them. I wanted to spend the rest of Christmas with you." She smiled, taking his hand and pulling him down on the couch beside her. "It's good to see you." He grinned. "It's good to see you, too. I talked to Mr. King before I left for Oklahoma and asked if I could come by today. Obviously he said yes," she said with a grin. "He did. He also said yes to the other question I asked him." She looked at him. "What was the other question?" He smiled. "I asked for your hand in marriage." Her whole face lit up. "You asked Joe?" He nodded. "I didn't think your stepfather had any right to be asked." He slipped off the couch and knelt in front of her. "Kennedy, I love you. Will you do me the honor of being my wife?" She nodded happily. "Yes, of course." "When?" he asked. She shrugged. "My schedule is pretty clear. If not, I'll clear it." He laughed and moved to the couch beside her, giving her a one-armed hug. "How about February? Will that give you enough time to plan the wedding?" She looked over at Lee. "How about it, Mom? Will that give us enough time?" Lee laughed. "We did Anna's in half that. Just give me a date, and I'll start the ball rolling." Riley's song. Larry clung to his wife, Rhonda's, hand as he sat beside her bed in the cold, sterile hospital room. He prayed silently, begging God to spare his wife. "Our baby needs a mother. I can't do it on my own. Please, God, I'll do anything if you just let her live." Rhonda's parents were in the ICU waiting room, giving him a chance to be alone with her. The tears streamed down his face as he watched his beautiful wife slowly slip away from him. He felt a hand on his arm, and swiped his hand across his eyes, trying to hide his tears, before he turned to look up. "Pastor Thompson, how are you holding up, Larry?" Bill Thompson could see very well how Larry was holding up, but wanted to hear Larry speak for himself. "Not well. I've been praying and praying. It's all I can do. The baby isn't allowed in here to see her. I think it would do Rhonda so much good to hold her one more time. Why won't they let her hold her daughter?" He turned to stare at his wife as his voice broke and he bit his knuckle to keep a sob from escaping. Bill looked down at the new father. "All we can do is pray. It's not safe for the baby to be here. There are too many germs. Just hold to her and pray, son." Bill had been the pastor of Parkside Community Church for 4 decades. His health was starting to fail. His wife had died 3 years before, and he dreaded making this visit, knowing it would bring back all the emotions. The pastor stayed for a few minutes, praying with Larry, and then he was gone again. Rhonda opened her eyes and smiled at him. "How's the baby?" Even in the worst of circumstances, her first thought was for her daughter. "She's doing great. She's with my mom being spoiled rotten. Make me a promise." He shook his head. "You're going to get better." "I'm not making any pathetic deathbed promises." She sighed. "I'm not getting better. You know I'm not. Promise me that you won't close your eyes to new love." He shook his head. "We'll talk about it later. Larry, look at me. Our daughter needs a mother. I'm not asking you to remarry tomorrow, or even next year, but eventually. Find a woman who makes you happy, and loves her as much as you do, and marry her. God wouldn't take that baby's mother unless he had another all picked out for her." Promise. Larry leaned forward and rested his forehead against her arm. I don't want to. She laughed softly. You've always been stubborn. That's okay. I can outstubborn you any day, Larry Rome. Promise me. He sighed. Fine. Whatever. If love clobbers me over the head, I won't say no to it. But I'm not going to go looking for it. That's all I ask. Thank you. She stroked her fingers through his hair. She knew her time was short. I love you. He looked up, his eyes shiny with tears once more. I love you, too. I'll never stop loving you. Are my parents here? He nodded. They're in the waiting room. Go get them. Have them sit with me for a few minutes and go get something to eat. I bet you haven't eaten yet today, have you? He hadn't, but he wasn't about to admit that aloud. I'll go get them. A few hours later, as he held her hand and prayed, she slipped away from him. He knew he'd never love again. How could he? He'd lost the only woman God had made just for him. Pastor Dan and Anna sat in the steakhouse holding hands. It was early August, and they were still newlyweds. They hadn't even been married for a full month. Dan smiled into Anna's eyes. You go back to work in 2 weeks, right? She nodded. I really wish things were more settled at the church. I need to go back to teaching, but doing double duty is going to be awfully hard. She had been serving as the interim children's minister at Parkside Community Church since Agatha, the old children's minister, had quit abruptly a month before. I love the children, don't get me wrong. I just don't feel called to be the full-time children's minister. I feel like I'm doing as much good, if not more, as a teacher. A loud crash came from the table next to them. A small boy, around 4 or 5, stood on his chair to avoid getting his feet wet. I didn't mean to spill, he wailed. A perky blonde waitress patted his arm. Of course, you didn't mean to spill. I'll get it cleaned up really fast, and then you can put your feet down again, okay? The boy sniffled. I don't want you to be mad at me. The waitress was already on the floor at his feet, mopping up the mess with a towel. No one's mad at you, sweetie. Spills happen. That's why I always carry a towel, see? She held up the towel she was using to clean the floor. All done. She stood and caught the little boy around the waist, lifting him down. The mess is all gone. The boy's parents smiled at the waitress gratefully. Thanks. We keep trying to tell him the world doesn't end with a spill, but he's just not getting it. She smiled again, addressing the little boy. I spill things all the time. No one's shot me for it yet. She ruffled the boy's hair. I'll be back in a minute with another glass of fruit punch. Okay? The boy nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. Dan and Anna exchanged a glance. That was the type of person they needed for the children's ministry. Someone who could react so quickly to a potentially explosive situation. There's nothing wrong with you being a teacher and not taking over the children's ministry full-time. You give of yourself to the church at every available opportunity. You should be able to help out with the children's ministry, or the women's ministry, or anything else you feel like helping with, but still keep your job. The waitress stopped at their table after dropping off a fruit punch for the little boy. Okay, I have a water and an unsweet tea. And I heard you discussing children's ministry. What church? Dan turned to the waitress and smiled, absently noting the name clipped to her shirt, said Ashley. Parkside Community Church. Ashley's eyes lit up. Oh, really? I've heard good things about it. I'm about to finish up my last semester at UTA, but then I'm going to seminary. Dan and Anna exchanged a look. I'm the pastor at PCC. My name is Dan Stevens, and this is my wife, Anna, the interim children's minister. Ashley smiled and nodded. It's nice to meet you. Ashley loved to run into other Christians while she was working. It always made her feel connected. Where do you go to church? Dan asked. Oh, I go to Cornerstone. I love it there. It's a huge church and has so much to offer. I do as much volunteer work as I have time for around school and my job here, of course. Dan nodded. He didn't usually make hasty decisions, but he just had a feeling about this girl. She would be the perfect fit for children's minister at Parkside. Wouldn't it be more efficient time-wise to work as a children's minister while you're finishing up school instead of working at a restaurant and volunteering and going to school? Anna nodded enthusiastically, seeing where Dan was going. Ashley was bubbly and not afraid to talk to anyone. I think so, too. That would be great to put on your resume. Ashley shrugged. I don't know. I'm not very good with children. Ashley was unsure whether she had the temperament to work with kids. She'd never been around them much, other than her younger siblings. She was more the type to run off and be involved in all the youth activities than be the neighborhood babysitter. Anna stared at her in shock. You're kidding, right? You did a fabulous job calming that little boy down. I think you should try it. Are you serious? Me? Dan studied her thoughtfully. Would you have some time to come to my office at the church and talk to me this week? Ashley stared at him for a second. I guess we can talk about it. I'm not sure, though. I don't have any experience with kids. Dan grinned. I think you're what we're looking for. We need someone young and not set in her ways. Someone who will take direction and lead our children well. Does that sound like you? I can take direction, but leading the kids may be another matter entirely. I'm willing to try, I guess. She thought about her schedule for the following day. I have tomorrow off work, but I have summer school in the morning. I could come by around 3 if that would work. Anna felt her heart skip a beat. Oh, it would be so wonderful if it were this easy. Ashley would be perfect for the kids, and she could be a newlywed with only one job. 3 works for me. I'd like to sit in on the interview, if that's okay, Dan. Dan nodded. We need you there. You know the kids, and we'll have questions that will be pertinent. Ashley saw someone at another table, trying to flag her down for a refill. Oops, gotta go. I'll be back. She flitted away and took care of the other table. Both Dan and Anna watched her thoughtfully throughout their meal. She seemed very conscientious about her job and made sure she did it well. Anna squeezed Dan's hand. I think we've found her. Dan grinned. I know we have. Ashley left Dan's office the following day with a huge smile on her face. The job wouldn't pay a lot, but it would certainly pay more than her job at the restaurant. She'd give her 2-week notice tomorrow when she went in, and start at the church on Wednesday night. She'd shadow Anna on Wednesday and Sunday, and take over the following week. This week was finals, so she'd have a short break as she learned the ropes and worked both jobs. She was glad Anna would be there to help her. The older woman had promised her that she'd be there every step of the way. She was all but skipping as she walked out to the car. She couldn't believe that in 2 days she would start working in ministry. She just hoped she'd be able to live up to Pastor Dan's expectations for her. She drove home and studied for her final the following day. She was so ready to graduate. 1 more semester and she'd be off to seminary. She could hold out that long. At least, she thought she could. Wednesday night was hectic. Anna introduced her to the children and explained that she'd been running the Wednesday night children's program at PCC since she'd graduated from college, and would continue to run it, but that Ashley would be overseeing that program and the preschool ministry as well. The big thing that Anna was eager to give up was children's church. She'd run it this last week, but starting next week, she wanted to be able to actually sit through her husband's sermons. Mary Anderson came along to finish the tour of the Wednesday night children's ministry. Mary and Ashley popped their heads into the youth room and saw Jared leading an exercise with the teens with Kennedy's help. Ashley was happy to see the attentiveness of the teens. They all seemed to really enjoy Jared's leadership. As they made their way to the preschool area, Mary explained that while Anna worked with the school-aged children, there was a class for the 3- and 4-year-olds that took place in the preschool wing. That would be the place Ashley would need to concentrate her focus on Wednesday evenings. They looked into the room and saw the children singing along with a Christian song. There was a pile of crafts lying on the table. Do the teachers come up with their own thing, or do I need to provide what they do? Ashley asked. She hoped she wouldn't need to be providing material for them. This semester wouldn't be horrible time-wise, because there were only a couple of classes she still needed, but once she started seminary, it would be a strain. They do their own thing, but they get approval for it from you. Usually they plan out their activities 6 weeks at a time, and run them all by you at once. Okay. I can handle that. Ashley was thrilled that she'd only have to deal with it every 6 weeks. It would make it easier for her. Hopefully the teachers had an idea of how things should be done, because she knew she didn't have a clue. As the song the children were singing ended, Mary led Ashley to the front of the classroom. This is Miss Ashley. She's our new children's minister. The children all waved and a couple jumped up and hugged her. Ashley met the 2 teachers and they walked further down the hall. This is the toddler and 2-year-old class. Once the kids can walk, we send them down here until they're old enough to go to the pre-K room. Usually they just do a quick Bible story, and maybe a craft to go with it. Typically, the Bible story is all they can sit still for. Mary led Ashley through the room, showing her the setup. There was a sturdy changing table on one end and on the other a bathroom with a tiny little toilet for the toddlers who were potty training. Mary introduced Ashley to the 2 teachers in the classroom. Both were obviously very capable women. The church actually pays teachers for the little ones on Wednesday and Sunday nights, but we rely on volunteers for Sunday mornings, Mary told her. One of the teachers, a blonde woman in her mid-30s, was holding a sweet little girl with pigtails in her hair and her thumb firmly planted in her mouth. Who's this? Ashley asked, referring to the girl. For some reason, that little girl's big brown eyes tugged at her heart. Mary smiled. This is Riley. She's shy and doesn't warm up to strangers very quickly. Mary explained about the shyness so Ashley wouldn't be offended if she tried to talk to her, and Riley chose to stay with her teacher. Ashley smiled. Hi, Riley. I'm Miss Ashley. Riley regarded her solemnly for a moment, and then leaned out of her teacher's arms toward her. Ashley's arms went out automatically to catch her, and she snuggled the little girl close. Well, hi there. Riley pulled her thumb out of her mouth and whispered, Hi. She promptly stuck her thumb back into her mouth and stared intently at Ashley. Ashley spent a moment talking to the teachers there. When Mary was ready to take her to the next room, she tried to give Riley back to the blonde teacher, but she wouldn't let go. Ashley finally asked, Do you want to go with us? Riley nodded without removing her thumb, and rested her head on Ashley's shoulder. Ashley looked at Mary and shrugged, but kept the little girl in her arms as they went to the next room. There, Mary introduced the 2 teachers for the bed babies and her own little girl, Bethany. Bethany was in the process of trying to open the gate that led into the hallway. Mary scooped her up as they walked in. This is Bethany. She's my little Spitfire. Ashley grinned. Is she your only? My only Spitfire? Yes. She's not my only child, though. I have 2 others that are in Miss Anna's class. They're boys and much easier to deal with than Miss Bethany here. Ashley laughed. Are you a Spitfire, Bethany? Bethany chose that moment to stick her tongue out and spit. Mary looked mortified, but Ashley just laughed harder. I think I see what you mean. She looked through the nursery. There were 8 cribs and a changing table. 2 glider rockers were off to one side of the room and the cribs were on the other. Half the room was in darkness as babies slept. Are there ever more than 8 babies on a Sunday? Mary shook her head. Not so far. So how is this room staffed on Sundays? 1 teacher every week? Rotation? Mary smiled. There are 2 specific teachers for Sunday school, and then we have different women rotate in and out for the service. For a while, Anna was in here every Sunday with one of the youth, but when Pastor Dan came along, he put a stop to that. Every mom of a preschooler is in here one Sunday every 2 months. The youth still volunteer in here to help whichever mom is here. Ashley nodded. Sounds like it's well organized. Will I be in charge of organizing that? Mary nodded. Anna is now. It fell on the old children's minister, but she pushed it to Anna. Anna's been doing way too much for this church, and needs to be able to enjoy being in service now. Ashley wholeheartedly agreed. It sounded like Anna was one of those women who silently did everything no one else wanted to do. That was all fine and dandy, but Anna was a teacher and the pastor's wife. Just being a pastor's wife could be considered a full-time job. I'll take over just as much as I can as quickly as I can. I'll need Anna at first, until I learn the ropes, but hopefully by the time school starts, she'll be free of most of her children's ministry duties. Mary smiled. I'm glad you feel that way. I think you're going to be a great asset to PCC. I hope so. I'm going to do my very best. Mary led Ashley back to the toddler room so she could leave Riley, but Riley continued to cling. Ashley walked into the room with her and sat on the floor. I need to finish up my work now, Riley. You need to stay here with your class. Riley took her thumb from her mouth to say stubbornly, I stay with my she. Ashley looked at Mary with a confused look. This was the little girl who didn't like strangers? Can we finish up in here? Mary shrugged. Sure. You've seen everything but how the children are assigned in and out. We'll do that when it's time to go, I guess. The last thing I'm supposed to do with you is answer any questions you may have. Ashley cocked her head to the side for a moment. I'm not thinking of any right now. Of course, my brain is fried from studying for finals, and that's probably why. Can I get your number and call you if I have questions? Of course. I homeschool my kids, so I'm fairly easy to reach. Ken, Mary's husband, walked up then holding the hand of each of her boys. I guess it is time to go. This is my husband, Ken, and our boys Micah and Noah. Everyone, this is Ashley. She's the new children's minister. Ashley smiled as she readjusted Riley in her arms. I already met your sister. Noah shook his head. Please tell me she didn't throw crackers at you. Ashley laughed. I don't think she had any crackers when I met her. She could, however, picture that little girl throwing crackers with no problem at all. Noah sighed with relief. That would have made a really bad impression. The adults laughed. That's okay. I understand babies throwing things. You know what? After Noah shook his head, she continued, I have 5 younger brothers and sisters, and they all threw things at me, too. Noah shook his head again. How will they ever grow up and be allowed to eat at a table with civilized people? Ashley laughed. How old are you? 5. He held up 5 fingers as he answered her. Are you starting kindergarten this year? Yup. And I get to go to children's church now, instead of preschool. Ashley grinned, absolutely charmed by the sweet little boy. Really? Do you like children's church? He nodded. Miss Anna is my favorite person in the whole wide world other than my new daddy. New daddy? Ken seemed so natural with the boys that she'd assumed he was their biological father. Oh well. It was none of her business. Mary looked at Ken. I need to take Ashley to the front and introduce her to the new parents. Why don't you go get Bethany? She likes you better than me anyway. Ken grinned and walked off with the boys happily trailing behind him. Mary looked at Ashley and shook her head. You're everything to them for the first few months, and then suddenly, you're nothing more than a regular provider of food. It's daddy they want and only daddy. I swear, that girl said dada before mama. I wanted to cry. She led Ashley out of the classroom and toward the desk. Ashley just smiled. From the light-hearted happy way Mary said it, she knew she wasn't really upset. Kids should always say mama first. Daddy doesn't carry them for 9 months. Daddy doesn't nurse them. So unfair. Mary nodded emphatically. That's right. A man smiled and waved as he walked past the small reception desk where Mary and Ashley were standing. He'd walked about 6 steps past them, and then turned and came back, his eyes wide. Who are you, and why is Riley so happy to be with you? Ashley shrugged. I'm Ashley James. I'm the new children's minister. As to why she's with me? I have no clue. She looked at me and jumped into my arms and won't let me put her down. Are you serious? No way. He looked at her as if he couldn't believe it. Mary laughed. Seriously, Larry. She wouldn't let us take her back either. She said she was staying with her. Mary grinned at the confused look on his face. Ashley, this is Larry Rome. He's Riley's dad. Larry held out his hands to take Riley, but she clung to Ashley's shirt. I love the little girl said stubbornly. Larry looked as if his eyes were about to pop out of his head. What about Daddy? Don't you love Daddy? Riley looked at him for a moment, her head resting on Ashley's shoulder the whole while. I love Daddy. I stay with a. Larry couldn't believe his ears. Since Rhonda's death, he and Riley only had each other. She'd always had a hard time getting to know the adults that took care of her. Never before had she not wanted to come back to him. I'm not sure if I should get my feelings hurt or call a doctor. What did you do to her? His words were joking, but there was a serious tone to his voice. Ashley was as bewildered as he was. I'll make you a deal, Riley. You go with your daddy now, and I'll see you again on Sunday. That's in 4 days. Would that be okay? Riley picked her head up and seemed to be thinking about it. 4 days? No. I stay. She put her head back down on Ashley's shoulder and her thumb popped right back into her mouth. Ashley looked at Larry. Does she have things in the classroom you need to pick up? Maybe I can walk you to the car. Larry stood, half lost. What was going on with Riley? I'll go get her things and be back in a minute. Okay. I promise I won't run off with her. Larry headed down the hall to get her diaper bag. Ashley looked at Mary. I thought you said she didn't like strangers. Ashley was bewildered. She liked kids, but had never really thought they liked her. What was up with this little girl? Of course, she couldn't deny the pull she felt toward her either. She didn't want to give her back to her daddy. She wanted to take her home with her. Mary shook her head. It took me 4 weeks of talking to her for an hour twice a week before I could even hold her. I have no clue what's going on. She's latched onto you for some reason. I don't think her daddy is exactly pleased. She hoped she hadn't made him angry. She would hate for one of the parents here to dislike her so soon. Mary shrugged. He's just not used to her liking anyone this way. Her mama died when she was a month old, so he's been her mom and dad for the past 2 years. I'm sure he's stunned. Oh, that's sad. Ashley hugged the little girl closer, feeling bad for her now that she knew she didn't have a mom. Ashley was 22 and still talked to her own mother almost daily. She couldn't imagine what life would be like without her. Larry walked back to the desk with Riley's diaper bag and held his hands out for his daughter. She once again hugged Ashley, refusing to let go. Ashley's eyes met Larry's. She wasn't sure if she should be embarrassed that the little girl wouldn't let go or happy that she liked her so much. Why don't I just walk to your car with you and put her in her car seat? Larry couldn't get over the way Riley was treating this woman. He'd never seen her react positively to anyone the first time she met them. That's fine. Ashley cuddled Riley to her as she followed Larry outside. He drove a small SUV and opened the back door so she could put Riley into her seat. Riley smiled up at her happily as she buckled her. I'll see you on Sunday, Riley. Riley reached out and rested her hand on Ashley's cheek. I love you, she. Ashley smiled and kissed the little girl's cheek. I love you, too, Riley. She backed out of the car and smiled at Larry. You have a precious little girl. You're doing a great job with her. Larry's lips curved up slightly. Thanks. I appreciate that. He got into the car. I guess I'll see you Sunday. Ashley nodded and waved to Riley, who smiled and waved back. Ashley felt as if her heart was driving away with the little girl. She walked back into the church and watched as Mary went through the process of checking in all the beepers parents of the preschoolers were given. They talked about how they were assigned before service as well. By the time she was ready to go home, Ashley was tired, but it was a good tired. She'd made it through her first day on the new job, and felt like she'd actually accomplished something. It was after 9 when she let herself into her home that evening. She rented a room from a single mom with 2 children. The woman had wanted someone who lived a quiet life to rent a room to, and Ashley hadn't wanted to live in the dorm because of how noisy it tended to be. The situation worked out well for both of them. She went to her room and sat down to finish studying for her final the following day. She kept thinking about Riley, though. Why had she attached herself so completely to Ashley? She thought about the sadness in Larry's eyes. The two of them really tugged at her heartstrings. She fell asleep with the vision of Larry's sad eyes swimming through her head. Ashley was finished with finals on Thursday afternoon, and reported to the office at the church for the first time on Friday. Anna was there to show her the paperwork and discuss the different children with her. Anna had set up a photo album with each of the regular members of the children's church in it, and a brief note with the name and age of each child. She also included some of the likes of each one, any consistent behavior issues, and any allergies that could be a problem. I'll go ahead and run the program on Sunday for the last time. I'll introduce you and give you about 10 minutes to talk to the children about whatever you'd like. Will that work? Anna asked. That would be great. Who checks the children in and out on Sunday mornings? Anna sighed. Lately Mary's been doing it for me. When our former children's minister left the church, she took a couple of families with her, and one of the women who left used to do it. Ashley nodded. She was curious about what had happened to make so many people leave, but she didn't ask. She didn't feel like it was her place. Will Mary mind continuing that job for a while, or do I need to find other women to help out with it? She doesn't mind. She enjoys helping out where she can. Ashley was relieved. It would be hard to find someone to pitch in like that when she didn't know anyone yet. Good. That was one thing off her shoulders. She was glad Anna had the children's program running so smoothly. It would make it very easy for her to take the reins. We're going to have a welcome potluck for you this Sunday after service so you can get to know everyone. We do it once a month anyway, and I made a few calls and put it in motion for this week. I thought it would be the fastest way for you to get to know everyone. Thank you. Ashley felt a little funny about having a potluck for her, but if they had one monthly anyway, it wasn't as big of a deal in her opinion. Our youth minister has only been here a few weeks. I'm not sure if you've met him yet. His name is Jared. He's still a student at the seminary. Oh, really? Wow, y'all lost both the children's minister and the youth pastor at the same time? That must have been hard for Pastor Dan. Anna smiled. It was. And it all happened within 2 weeks of our wedding. I'm glad things are finally settling down now. At least he had you to step in and help him out. Ashley had to wonder about the upheaval the church had recently been through, but she didn't ask. She knew that she'd be told if there was a need. That's what I'm here for. Ashley grinned. How long have you been married? Almost 4 weeks. You two seem great together. Ashley had rarely seen a couple who seemed to be more in love than Anna and Dan. Anna smiled. I love being married to him. God knew exactly who I needed and provided him for me. Dan knocked on the door to the office and popped his head in. It's lunchtime. Do you two want to break and get something to eat together? Ashley shook her head. I'm not going to cut in on your time together. Dan laughed. By taking this job, you've given us a lot of extra time together. Please come to lunch with us. Are you sure? Ashley felt funny agreeing, but she knew it would be a working lunch, so it was probably okay. Any new information she could glean about the job would be invaluable. Anna squeezed her hand. Absolutely. Sunday morning went smoothly. The children were well behaved for the most part. Anna introduced Ashley, and Ashley talked to them about some of her rules. The children were attentive and respectful. After the children's service, the kids took turns hugging her and welcoming her to the church. They all took turns hugging Anna as well. It was obvious that Anna was a very well-loved adult in their world. The potluck was fun for Ashley. As soon as she sat down with her plate of food, little Riley pulled away from her daddy and ran straight to her. Ashley picked her up and put her in the chair next to her, hoping her dad wouldn't mind sitting with her. Larry was there a few minutes later with food for each of them. He gave Ashley a wary look, obviously still confused about why his little girl had latched onto her so quickly. He left to get drinks for the two of them, leaving Riley with Ashley. Pastor Dan had already said a prayer for them all, so she cut up Riley's meat for her. Larry came back and sat with them. They were soon joined by the youth pastor and Kennedy, a friend of Anna's. Ashley had met Jared on Friday and Kennedy just that morning. It didn't take long for Ashley to figure out that Kennedy and Jared were courting. The smiles they gave one another were a quick indicator. Ashley thought they made a cute couple. They were both taller than average and they seemed to fit together well. "We're so glad you're here," Kennedy told Ashley. "We were really hoping we'd have a new children's minister before Anna had to go back to school. She's got enough on her plate without that." Ashley smiled. "I'm really glad to be here. I didn't dream I'd actually be working in the ministry before I even finished college." Kennedy grinned. "How much longer do you have?" "I'm about to start my last semester. I only have 6 hours this semester, and then I'll start seminary in January." "Will you do a full load when you start seminary?" "I was going to, but since I'll be working here full-time, I'll probably go for 6 to 9 hours per semester. That way I can go 2 days per week and have 3 full days here." Jared smiled. "I'm in my last year of seminary. I guess we'll be classmates in the spring. I had some classes with Dan last semester." "Ah. So that's how you know him." She swept her fork to indicate both Jared and Kennedy. "How did you two meet?" Kennedy smiled. "He was my escort for Dan and Anna's wedding." I just realized if we start calling Anna Ann, then their names would rhyme. Dan and Ann. That could be fun." Jared shook his head. "I don't know how amused they would be." Kennedy shrugged. "I don't know Dan well enough to know that, but I know Anna would think it was hilarious. She has her parents' sense of humor." Twisted. Jared's lips quirked. "She and Dan are meant for each other then." Ashley laughed softly. "So, are you saying that our pastor and boss has a warped sense of humor?" She hadn't yet seen that side of Dan and Anna, but she looked forward to it. Jared shrugged. "If the shoe fits." Ashley glanced over at Larry, who had a grin on his face. Larry contributed to the conversation for the first time. "He is certainly a change from our last pastor." "How long have you been at Parkside?" Ashley asked. "Since I got married 4 years ago. My wife and I were kids in a youth group together at another church here in town. We wanted to start clean after we married, so we came here." The sadness in his voice when he mentioned his wife touched Ashley. He must have truly loved her. Ashley nodded. "So what was the former pastor like?" "Very serious. He was older. He became pastor at Parkside in the early 70s. He was a good man, but he didn't have a sense of humor at all. And he was ill. From what I heard, after his wife died, he got even more serious, and kind of distanced himself." He paused for a moment. "My wife and I came here just after his wife died, so I can't compare. He's gone to live with his daughter in Maine." "So is Pastor Dan a good change or a bad change?" Ashley could sense that Dan was a well-respected pastor, but wanted to hear it. "A good one. We needed someone younger who could relate in more than a grandfatherly way. I think Pastor Dan is making some wonderful changes. We needed someone like him." Ashley nodded. So far she'd heard only good things about Pastor Dan. She was sure she'd hear some negatives eventually. There were bound to be people who were unhappy with his new ways, but he seemed to have a lot of supporters. "So tell me, as a father, what you would like to see changed about the children's ministry." Ashley forked a bite of chicken casserole into her mouth after asking the question. She watched Larry closely. He looked young, probably only about 30. He had dark hair and brown eyes. Larry considered that for a moment. With Riley so young, there aren't a lot of things. I just want to see her loved and cared for while she's here, and she's always gotten that. She always seems happy when I pick her up, and I can't ask for more than that at this point. Would you like to see her class do more crafts? More singing? More Bible stories? She wasn't sure what the kids did at that age at church. She wanted as much parent input as she could get. He shrugged. I don't want to have a lot of junk to take home, so probably not more crafts. Bible stories are high on my list, of course, but I feel like it's my job to teach her most of that. We do Bible stories every night before bed. Ashley loved that he felt it was his job to teach his daughter about God and the Bible. A lot of Christian parents left that up to the church. Okay, thanks for your opinion. She was hoping he'd add more, but he didn't. Riley tugged on Ashley's sleeve. I want you to be in my class, she. Ashley smiled down at her. I'll visit your class whenever I can. I can't be in there all the time, though. I have to be available for the big kid classes, too. What was it about this precious little girl? I help with big kid classes. I help she. Ashley grinned. I wish you could, sweetie. You have to learn in your class, though. Riley looked down at her food with a frown on her face. I want to be with she. Ashley squeezed her hand. I'd love to be with you more. Maybe we could go to a movie or something. She was half surprised to hear the words come out of her mouth. She'd never in her life taken a small child to a movie. She found that she really wanted to spend more time with this sweet girl, though. She looked at Larry. You don't have to do that, Larry said, shaking his head. I want to. You can come with us if you don't trust me with her. I know you barely know me. She kind of liked the idea of Larry going with them. Then she wouldn't have to worry about whether or not she was doing the right thing, and she could get to know him better. Any man who could single-handedly raise such a sweet girl was someone worth knowing. It's not that. I just don't want you to have to spend your time that way. Ashley shrugged. I'd love to spend my time that way. Your little girl is pretty special. Larry smiled. She is. Okay, we'll all go see a movie together. Ashley smiled down at Riley. Does that work for you? Riley nodded. When? Ashley looked at Larry. I'm off school for a couple of weeks, so any time I'm not here is good for me. I'll be working 9 to 3 until school starts up again. Today, Riley insisted. Ashley laughed. Today works for me. Let's see what's playing. She pulled out her phone and checked the movie listings. There were several children's movies out, and she picked the one geared toward the youngest audience. They have movies at 2:30 and 4:30. Why don't we do the 4:30? I know a little girl who will be very cranky during the movie without a nap first. Which theater? Larry looked slightly bemused at how easily Riley was wrapping Ashley around her little finger and getting her to do exactly what she wanted. Ashley gave him the name of the theater and promised to meet them there at 4:15. Riley was bouncing in her seat, she was so excited. That movie sounds good. Kennedy enthused. Riley nodded. I can't wait to go with my daddy and my she. Kennedy looked at Ashley. She had done a little work with the preschoolers and didn't remember Riley being quite so friendly. Did you know Riley before you came here? Ashley shook her head. We met on Wednesday night. Kennedy blinked a couple of times, but just smiled. Well, I hope you guys enjoy your movie. Jared reached out and squeezed Kennedy's hand. Have you talked to Amy about the 4 of us seeing a movie today? She shook her head. Not yet. We mentioned it yesterday, but her mind wasn't really on it. She's going through some tough stuff. I think it helps her to do couple stuff with us, though. Jared smiled. Well, I'm happy to help her out anytime she wants. Kennedy laughed softly. Me too. A few hours later, Ashley pulled up in front of the theater. She was right on time. She walked into the crowded lobby and looked around for Larry and Riley. She'd just spotted Larry when she felt Riley crash into her knees. She immediately bent down and scooped the little girl into her arms, hugging her close. "Hey there, Riley." Riley pulled her thumb from her mouth, smiling happily. "Hi, Ashi. Are you ready to see the movie?" Riley nodded. Her thumb was already back in her mouth, so Ashley was certain that was the only answer she'd get. Larry walked up beside her. He showed her the 3 tickets in his hand. "I've got the tickets. Do you want something to drink? Or a snack? I wasn't expecting you to pay. I'd have gotten the tickets. I invited y'all." He shook his head. "I'm old-fashioned. I can't let you pay." He hadn't been to a movie with a woman since Rhonda was pregnant. It had been one of their favorite things to do together. He felt like he was somehow cheating on his wife to go to a movie with Ashley, even though they were both only doing it for Riley. Ashley rolled her eyes but said, "Thank you." She felt funny about letting him pay for her movie, like they were courting or something. She looked over quietly, assessing him. He was really quite attractive, now that she thought of him as something other than Riley's dad. "Do you want a drink? A bottle of water would be nice." "Do you want a drink, Riley?" Riley nodded, resting her head on Ashley's shoulder. "Do you want to share a large popcorn?" He and Rhonda had always shared a popcorn, laughing when their hands hit as they dug into the bucket. That was what he missed most about Rhonda. Her laughter. He felt like he'd barely laughed since he'd lost his wife. Ashley nodded. "Sounds good." They got their drinks and grabbed a booster seat for Riley on the way into the theater. Once she was settled, they sat on either side of her. She smiled and kicked her feet happily. They put the tub of popcorn on her lap. The movie was cute, not what she would have chosen to watch, of course, but a fun movie that thrilled Riley. That's what today was about, after all. Making Riley happy. There were a few awkward moments when her hand me Larry's in the popcorn tub, but other than that, it was a fun experience. The movie was relatively short, and Riley was mesmerized by the big screen. As they left the theater, Riley clung to Ashley's hand. Once they were out in the lobby, she asked, "What should we do now, Ashi?" Ashley smiled and crouched down to Riley's level. "Your daddy is probably ready to take you home now." Why did she feel jealous of Larry? This little girl was already so entrenched in her heart, she knew she'd feel a huge loss if she wasn't always in her life. Riley quickly wrapped her arms around Ashley's neck and wouldn't let go. "You come home with us." Ashley looked up at Larry for help. Larry shrugged as if to say he had no clue what to do, and then stooped to pick up Riley, whispering into her ear. Riley's face lit up and she nodded. "Yeah." He smiled at Ashley while hugging his little girl. "Riley and I would like you to go to dinner with us if you don't mind." No matter how he felt about letting a woman this close to him, he couldn't let that smile leave his solemn little girl's face. If being around Ashley made her happy, then they would just have to be around Ashley. A lot. Ashley grinned. "That sounds like fun to me. I'd be happy to eat dinner with y'all." She reminded herself that this was all for Riley's sake. She could feel herself starting to care for Larry, and she did her best to shut the feelings down. He was obviously still in love with his wife, and she wasn't willing to go through the heartbreak of falling for a man who loved a memory. "What are you hungry for?" he asked. She shrugged. After the popcorn, she wasn't starving, but she knew she needed to eat a decent meal. "I like everything." Riley, what are you hungry for?" He waited for the answer he knew was coming. He didn't want to go for fast food, but he knew it was going to happen as soon as he opened his mouth to ask Riley for her opinion. Riley's face lit up. "McDonald's." Both adults laughed. Larry sighed. "She always wants McDonald's." He wasn't the best cook in the world, and they ate McDonald's a lot more than any family should. Ashley shrugged. "I could eat McDonald's." It certainly wasn't her favorite, but she could see why it would appeal to a small child. The place would excite her to no end. Riley bounced up and down happily. "I ride with a she." Ashley was startled. I don't have a car seat in my car, sweetie. You need to ride with Daddy. They could transfer the car seat, but that would be a pain for such a short trip. As she ride with us, Daddy? Larry shrugged. Sure, baby, we'll bring you back to your car if you want, Ashley. It didn't really make any difference. As guilty as it made him feel to take a woman who was not his wife somewhere, he knew that Rhonda would be pleased that he was making an effort. Rhonda would love Ashley. He sighed. He wasn't ready to have feelings for another woman. Ashley thought about it quickly. They'd only be in public places together other than the car. It would be okay to ride with them. She nodded and they all walked out to Larry's car together. After buckling his daughter into the back seat, he got behind the wheel. Riley talked non-stop on the 5-minute drive to the nearest McDonald's. Ashley noted the huge play area and smiled. Riley would have a lot of fun there. She felt weird going on outings with the two of them as if they were dating, when she knew that Larry wouldn't have looked twice at her if it hadn't been for Riley. Larry got Riley a happy meal and once again refused to let Ashley pay for her own. She took Riley to a table while Larry waited for the food at the front. "I happy Maya she eat with us." Ashley grinned as she put Riley into a high chair. "I'm glad too. I like to spend time with you, Riley." And she did. Maybe she wasn't so terrible with kids after all. Riley smiled happily. "You marry Daddy and me? Be my mama?" Ashley's eyes widened. She certainly hadn't been expecting that. What was the best way to answer? "I don't really know your daddy, sweetie. People have to get to know each other and fall in love before they can get married." Riley frowned. "You love Riley?" Ashley nodded. "Of course, I love you, baby." She reached out and squeezed Riley's hand to reassure her. She didn't want Riley to think anything else. Of course, she loved her, so why not marry Daddy and Riley? The little girl tilted her head to one side as if she truly didn't understand what Ashley's problem could be. Well, before people marry, they have to spend a lot of time getting to know each other. They have to find out if they love each other. "I love you a lot, Riley, I really do. I just don't know your daddy very well yet." Was that the right thing to say? She really wished Larry would hurry so he could help out with this awkward conversation, but it would be even more awkward if he did overhear. She didn't know what she wanted. Larry slid into the chair across from Ashley. "Riley, you can't just go around asking people to marry us. That's my job. When I find the right person to marry, who loves you just as much as I do, then I'll ask her, okay?" He could feel color staining his cheeks. His 2-year-old thought she needed to find her own mother? Riley glared at her father. Her brows came together in a frown. "I love a she and a she loves me. She marry us." Ashley shrugged at Larry, wondering how he was taking the thought of marrying a woman he'd barely met. Larry shook his head at Riley. "You need to stop. We don't know Ashley very well, and we can't marry her." He tried to keep his eyes focused on Riley. He didn't want to see how Ashley was reacting to this conversation. It was just too embarrassing. "We spend more time with a she and we marry her," Riley insisted stubbornly. Larry sighed. "We will spend more time with her if she wants, but you don't get to decide who I marry. Okay?" He rarely put his foot down with Riley. She was always so well behaved. Did he give her too much leeway? Riley pouted but didn't say anything more about the subject. She picked up her chicken nugget and bit into it, watching the adults at the table carefully. Larry met Ashley's eyes. He was obviously extremely embarrassed by his daughter's words. "I'm sorry." And he was. He was sorry that he wasn't in a place where he could think about marriage, because Ashley was a nice, sweet girl, and she'd be a good mother to Riley. Ashley smiled. "There's no need to be sorry. I'm flattered that she thinks so much of me." She wanted to tell him that she understood that he was still in love with his wife, but she felt that would be too forward. "She's never been like this with anyone. She has been really close to only 3 people ever. Me, my mother, and my father. That's it." This is really weird to me. Ashley shrugged. I'm really not sure why she latched onto me. I didn't do anything to try to make her like me. She didn't want him to think she was trying to get to him through his little girl. Of course, he wouldn't think that, she told herself. He knows that I didn't meet him until after I met her. Riley smiled. I love a she. A she pretty. I want a she to marry us, Daddy. Larry sighed. We'll find someone to marry us someday, Princess. And they would, but first? He had to get over his guilt at feeling any kind of attraction to a woman that wasn't his wife. Riley was right. Ashley was pretty, but she deserved a man who could love her the way she wanted to be loved. He wasn't that man. Not now, anyway. A she? Larry shook his head. Probably not Ashley, but we'll find someone. Why would Ashley be willing to wait around for a man with a 2-year-old who was stuck on his dead wife? She'd find some wonderful man at seminary and live happily ever after. Why not a she? Riley looked perplexed. I want a she. Well, first of all, I barely know Ashley. Second, she is working and going to school and doesn't have time to be married and be a mommy. Third, Ashley is probably already seeing some nice man who is close to her age. He suddenly felt jealous of a man who Ashley had feelings for. Where had that come from? Riley looked at Ashley. You not have time to be Riley's mommy? Ashley grinned. I am going to school and working just like Daddy said. I don't have a lot of time left over. She smiled at Larry, grateful for the out. Riley had tears in her eyes. No time for Riley? Ashley felt tears prick her own eyes at the sight of the little girl's sadness. I have time for Riley. We went to a movie today, and I saw you at church. I have lots of time for Riley. Ashley felt herself almost panicking at the thought that Riley would feel she didn't want to make time for her. Riley nodded solemnly. Daddy, a she has time for Riley. A she? You have boyfriend? Ashley felt the laughter bubbling up in her throat. No, baby, I don't have a boyfriend. She'd never really wanted one, to tell the truth. She was waiting for just the right man so she could court him when she was ready. She was proud of the fact that she'd never dated, and never even kissed a man. She was keeping herself pure for her future husband. Riley looked at her father. A she not have boyfriend? A she marry us and be Riley's mommy? Ashley looked at Larry's face. He looked like he was trying to find just the right words to let his little girl down gently. She decided to try to get him off the hook. Are you done eating, Riley? I could take you to play. There's a big slide. Riley smiled. I play. Ashley picked her up and carried her into the play place. She helped her up the slide and waited at the bottom to catch her. She watched Larry out of the corner of her eye as he picked up the trash from their meal and threw it out. She wished she knew how to heal his pain and help him move on. Larry had just joined them in the play place when she heard someone say her name. Ashley. It's nice to run into you here. How do you like our church? It was Cindy, one of the mothers who helped out on Wednesday nights at PCC. It's been great. I felt very welcome there. She had been surprised when she was welcomed so heartily. She had half expected people to be annoyed with her for trying to take Anna's position. Cindy looked back and forth between Larry and Ashley. I didn't realize you two knew each other. Ashley smiled. We met on Wednesday evening. Riley and I are becoming great friends. She emphasized her relationship with Riley, not wanting Cindy to think there was anything going on between her and Larry. That's the best way to a man's heart, through his little girl. Cindy was tall with dark hair and brown eyes. She was extremely thin, in a way that made Ashley feel self-conscious, although there was nothing wrong with her body. Ashley flushed. She didn't respond, just smiled. She didn't feel like a comment like that deserved an answer. She looked over at the little boy at Cindy's side. You're Caden, right? Caden nodded. He had coloring similar to his mom's. Ashley knew he was in the kindergarten class. I'm Miss Ashley. I go to PCC, too. I saw you on Wednesday night, remember? Caden looked at her. Nice to meet you, he said quietly. Ashley continued helping Riley on the slide. Do you like your class at church? She was sure if she focused on the little boy, his mother would eventually leave her alone. She was doing nothing wrong, she reminded herself. Yes, ma'am. It's fun. Ashley smiled. I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to try to come in and visit your class on Wednesday night again. Would that be okay? Riley glared at Caden. I want a she in my class. Ashley shook her head at Riley. I have to visit all the classes. It's my job. I'll make sure to visit your class, too, Riley. Riley looked down at the floor, obviously not pleased with having to share Ashley's attention. Larry stepped closer and took Riley back to the top of the slide, whispering to her. Ashley couldn't hear what she said, but it made Riley smile. Cindy sighed. I don't know how you wormed your way so close to them so fast, but I don't like it. Ashley shrugged. I was kind to a little girl. I'm sorry that you don't approve of being nice to children. How could she make this woman see there was nothing there but love for a little girl? You know that's not what I mean. You'll never take the place of Riley's mom, Cindy said in a bitter voice. Ashley stared at her in shock. I'm not trying to take the place of her mom. I'm trying to make a sad little girl smile. I barely know Larry, and I don't know you at all. Why would you think that about me? Why did people have to jump to such crazy conclusions all the time? Cindy gave her a look of disgust. Why else would a single woman cozy up to a little girl that way? Ashley smiled sweetly. Because I love children. It was really nice talking to you. She turned her back on Cindy and held her hands out to catch Riley again. Once they were in the car and headed back to the theater, Larry apologized for Cindy. She was my wife's best friend. I think she's afraid that I'm trying to replace her. Even Cindy wasn't ready for Larry to start seeing someone else. He was right to wait. Hey, Ashley. How's it going? Dan was leaning against her door jamb. Hey, Pastor Dan. I think I'm getting there, but I'm pretty nervous about my first time running children's church. She dropped her pen and leaned back in her chair to give him her full attention. Dan smiled. You'll do great. Anna will be there with you this first time, just in case you need to be bailed out. Ashley laughed. Hopefully I won't be that bad. I know you'll be fine. I wouldn't have hired you otherwise. He paused for a minute. I do want to talk to you for a second, though. Ashley nodded nervously. Had she already messed up somehow? Sure. Anna told me last night about the situation with Shannon. I have called her in for a meeting with the two of us this afternoon, he began. I want you to be ready to talk to her about what you think she did wrong. Can you do that? Of course. I won't like it, but I'll do it. She can't treat the kids that way. Dan shook his head. No, she can't. I want you to talk about what happened, and then I'll show her a scripture, and then we'll talk about a couple of options. All you really have to do is talk about why you think she overreacted, and I'll take it from there. That sounds reasonable. She absolutely hated confronting someone about their bad behavior, but it was better than letting Shannon continue to mistreat Justin. Also, I want to talk to you about how you handled the situation to begin with. I know we told you if you had any trouble to go to Anna, so really it's my fault you went to her, but in the future, if a church member is doing something that you think needs to be discussed, you need to come straight to me, he said. I'm sorry, I should have known to do that, she said. No, you shouldn't have. You did exactly what we told you to do. We didn't expect you to see a situation like this so quickly. If you had to talk to one of the women in the church about it, I'm glad you went to Anna. She won't discuss it. It would just be better if you always brought things like that to my attention instead. I'll do that next time. Thanks for letting me know. She was still a little embarrassed that she hadn't known what to do, but she was glad he was so understanding. Working with Dan was going to be good for her. He glanced at his watch. We'll meet with her right after lunch, so be ready. He smiled. And don't worry about Sunday. You're going to do great. The kids already love you. He turned and headed back toward his office. Ashley looked down at her desk with a smile on her face. She'd done something wrong and her boss had actually taken the blame for it. She couldn't ask for anything more from a job. Ashley went into Dan's office right after lunch to wait for Shannon's arrival. Dan had her take one of the seats across from his desk. Let's say a quick prayer together before she gets here. He bowed his head and Ashley quickly followed suit. Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to help someone who is having trouble saying the things that need to be said. Help us to have a calm spirit as we speak to her. Help her to take the counsel we have to give with a positive attitude. Thank you for all you provide for us each and every day. We pray this in the name of your precious Son, Jesus. Amen. Amen, Ashley echoed. Are you ready for this? He asked. She shrugged. Kind of. I'm not good at confrontations, but I think I'll be okay. Shannon stepped to the door then and knocked on it. Ashley and Dan both turned to her and smiled. Dan asked her to sit down. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you here, Dan began. Yes, I am, Shannon replied. By the look on her face, Ashley could see that she was truly confused. She really didn't know she'd done anything wrong. I'd like to start us off with a word of prayer, and then we'll get started, he said. He waited until the women had bowed their heads and he prayed a quick prayer, asking God to help them all speak with mildness. He lifted his head when he was finished. He nodded to Ashley, letting her know it was her turn to speak. Ashley turned fully to face Shannon. I wanted to talk to you about what happened last night with little Justin. The way I saw it, he didn't do anything wrong. He was listening to your lesson and demonstrating a way to show love. Yes, he was directing the other kids, but it wasn't in a harsh or mean way. You told his mom he was bullying other kids, and I didn't see that at all. She paused for a moment, taking a breath. And you said he was bad. A little boy hears that he's bad and he thinks he's absolutely evil. He was just participating. Shannon stared at her in shock. He interrupted the lesson and caused chaos among the other kids. Ashley nodded. I could tell you saw it that way. As an observer, what I saw was a little boy who was fighting to try and stay still during the lesson. And then he heard something that inspired him, so he acted on it. I thought it was a beautiful moment when all the kids got up to hug you. He made teaching my class more difficult. Ashley sighed. I followed him and his mother outside. They were both crying, and she was talking about finding a new church. She said she can't stay in a place where her child is mistreated. I didn't mistreat him. That boy needs some real discipline. Dan took the conversation from there. I understand that you handled the situation the way you thought was best. I do get that. He pushed a spare Bible toward her, and Ashley opened the Bible that she had on her lap. Let's look at Ephesians 4 verses 1 to 3. Would you read that aloud when you find it, Shannon? Shannon's face was red, but she flipped to the scripture that Dan requested. As a prisoner for the Lord, then, I urge you to live a life worthy of the calling you have received. 2. Be completely humble and gentle, be patient, bearing with one another in love. 3. Make every effort to keep the unity of the Spirit through the bond of peace. The way you handled that little boy was missing two things the scripture talks about. Gentleness and patience. Yes, from what I understand, he is a wiggly, squirmy little boy. I've spoken to him a few times. He may not sit still, but he's smart, and he has a huge heart. Someday I see him as a foreign missionary. He just has that quality about him. Shannon nodded slowly. It's just that he interrupts every single lesson. Dan nodded. I understand. He waited a moment, and then said, we want to present you with two options. The first is apologizing to the boy and his mother and continuing to teach his class, but working on your level of patience. Personally, I don't think that's the best option, but it is a possibility. Shannon nodded. What's the second option? Different people have different talents. Your calling may not lie in working with children. In fact, I'll venture to say that you just don't have the patience for it. The way I hear it, you are one of the most organized women in this church. We have one or two women who end up doing all the work on so many of the projects in this church. I'd love to see you take responsibility for some of those projects. Use the skills you've cultivated and the talents that God gave you to do good in the church. We could really use you for the bake sale the women's ministry is organizing to fund the youth mission trip to Mexico in the spring. It's your choice, of course. Shannon's face went from sad to smiling as the pastor spoke. I do love to organize things. I guess I just thought that I should work with children, because that's what women do. I'll apologize to Justin and Stephanie, but I want to organize the bake sale. Would that be okay? Dan's smile lit up the room. I think that would be wonderful. Ashley grinned. I'm sure you'll do a fabulous job. Shannon turned to Ashley. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you. Ashley quickly hugged the other woman. I'm just glad that you'll have a place to work in the church and use your skills. God needs organizers too. Dan got to his feet and shook Shannon's hand. Thanks for making this easy for us. I'll have Mrs. King give you a call about taking over the project. She won't mind? Shannon sounded worried. Dan laughed. She has 3 other projects she's organizing at the same time. She'll be thrilled. Shannon hurried out of the office, a smile lighting up her face. Ashley smiled at Dan. That went much better than it could have. She had been very impressed with Dan's ability to take a negative situation and turn it around so quickly. Thanks for your help. You get to call Stacy and let her know she'll be taking over the Wednesday night class. Talk to Jared and see if he can find a youth to take Stacy's place until we find another volunteer. She nodded. I'll get right on it. Dan sat down at his desk and breathed a sigh of relief. That had gone so much better than the last time he'd had to call some of the women from the church into his office. Late on Friday afternoon, Ashley was getting ready to leave for the day when her office phone rang. She was new enough to the job that most calls were either for Anna or for Agatha, the previous children's minister. She picked up the phone and said, "This is Ashley." The voice on the other end surprised her. Ashley? This is Larry Rome, you know, Riley's dad. Ashley smiled at that explanation as if he didn't think she would know who he was without being told he was Riley's dad. Hi, Riley's dad, she teased. How's it going? Larry cleared his throat uncomfortably. Riley's been talking about you all week. She begged me to call you and ask if you wanted to go to the park with us tomorrow. Ashley grinned. She loved the idea of spending time at a park with Larry and Riley. I'd love to. What park and what time? Riley wants to have a picnic, so maybe 10:30? There's a little park on Central Park Drive called Lakes of Matlock. Riley likes to feed the ducks there. Will that work? That sounds great. Do you want me to bring the picnic? She asked. I'll bring one. We have to use a picnic basket and the whole 9 yards, so I really need to set it up. Riley doesn't think it's a real picnic without a basket. It'll probably just be sandwiches and chips. Is that okay? Sure. Sounds good. I guess I'll see you then. Ashley knew he was only asking for Riley, but she was still excited that he'd called. A picnic with Riley and Larry was just what she needed. Larry and Riley were waiting for her when she pulled into the park at 10:20 the following morning. As soon as she got out of her car, Riley ran toward her. Ashley laughed as she scooped up the little girl and hugged her tight. Thank you for inviting me, Riley. I'm so glad you wanted me at your picnic. Riley smiled. Daddy said we could bring a she. Ashley smiled as she put the little girl down and held her hand as they walked to the picnic blanket that Larry had spread on the ground. Hi, Larry. He looked up from where he was sitting on the blanket on the ground. Hey, Riley wriggled to get down. Once her feet were on the ground, she picked up the loaf of bread that Larry had included for her to feed the ducks and grabbed Ashley's hand, dragging her in the direction of the pond. Feed ducks. Ashley followed along happily. She remembered how much fun she'd had feeding ducks when she was younger. Larry stood up and followed along behind them. She tends to get too close to the water. We need to keep a close eye on her. Of course. Ashley replied. The idea of Riley falling into the water was scary to her. She loved that little girl way too much to lose her. Riley pulled her hand away and started running toward the water. Ashley ran after her, making sure she was just behind her, but making sure the little girl thought she was winning. Riley stopped and pointed excitedly when she got to the edge of the small pond. Ducks. Ashley knelt beside her. I see. Are you going to feed them the bread? You help, Riley insisted, handing Ashley 2 pieces of bread. Larry sat on a bench a few feet behind them. You are special, Ashley. Riley never shares her bread with me. Riley turned to look at Larry. You not feed ducks right, Daddy. You watch. Ashley felt a giggle bubbling up in her throat. She turned and looked over her shoulder at Larry. Exactly how do you feed the ducks wrong? Larry shrugged, laughing along with Ashley. I'm not sure, but she's been saying that for months, so I don't get to help. More for us. Ashley responded, tearing her bread into small pieces and throwing them onto the water. The ducks quickly swam to within 3 feet of her and Riley, pecking the bread from the water. Riley squealed with excitement as the ducks ate their offering. Ashley found herself more charmed than ever by this little girl. She couldn't remember what her life was like without Riley in it. Once they'd used their entire loaf of bread, they wandered back to the blanket. Riley pulled a ball out of the small bag that Larry had packed for her and threw the ball in Ashley's direction. Ashley leaned over and grabbed it to throw it back. Larry watched them both, enchanted by the way Ashley treated his little girl as if she were the most important person in the world. He thought back to the words Rhonda had said to him. Find a woman who makes you happy, and loves her as much as you do, and marry her. She filled the bill for loving Riley as much as he did, but did she make him happy? He hadn't let himself even think about letting a woman make him happy. He was too busy keeping Rhonda's memory alive. It had been 2 years and 4 months since his wife died. Was it time for him to look for someone else? He felt so much guilt over the attraction he felt for Ashley. Did that mean that the feelings were wrong, or that he only thought they were wrong? Ashley was thrilled with the children's participation and enthusiasm during children's church the following morning. Everything worked out as she'd planned, and Anna didn't have to step in once. The children listened attentively to the lesson on using kind words. Afterward, she breathed a sigh of relief and went to Anna. What did you think? Anna smiled happily. I think you did a fabulous job. I'm really impressed. The kids loved it. Ashley beamed. I couldn't have done it without your help. And without God's help. I prayed at least 100 times this morning already, Anna laughed. Some mornings are like that. Ashley helped to match up the kids with their parents. She was thrilled when they were all gone, and she saw Riley and Larry waiting for her. As she go to lunch with Riley and Daddy? Ashley smiled. I'd love to. Where do you want to go? McDonald's. Riley squealed. Ashley stifled a groan and smiled. Okay. Larry shook his head. How about we go for some Mexican food today? They'd had McDonald's 3 times that week. He was turning into a Big Mac. Ashley liked that idea. Where are you thinking? Why don't you just follow me? I'm parked over on the side. Where are you? He had thought about inviting her to ride with them again, but he didn't want to invite gossip by leaving with her. I'm around back. I'll get my car and meet you at yours. By the time you get Riley settled in her car seat, I should be there. At Larry's nod, she walked around the church toward her car. Just as she was about to turn the corner into the almost vacant back lot, she heard, I can't believe how she's using that little girl to get to her daddy. It's disgusting. Ashley stopped in her tracks. It was Cindy's voice, and she knew the talk was about her. She didn't want to eavesdrop, but she didn't want to cause a big scene either. Should she walk back there like she hadn't heard? Then she heard another voice she didn't recognize. We don't gossip at our church. If you feel like Ashley's done something wrong, I suggest you go to her or Pastor Dan. Emily, and I don't listen to gossip. Ashley smiled to herself. What a perfect answer. Abby Walsh, until a month ago, you were one of the biggest gossips I know. I don't know what's gotten into you that you think you can talk to me that way. Another voice cut in. My mom doesn't gossip anymore. Our church doesn't tolerate gossips. Have a good day, Cindy. Ashley turned the corner just in time to see a mother and her teenage daughter walking toward a car. Cindy was standing in the parking lot fuming. Ashley smiled at her sweetly. I hope you have a good day. Larry fought with himself all evening. Every time he thought of Ashley, and his feelings for her, he'd pick up a photograph of Rhonda. The guilt was eating at him, but he knew that Rhonda wanted him to move on. Finally, he picked up the phone and called Pastor Dan. Hello? Dan? It's Larry Rome. I was hoping that I could make an appointment to talk to you sometime soon. Of course. Is everything okay? Larry sighed. Everything is fine. I'm just having a personal problem and would really like your take on it. Absolutely. Is tomorrow good for you? I'll be in the office from 7:30 to 5. Larry thought for a minute. His mother kept Riley while he worked. He usually dropped her off at 8:30, but he could drop her off at 7, and meet Dan at the church at 7:30. Then he wouldn't be late for work. Would 7:30 work okay for you? That would be best with my work schedule. Sounds good to me. I'll see you then. Larry swallowed hard. He wasn't sure he was ready to even admit aloud he had feelings for someone. Now that the ball was rolling, he needed to see it through, though. Dan wasn't sure what to expect when Larry came to his office the following morning. He didn't know him well. He had met him, of course, and knew that he was a single father whose wife had died, but knew very little else about him. Larry was prompt and sat down in the chair across from Dan's desk at 7:25. Good morning, Dan said with a smile. I appreciate you agreeing to see me, Larry started. This is kind of a hard conversation for me to have. Dan nodded. I completely understand. Anything we talk about will remain confidential. Larry stared at his hands for a minute. He'd been half afraid that he'd bump into Ashley in the church office that morning, but had been happy to see that she wasn't in her office. Do you know anything about my story? I know very little. I know that your wife died shortly after your daughter was born. That's really about all. Larry nodded. I loved my wife with everything inside me. When she died, I felt like a part of me died, too. I was sure there was no way I would ever be attracted to another woman, let alone be able to love one. Dan nodded. He felt that way about Anna. I understand. Just before she died, my wife asked me to promise her that I wouldn't close my eyes to love. She felt Riley needed a new mother, and I would eventually need a new wife. He paused. I agreed, but only to make her happy. I would have done anything to make her happy. Dan nodded to show he was listening. Well, Riley has picked out the woman she wants for her new mama. She even asked her to marry us. I've found that the more time I spend with her, the more attracted to her I am. And the more guilt I feel. I feel like I'm doing something wrong by just having feelings. I've done nothing to act on them. We spend time together because it makes Riley so happy. I see. You do know that marrying after your spouse dies is perfectly acceptable, right? Larry nodded. I know. But I still feel like I'm doing something wrong. Like I'm betraying her memory somehow. I really do understand that. It sounds to me like you know that your wife would want you to remarry for Riley's sake as well as your own, though. He reached for his Bible and flipped it open. Another Bible was sitting on the edge of his desk, close to Larry. Grab that Bible and flip to Romans 7 verse 2. Read it aloud when you find it if you would. Larry picked up the Bible and flipped through the books with practiced ease. He found the verse quickly and read, for example, by law a married woman is bound to her husband as long as he is alive, but if her husband dies, she is released from the law of marriage. God tells us it's okay to remarry through his inspired word. Your wife asked you to remarry. There is no need for guilt, Dan said. I guess I wonder if there's a specific amount of time I need to wait or what. Dan shook his head. No time is mentioned in the Bible. It's up to each individual. My take on your situation is that Riley needs a mom. She recognizes that she needs a mom. You have feelings for a woman who loves your child, and I presume, has feelings for you as well, but I don't know that. Why don't the two of you spend some time together, with the understanding that you have feelings for one another? Talk with her about it first. Let her know that you're interested in her as more than just a mom to Riley, but be honest about the guilt you're feeling. She's a Christian? Larry grinned. She's our new children's minister. Dan's eyes twinkled. Ashley? That's great. Talk to her. She's a reasonable woman. She loves the Lord and has a good head on her shoulders. You could do a lot worse than Ashley. Larry smiled. I will talk to her. Thank you. Dan's eyes went past Larry to the window looking out into the outer office. She's on her way into her office now. Go talk to her. It'll be easier without Riley here. Larry thought about it for a moment. It would probably be a good idea to do it now, before he lost his nerve. Thanks, Dan. He held out his hand and shook the pastor's. Ashley looked up from the pile of papers on her desk. Larry. Where's Riley? She looked around as if expecting the little girl to pop around the corner at any moment. She stays with my mom while I work. I wanted to talk to you for a minute without Riley, if you don't mind. Ashley nodded. Her hands were tightly gripped together under her desk where he couldn't see them. Sure. Larry sat down in the chair opposite Ashley. Since we've met, I've been struggling with something. He paused, looking down at his hands for a moment. I loved my wife more than I could ever say. I was sure that I'd never have feelings for another woman as long as I lived. I know. She waited for him to tell her that he wanted her to stay away from Riley. She'd respect his wishes, but she wouldn't do it happily. He smiled. Well, I'm starting to have feelings for you. It's made me feel like I'm doing something terribly wrong. I just talked to Pastor Dan about it, though. Ashley blushed. He'd talked to her boss about her? What did Dan have to say? He told me to talk to you about it honestly. To let you know that I'm struggling with my feelings for you, but that I'd like to court you and get to know you better. I'd like that, too, she whispered. His whole face lit up. Well, then let's keep doing as we have been. We'll spend time together in public with Riley. We'll see if the feelings grow and go from there. That sounds good, she said. I need to go to work, but I'll see you on Wednesday. Would it be okay if maybe I called you tonight and we could talk? After Riley goes to bed? I'd love that. Ashley couldn't believe that he was actually going to give her a chance. She couldn't get her hopes up too much, of course. He may never be able to get over the guilt. 7 months later, Ashley helped Riley adjust her little pink dress. I can't believe you're 3 today, Riley. You look so pretty in your princess dress. The months since her talk with Larry had gone well. She was spending more and more time with the two of them. Riley beamed. Thank you, Ashi. Do you like the decorations? Ashley asked. She and Larry's mother had worked together to transform the church's fellowship hall into a princess castle. Riley's little friends and their parents would be there any minute to honor the little birthday princess. I love it. It's a perfect princess party. Ashley laughed. I'm glad you like it. Larry came over and put his hand on Riley's shoulder. Thanks for arranging all of this, Ashley. His eyes were full of love as he looked at the 2 most important females in his life. Ashley smiled at Riley's grandmother. I had help. Well, Riley and I had a long talk last night, and she has a question that she wants to ask you for both of us. We wanted to ask before the other guests arrive. Ashley looked at Riley. On top of Riley's head was a princess crown Ashley had found for the party. What's your question, sweetie? It's a question from both Daddy and me, Riley corrected. Oh, I'm sorry. What's y'all's question? Riley's face lit up with a huge smile. Will you marry us, Ashley? Ashley was stunned. She wasn't expecting this question on Riley's birthday. Her eyes flew to Larry's. Was that the question she was supposed to ask? Larry gave a quick nod to let her know Riley's question was the right one. Ashley felt the tears prick her eyes. I'd love to marry you. Riley flew at Ashley, hugging her with all her strength. I love you, Ashley. Ashley's eyes met Larry's as she said, I love you too, Riley. I get to marry your daddy and be your mama. I can't wait. Did life get any better than this? Heartbreak. Amy sat patiently in front of the doctor's desk and waited for him to join her. He'd asked her to come in for this meeting with him, and she was nervous. Her pregnancy test had been 2 days ago, so maybe their efforts had finally worked. She'd been on fertility medication for almost 2 years with no positive results. Was it even possible? The doctor, a dark-haired man of medium height, walked into the room and sat across from her. He got straight to the point. Your last test was negative. She sighed and looked down at her hands. Please God, don't let me start crying, she prayed silently. Okay, so we do another round of Clomid? Do I need to do injections this month? He shook his head sadly. The medication isn't working. Now, I know you said you didn't want to do in vitro fertilization, but it's time. There's nothing more that can be done. Amy and Tom had talked about IVF when they first realized they weren't able to get pregnant on their own. They had come to the conclusion, together, that IVF wasn't an option for them. Now Amy wondered if she'd been too hasty in agreeing. When they'd initially talked about it, they'd both agreed that medication to help stimulate the growth of eggs in her body was okay. Actively removing the eggs and putting them with the sperm, then replacing them in her body, was something else entirely. There were even ways to choose the sex of the child when you did that, and neither of them was willing to play God. At least, they weren't in the past. Now she thought maybe it wasn't playing God after all. It was just using the medical technology that God had given them. That wasn't wrong, was it? Or was she just trying to come up with reasons that it was okay to do what she wanted to do? Are you sure there's nothing else? She asked softly, trying to hold back the tears. I'm sorry, but it's your only option. He gave her a kind look. He'd told her when she first started seeing him that he and his wife had 2 children by IVF. He certainly understood the struggle they were going through with infertility, but he wasn't a Christian. You need to go off the meds for a couple of months regardless. They've been in your system too long. She nodded. I'll talk to Tom, but I really don't think he's going to agree to IVF. I understand. Call us when you've made a decision together. If you decide to proceed with the IVF, we can start the cycle in September. That will give your body enough time off the medicine. Once the cycle starts, it's a 2-month process. She'd done a lot of reading on IVF, knowing this day could come. Thank you. I'll be in touch. She stood and headed for the door, walking almost blindly. Surely she could convince Tom that God had created this form of medicine so that people like them could have children. He'd listen. Wouldn't he? She got in the car and glanced at the clock on her dashboard. She had just enough time to navigate the Fort Worth traffic and get back to Arlington. Her closest childhood friend, Anna, was getting married in less than 2 weeks, and tonight was the fitting for her bridesmaid gown. She needed to sit down and talk to Anna, but there would be too many other people around tonight. She'd just have to smile and act like everything was okay. When she got to Anna's house, she brushed the tears from her eyes. Pulling down her sun visor, she peeked in the mirror and cringed. Her eyes were rimmed with red. It was obvious she'd been crying. She took a deep breath and went to the door. She couldn't hide how she was feeling, and she wouldn't be late. She rang the doorbell and waited. Lee opened the door, and after one quick look at her face, pulled her into her arms and hugged her tightly. Lee had been someone she'd gone to over and over during the past 2 years. She'd gone through infertility before and after Anna was born. She was the one person who understood completely. She buried her face in Lee King's shoulder for a moment and pulled away. I'm sorry. Lee shook her head. There's no reason to be sorry. I understand completely. Did you see the doctor today? Amy nodded. Yeah. The only thing left to do is IVF and Tom, and I decided that we wouldn't go there years ago. I'm going to talk to him tonight, but I doubt he's going to agree. Fresh tears sprang to her eyes as she said the words. I'm so sorry. Whatever you two decide will be the right thing for you. There's just no one way that everyone looks at IVF. It's a matter of personal conscience. I know. She shrugged. We'll figure it out together. We can't keep the others waiting. If Lee understood it was a matter of conscience, maybe Tom could be convinced. Lee was one of the strongest Christians Amy knew. Lee led Amy through the house to the dining room. Anna was sitting at the dining room table in front of a sewing machine. Kennedy, whom she had only met a couple of times, was snacking on some cheese and crackers with a glass of lemonade in front of her. Next to her was Mary Anderson. Amy had heard some things about Mary, but with as close as Mary was to Anna, she didn't think they could be true. Anna took one look at Amy's face. Did you see the doctor today? She asked kindly. Amy bit her lip, absolutely refusing to cry in front of women she barely knew. She nodded. Anna whispered, "We'll talk later." She handed Amy the dress she'd just removed from the sewing machine. All finished. Mom? Lee led the women to her room to try on the dresses. She and Anna had been working on them together. She closed the door behind the women and walked down the hall before turning to Anna. The doctor said the only thing left was IVF. Tom won't agree to that. Nothing further needed to be said. Anna hurt for her friend. Since they were small children, the only thing Amy had ever wanted was to be a mom. She'd been the little girl who played with dolls and refused to join in the outdoor games. She'd married young, straight out of high school. She'd wanted babies right off, but they'd just never come. They'd had such high hopes when Amy had started seeing the fertility specialist a couple of years ago. The only result had been for Amy to get moodier and moodier. They both knew she'd been on the medication for too long, but hated that Amy was now faced with no real hope for a family. The door opened and they checked the fit of the dresses. After they'd changed back to their regular clothes, they all congregated at the table and munched on the crackers and cheese. Amy listened to the buzz of conversation around her as she tried to figure out how to talk to Tom about IVF. The other two women left relatively quickly, and Amy turned to Anna. Did your mom tell you? Anna nodded, grasping Amy's hand. I'm so sorry. Do you think you'll adopt? Amy sighed. I've always wanted to adopt, but I wanted at least one or two of my own first. I want the whole experience of feeling the baby kick inside me and breastfeeding. I feel like I'm being cheated, and I just don't know why. What have I done that was bad enough to deserve this? Anna shook her head. You know it's nothing you've done. God just has other plans for you. Anna said a silent prayer. The plans would be revealed soon. Her friend had suffered so much. Then why did he give me this overwhelming desire to have a baby? Do you have any idea how long it takes to adopt? It's crazy. Yes, she was still young now, but she didn't want to be the 60-year-old mom picking her daughter up after school. Anna sighed. She knew her friend was hurting, but she really didn't have a solution to offer her. I wish I knew what to say. Amy sighed. No one knows what to say. No one knows what to do. I should just adopt and be grateful for my health. I know that. It's just driving me crazy. Every time I see a teenager who's pregnant, I want to hit her. I want to tell her she's not old enough and demand that she give me her baby. Anna agreed silently. She didn't think it was fair either. Amy would make a fabulous mother. Why did she have to go through this? I hope your talk with Tom goes well. I really want him to agree to the IVF. I know we said we wouldn't do it when we first started seeing the fertility specialist, but I thought I had hope back then. I know. You're just going to have to talk to him. Amy looked at the clock on the wall above Anna's head. I need to get home. He's probably sitting there wondering about my appointment. I usually call as soon as I leave the doctor's office, but I just couldn't make myself do it today. She pulled her phone out of her pocket. She'd silenced the ringer before going into the king's house. I've missed 3 calls from him. I've got to go. She stood and wandered toward the door. Anna followed, hugging her tightly. I'm here if you need to talk. Amy laughed. You have enough going on. I don't know if I've told you yet, but I'm really happy for you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Amy suddenly realized that she'd been a wet mop on Anna's little party. She'd come, but made it all about her. I'm sorry I made tonight about me. It should have been about you. Anna hugged her. I don't need to be the center of attention any more than you do. I'm not upset at all. I just wish everything were going better for you. Amy went to her car and drove home. She didn't call. She didn't think she could even start this discussion on the phone. Tom was sitting in his favorite chair in the living room waiting for her. You haven't called. Is there something you wanted to talk about in person? His eyes were bright and excited. She knew right away he thought she was pregnant. Amy shook her head sadly and walked into his waiting arms, crying softly into his shoulder. His arms wrapped tightly around her and he held her. I'm so sorry. Maybe next month. She pulled away and led him to the couch, where they could sit side by side while they talked. There's not going to be a next month. I've been on the medicine too long already. Our only hope is IVF. She watched his face carefully, hoping he'd tell her IVF would be fine. Tom's face fell. I'm sorry. We'll start researching adoption agencies right away. I know you wanted one of our own. He pulled her to him. This has been so hard on you. She took a deep breath. I want to try it, Tom. Just 1 month of IVF. I know it'll be expensive, but we've been saving, and we have enough for a couple of rounds. Please let him say yes. Please let him say yes. His eyes widened in shock. We decided years ago that we would never go that route. I don't think we should play God. She nodded. I know that's what we said. I do. She paused, trying to find the right words. I just always expected the medication to work. I didn't think it would come down to this. I can't give up now. He shook his head slowly. He couldn't live with himself if they went through the IVF procedures. He would feel like it was sinning against God. I'm sorry, Amy. There's no way I can agree to that. I love you, and I don't want to hurt you, but I don't think IVF is right. I wouldn't feel right with God if I did that. Although she'd expected the words, Amy felt inexplicably angry with him. So you don't love me enough? Is that what you're saying? She knew she was being unfair to him. None of this was his fault, but she was so angry with him. Why wouldn't he do what she wanted? He closed his eyes. How could she believe that? She was the only girl he'd ever dated. The only girl he'd ever loved. The only girl he'd ever kissed, if you didn't count that time with Anna when they were both 2. You know that I love you more than anything on earth. But I can't go against my conscience to sin against God, just because nothing else works. I can't do it. She buried her face in her hands and cried. Her whole body shook with the sobs that were racking her body. He slipped his arm around her. She jerked away, she didn't want him touching her. Just leave me alone. Tom sighed. She'd never rejected his touch before. They'd always been a team. Tom and Amy against the world. She'd see that in the morning, right? Amy stood and went into the bathroom to take a long hot bath. She knew that water was the most soothing thing in the world for her, and right now, she needed to be soothed more than ever before in her life. How dare he refuse? He knew before they'd ever married that she wanted children and lots of them. He'd been on board with that. Why wasn't he agreeing to this? Deep down she knew that she was being unreasonable, but she couldn't stop her feelings. She wanted a baby, and he was withholding it. She slept in the spare bedroom that night. She didn't want to be close to a man who didn't love her enough to give her what she needed. She just couldn't. The following morning, Amy went into the nursery they'd set up years before as they were starting to go through the infertility treatments. She ran her fingers over the soft pastel quilt thrown over the foot of the bed. She'd slowly purchased things she wanted and added them to the room. How long would it remain empty? She felt a wave of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. She dropped to her knees and prayed. God, I've spent my whole life trying to serve you. Why are you forsaking me? You gave me this desire for children, and then you withhold them? Why would you do this? I don't understand. Please help me to understand. Either help me to lose the desire for children, or help me to have them. You must have a plan. Please, God, don't leave me in limbo like this. The tears rolled down her cheeks and she shook with sobs. Why would a loving God treat her this way? She went through the motions at work that day. She was the director for a local daycare center. Because she was a teacher short, she had to relieve one of the women in the infant room. She stepped into the room, and suddenly all felt right with the world. She took the baby from the other woman and fed her a bottle. She held the little girl closely, staring into her eyes as she fed her. A few minutes later, sweet Alexis was asleep in her arms. She moved to put her into her crib and washed her hands before starting the diaper-changing process. She played with each baby, tickling them and making them laugh as she changed them. You have the sweetest little toes, she said, pulling the little boy's feet to her mouth so she could blow on them. Yes, you do. I wish I could just take you home with me. After she left the baby room, she sat at her desk doing paperwork. It was probably time for her and Tom to set up an appointment with an adoption agency. As much as she wanted a child of her own, it wasn't going to happen. She always got off work a few hours before Tom. When she got home, she made a special meal for the two of them. She knew she'd been wrong the night before and felt the need to apologize. Yes, she wanted a baby, but it wasn't Tom's fault that it wasn't happening. She and Tom had, throughout their years together, always been united in everything. That needed to continue. While she was waiting for the chicken to cook, she went through her bookmarks on her laptop until she found the one she was looking for. There was a small Christian adoption agency right there in Arlington that would expedite the process of adoption if a couple was willing to take a baby with mixed-race heritage. She and Tom had spoken about that possibility, and neither of them cared about the race of the baby. Before she lost her nerve, she picked up the phone and dialed the number listed on the website, setting up an appointment to go in and talk to the counselors there on Saturday. She was just putting dinner on the table when Tom came in from work. He gave her a sidelong glance as if he was unsure what to expect from her. She walked to him and wrapped her arms around him. I'm so sorry. I treated you badly last night. He breathed a sigh of relief as he hugged her tightly. I forgive you. He held her tightly, dropping a kiss on top of her head. I even understand. I wish I could make it work for you, but I just can't. She nodded against his shoulder. I know. She took a deep breath. I called earlier and made us an appointment with God's Kids. It's the adoption agency that I've been researching. He smiled and nodded. When's the appointment? Saturday morning. We're going to talk about costs and how to get started. They have a faster turnaround if we're willing to accept a mixed-race child. Of course we are. All children were created by God. I don't care if our baby is green. Driving away from the adoption agency on Saturday, Tom squeezed Amy's hand. How do you feel about the process? I wish it was faster. I mean, I understand having to wait, of course, and I'm glad our wait should be less than 2 years, but I really want a baby now. We've been trying for a baby for 7 years. I know. There's no way to make it faster, though. I guess we could advertise for a private adoption offering to pay medical expenses and stuff, but I think we'll be better off going through an agency. I agree. I need to pray for patience. He grinned. His wife had always had a now mentality. Waiting for anything drove her nuts. We'll pray together. Thanks for being so willing to go to this appointment. I'm excited to get the ball rolling. Are you at all nervous about the home study? He asked. She shrugged. A little, but we don't have anything to hide. I'll give the house a good scrubbing, and do the baby-proofing they'll expect to see, but other than that I don't think it'll be a problem. She paused. We have always had a good relationship. Neither of us have any major health or mental issues. Well, other than infertility. She stared down at her hands and sighed. I know you want your own. But just think, in a couple of years we could have a baby in our arms. She nodded. I'd be open to adopting older kids as well, but I want a baby first. I understand that. Do you want to go through the classes for foster parenting and adopting from the state while we wait? She tilted her head to the side thinking about it. You know, that's a great idea. The classes take what? 3 months? We can get qualified and maybe even do some fostering while we're on the adoption waiting list. She heard the excitement in her voice grow as she said the words. Would you have a problem with any age group? I think once we have our own, I will. The rule of thumb I've heard is that you should always let your own kid be the oldest in a foster or adoptive situation, but we can certainly open our homes to other children while we wait. We could even just do respite care. During the interview, Bianca said the next class starts in a couple of weeks. We could get in on it if you're serious, she said. I saw on their website that their classes are on Tuesday evenings, with a couple of Saturdays thrown in to get your CPR and first aid training. Let's do it. Would you be willing to make the call Monday morning? Absolutely. I can do it from work. Amy went through ups and downs during the following week. She found herself crying at strange times. One of the babies in the baby room took his first steps to her, and she ran to her office and sobbed her heart out. Another time Tom asked if she wanted to go out to dinner so she could have a break from cooking, and she burst into tears. What did I say? Tom asked warily. You hate my cooking. Even as she said the words, Amy knew she was being ridiculous, and it was just the effects of going off the hormones, along with the knowledge they wouldn't be able to have a baby that was making her act that way. It didn't matter. She couldn't help it. Tom pulled her into his arms. After watching the way she'd acted the past 2 years, he wasn't surprised. She'd been more upbeat while she took the medication, because she'd had the hope of a baby coming from it. Without that hope, it was much harder. I love your cooking. I just appreciate how hard you work every day for me, and wanted to give you a nice dinner out. She buried her face in his shoulder. I'm sorry I'm acting this way. I just can't seem to stop crying. He ran his hand soothingly down her back as he held her. I know. It's the hormones. I'm surprised your temper has been even for as long as it has. I don't deserve you, she wailed. He sighed. Let's go out for a nice dinner. We'll split the most decadent chocolate dessert we can find. He kissed the top of her head, still speaking as soothingly as he could. How about we go to the fondue place you want to try? My sister said they have the best desserts on the planet. He hadn't wanted to go there because he'd heard it took forever, and you pretty much have to cook your own food, but he didn't care. He'd do anything to see her smile. She pulled her head back and sniffed, swiping the tears from her eyes like a child. That sounds good. Get your purse, and we'll go. Amy was feeling down on Saturday morning when she met Anna and Kennedy at the beauty parlor. They'd decided to have their hair done together. Mary couldn't make it, because she needed to get the children ready for the wedding, but she said she'd be there in spirit. Amy felt like an observer as she watched Anna and Kennedy laughing and joking. She wanted to smile and laugh and take part in the conversation, but she just didn't have the energy. She knew they were trying to include her in the conversation, but she just couldn't force herself to answer with more than a word. Anna turned to her. One side of her hair was completely done, all swept up elegantly. The other was still hanging around her shoulders in a mess of strands. How do I look? Amy forced a smile. Great. Kennedy laughed. You should wear your hair like that, Anna. Dan needs to see who he's really marrying. Anna turned back to Kennedy. And just who is he really marrying? Kennedy grinned. A lunatic. Anna and Kennedy dissolved into giggles. Amy sat watching them, wishing she could feel the excitement they were feeling. She felt as if she was wrapped in a plastic bubble that allowed no happiness in and distorted everything around her. How could she keep smiling when all she wanted to do was cry? Once they were at the church, Lee took over. She was ready for the wedding and beautiful in her lilac mother of the bride dress. Lee took one look at Amy and separated her from the others. "Anna, you help Kennedy dress, and I'll help Amy." She pushed Amy into a chair. "Bad day?" Amy nodded. "Some days are better than others. Partly it's the hormonal thing, but part of it is wanting a baby so badly I can taste it, and knowing it's never going to happen for me." "I know. I really do." She sat down across from Amy for a moment after glancing at her watch. They had an hour before the wedding started. Everyone was ready except for their dresses. The hairdresser had even pinned Anna's veil in place. "I've told you what I went through having Anna. What I didn't tell you was that I saw 3 different doctors, and every one of them said we had no hope of ever having a child of our own. We had just given up all hope, and I had started calling different adoption agencies when I started throwing up every morning. I was so convinced I couldn't be pregnant, I ignored all the signs. Finally, while Joe was at work one morning, I went out and bought a pregnancy test." Amy brushed a tear away from her eyes as she listened. "I didn't have my hopes up. I had taken dozens of tests in the 5 years we'd been married. I knew it was going to be negative. I told myself I was being silly even taking the test. And then I looked down at it and it was positive." She swiped at her own tear. "I sat and stared at it in shock, and then read the instructions again. I was sure it was different from the other tests, and this time 2 lines meant I wasn't pregnant." She gave a rueful smile. "But I was. I called the doctor, and he had me come in immediately, and they confirmed it." Amy reached for a tissue. "It would be every dream I've ever had coming true all at once." Lee nodded. "It was for me too. I had a miserable pregnancy. I was on and off bed rest. I was sick morning, noon and night for the entire 9 months. Still, I never stopped smiling. The joy that filled me was just bubbling up. I've lost 8 babies since I had Anna, but I'll never forget the joy that came with that pregnancy test. And the birth of a healthy baby girl." She looked over at Anna and smiled. Anna grinned back at her mother, not knowing what they were talking about, but knowing that whatever it was, she was loved. "It's hard to go through it all, but it's so worth it in the end. You'll understand when they put your baby in your arms. It doesn't matter if you carry it in your own body. What matters is the love you'll feel. Don't ever give up hope, Amy." Amy nodded again. "Thank you for telling me all that. I really needed to hear it today." Lee smiled. "I know. If you haven't been through it, it's almost impossible to understand. All I wanted was to have a house full of babies. I remember wondering why God was punishing me. I knew he wasn't, of course, but it felt like he was. I wanted to snatch babies away from every new mom. And teenagers with babies? I wanted to tell them they had to give me their baby, because I could provide for it in a way they couldn't. That's exactly how I feel. I want to slap women who are pregnant and don't look happy. I'd give anything to be in their shoes." Amy was glad to know she wasn't the only one who had feelings like that. She knew that as a Christian, she shouldn't be envious. But she was. Lee hugged her tightly. "Everything you feel is normal and okay. God put the desire for children into you for a reason. It may be so you'll adopt a houseful. Maybe he'll bless you with one of your own. I don't know. Maybe he did it so you'd have a heart for the children's ministry. Whatever reason he had will be apparent in time." "Thank you." Lee squeezed Amy's hands and then stood. "Let's get you dressed for my baby's wedding." Lee pulled the mint green dress she'd made for Amy off the hanger and unzipped it. Amy had worn her pantyhose under her jeans so she could change quicker. She carefully removed her button-up blouse, trying not to mess up her hair. Lee held the dress down so Amy could step into it, and then pulled it up for her to slip her arms into. After stepping behind her to zip it, she walked around in front of Amy. "That's perfect. We didn't even mess up one strand of hair." I think she used an entire can of hairspray on me, so I'm not surprised. Amy looked in the mirror. She hated that her eyes were rimmed red. I'm going to go get a paper towel and put it over my eyes so I don't look like I've been crying for the wedding. No need. I brought cucumber slices, just in case. I had a feeling I'd be crying today. She pulled out a baggie with ice and slices of cucumber. A couple of these will draw the red right out. Taking 2 of the cucumbers out, Amy placed them on her eyes and leaned her head back to keep them in place. Lee went over to help Anna into her wedding dress. The dress wasn't a stark white, but more of an eggshell. It had short sleeves and a straight neckline. It was more of an old-fashioned dress than most women wore, but it suited Anna to perfection. Just as Lee was taking it off the hanger, Mary slipped into the room. She looked beautiful as always. Mary was one of those women it would be easy to dislike, just because she looked pretty in anything she wore. It was impossible to dislike her, though, because she was so sweet. Her personality more than made up for her looks. Oh good. I was hoping I'd get here in time to see her before the dress went on. Mary pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of Anna with her perfect hair and veil in her shorts and sleeveless blouse. That look is perfect on you, Anna. Anna stuck her tongue out. Why did I choose these women to be here with me? She asked her mother. Lee grinned. Because you knew they would be silly and keep you from getting nervous. Anna tilted her head to one side as she considered the answer. Yeah, you're probably right. She paused for a moment. Of course, it was the wrong thing to do. Make them go away. They all laughed at her words, knowing they held a special place in Anna's heart. The skirt on the dress was full, but the train had been removed. They'd attach it before Anna walked down the aisle and detach it again after the ceremony. Once Anna was dressed, they all stood around her smiling. Lee called, Amy, you need to see this. Amy threw the cucumbers into the trash and walked over. Wow, Anna, Pastor Dan is going to swallow his tongue. You look beautiful. The color of the dress worked perfectly with Anna's complexion. She'd lamented about her red hair so many times as they'd grown up, but she truly glowed in the dress. Anna smiled at her friend. Whatever Mom had said to her had worked. She was acting like her old self again. Thanks. Mary snapped another picture, and then stripped and changed into her own gown. We only have about 10 minutes before the ceremony. Should I let the photographer in? At Anna's nod, Mary opened the door and the photographer, one of the women from the church, stepped into the room and started snapping pictures. She arranged everyone and had them all surrounding Anna for a couple of the shots. Amy teared up again when she saw the photographer take a picture of Lee adjusting Anna's veil so it laid perfectly against her back. The love between mother and daughter was so apparent she felt as if she could reach out and touch it. Please, God. I want that kind of love in my life, she prayed silently. When it was time, Amy was the first to walk slowly down the aisle. Anna had picked out music that had Amy thinking of the beach. She drifted slowly to the front and turned to watch. Kennedy was already halfway down the aisle when she reached the front, and Mary was standing at the back waiting for her cue. Amy turned to look at Dan as Anna and her father appeared at the back of the church. The look of love that crossed his smiling face made her think back to her own wedding day. Tom had given her just that sort of look. It was pride and love and happiness all rolled into one. Her eyes met Tom's where he sat in the middle of the church. She needed to remember that look on his face when she was unhappy. How could she complain when she had the most wonderful man in the world beside her? Amy watched as Joe put Anna's hand into Dan's. Joe had tears drifting down his face as he said, "Her mother and I," in answer to the pastor's question of who gives this woman in marriage. Joe took his seat beside Lee and the two gripped hands tightly. It was obviously a very emotional day for both of them. When Anna and Dan turned toward the pastor, it was obvious that it was all Dan could do to tear his eyes away from Anna. The groomsmen were all wearing tuxes with gray ties and cummerbunds. Anna's eyes sparkled with unshed tears as she listened to the short sermon the pastor delivered. He told some funny stories about Dan and his days at the seminary. One in particular tickled Amy. It was about his first sermon he'd given as a student of the university. Many of the students would give sermons on Sundays simply to try to make a little extra money. As Dan's professor, the pastor had gone to listen to the sermon. As Dan had gone to step up onto the stage at the front of the church, he'd tripped over the steps and fallen flat on his face. Red-faced, he'd stood up and immediately said, "Well, now that's out of the way, I can be a lot less nervous. I couldn't possibly say or do anything worse than what I just did, so it's all downhill from here." Dan laughed with everyone else at the story. Anna's face was completely lit up with her laughter. Amy had always seen a beauty in Anna that was often overlooked, but right now, she thought that Anna had never looked better. From her vantage point at the front of the church, Amy could see both the couple and the people in the first few rows of the congregation. Joe and Lee, Anna's parents, were calmly sharing an entire box of tissues. As Anna and Dan exchanged vows, the look of love on his face brought fresh tears to Amy's eyes. She wished she'd thought to hide a handkerchief in her bouquet. When Dan was asked if he would take this woman in marriage, instead of answering "I will," he said, "I absolutely will," so enthusiastically everyone was laughing. Amy knew that the couple had chosen to wait for their first kiss until after their vows were spoken. She felt almost like an intruder as she watched Dan brush his lips across Anna's for the first time. It was such a special moment for them both. Amy's eyes met Tom's across the church. Their first kiss had been at their wedding as well, and it brought back so many memories. Dan asked, "Could you ask me to kiss my bride one more time, please? I'm not sure we got it right the first time." The laughter boomed up around them. The professor rolled his eyes. "You can kiss her later. Right now, I'm going to introduce everyone to Pastor and Mrs. Stevens." Dan and Anna turned to face the congregation. Once they had, Dan leaned down and pressed another quick kiss on Anna's lips. Anna's blush was unmistakable, but she looked so happy that Amy didn't feel at all bad for her. She was so glad Anna had found him. The wedding party went out to the front lawn of the church for wedding pictures at that point. The photographer snapped picture after picture of them in different arrangements. Amy watched with envy as Mary posed with her 3 kids and her new husband, Ken. She knew she shouldn't want what Mary had, but Mary seemed to have such an easy time getting pregnant. It just didn't seem fair sometimes. After they were all finished with the pictures, they trudged back into the church for the reception. The food for the reception had been provided by the women's ministry. Amy went to Abby Walsh, who seemed to be heading the effort, and whispered, "Do you need me to help?" Abby shook her head quickly. "I need you to go sit at the table with the rest of the wedding party and enjoy yourself. You can help next time." Abby turned back to the work at hand, while Amy wandered back to the table. It felt weird to have Tom eating at a table across the room while she sat with the wedding party, but it also felt good not to be half of a couple for a while. She loved Tom and loved being with him, but sometimes felt as if her whole identity was wrapped up in being his wife. She turned to Mary, who was seated to her right, and smiled. "How do you think Ken is managing with the children?" Mary grinned impishly. "Honestly, he's probably doing great. I've never seen a more natural father. Of course, Bethany has almost certainly thrown half of what's on her plate by now, and he's probably praying for patience and for the ordeal to be over quickly." Amy laughed. "Do you wish you could watch the whole thing? Or are you glad you're over here and your family is across the room?" Mary giggled. "Honestly, I'd love to be a fly on the wall, but it's nice sitting here with only adults for a change. I rarely get to be around adults without children tugging at me." Amy bit into her chicken as she watched Anna and Dan out of the corner of her eye. Even as they ate, they had their eyes on each other. They whispered softly to one another and acted as if no one else was in the room. Amy thought they probably didn't realize they weren't alone. At the other end of the table, Kennedy and Jared were talking softly to one another. Amy mentally gave them 6 months before they were engaged. She thought about offering to double date with the 2 of them, so they could carry on their courtship, but she wasn't sure she wanted that responsibility right now. They had so much going on with the home study and foster care classes already. As soon as the thought of the home study entered her mind, she immediately concentrated on pushing it out. She didn't want to sit and cry at Anna's wedding. She looked around the fellowship hall. It was decorated beautifully with Anna's colors of mint green and a pale pink. She wondered who had come to decorate. She leaned toward Mary again. Her escort and Mary's escort were talking quietly amongst themselves. They must know each other from seminary. Amy knew that all the groomsmen had been school friends of Dan's. Who decorated, she whispered. Lee had a bunch of women up here last night working on it. We were all running around like crazy women making it look just like her vision. The flowers are beautiful. Y'all did a great job. Don't compliment me, Mary grinned. Compliment the great general. We were merely vessels for her vision of her baby girl's wedding. Amy laughed. She'd been one of Lee's vessels in decorating and yard work in the past. She knew exactly what Mary was talking about. I'll tell Lee how wonderfully her vision came out later. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. She offered to do a reception for me here, but I refused. I didn't want to simply be one of her arms forced to do as I was told. You make her sound like an ogre. Amy giggled. She understood, though. As wonderful as Lee was, working under her must be like military service. She'd even saluted Lee once as a teenager. Oh, she's the most wonderful woman I've ever met, but she is kind of scary sometimes. Both women laughed as Lee approached the table. She leaned down to whisper something to the newlyweds, and both Dan and Anna jumped to their feet. Amy and Mary exchanged glances and laughed even harder. The wedding cake was cut, and not long after the bouquet was tossed. A teenager Amy only knew as Chastity caught the bouquet. As they all watched the couple drive away in the generously shoe-polished car, Amy went to stand with Tom, slipping her hand into his. Tom smiled down at her. Today brought back a lot of memories. Amy smiled, resting her head against his shoulder. For me, too. I may not show it at times, but I'm so glad we're married. Tom pulled her toward their car. I am too. Let's go home. Amy shook her head. I should offer to help clean up. Absolutely not. You clean up after every wedding and every other event that takes place in the fellowship hall. Today, you were a bridesmaid. You get the day off. He steered her toward their SUV. I left my clothes in the church, she protested. It's not like we'll never go back there. We'll get them tomorrow. Okay. She followed her husband and climbed into the vehicle. I'm tired. Did you enjoy yourself? He asked. She nodded. It was a beautiful wedding. I'm so glad I got to be a part of it. Was I imagining things, or did Kennedy look like she was falling for her escort? Amy smiled. She's fallen for him. Past tense. They'll be engaged within 6 months. Tom grinned over at her as they stopped for a light. You think? You're usually right about that stuff. I thought about offering to double date with them if they needed a chaperone, but we have so much going on right now. I think we should. We've been social hermits too long. It would be nice to make some couple friends and go out and do stuff. She nodded. I'll mention it to Kennedy after service tomorrow. He pulled into their driveway and stopped the car. When is our home study? He asked. Thursday night at 7. We have everything ready with the house. I'm nervous about all the questions they ask, though. She opened the door and walked up the front path, unlocking the front door of the car. He followed immediately behind her. What if I say the wrong thing and they tell us we don't deserve a baby? She turned to look at him with concern on her face. He smiled. There's nothing wrong with us. Just answer the questions honestly, and I'm sure we'll be fine. He pulled her into his arms and rested his cheek on top of her head. I wish the process wasn't so long, but we'll get a baby. She sighed. I sure hope so. After church on Sunday, Amy spotted Kennedy with Jared. They were both so tall, they were easy to see in the crowd. She started to make her way over to talk to her, when they were waylaid by Abby Walsh. I just wanted to tell you that I was incorrect about the things I said about Mary Anderson. They were downright lies. I didn't know it at the time, but I'm trying to make sure I get to everyone that I talk to about her and set the record straight. Amy nodded. I've gotten to know Mary in the past couple of weeks, and I drew my own conclusions. There's no way Mary is the kind of woman everyone was saying she is. Abby nodded. I'm glad you came to that conclusion on your own. I feel bad for my part in spreading the gossip about her. Abby had a tear in her eye as she said it, but she stood straight and looked into Amy's eyes as she spoke. I understand. Thanks for telling me the truth. If you shared the lies with anyone else, please let them know that's all they were. Amy nodded. I would, but I didn't talk to anyone about it. I figured if she was as close to Anna as she is, they had to be lies. Amy saw Jared and Kennedy standing next to Tom. She turned her attention to them as Abby wandered off to talk to someone else. She'd always liked Abby, but her gossip had kept them from being close friends. Maybe she could try to get to know her better. Jared said, I'd like to take Kennedy out to lunch, but we don't have a chaperone. Would you mind going to lunch with us? Amy felt bad she hadn't had time to talk to Kennedy and offer, and looked down at her hands. Tom answered for them both. We'd love to. After a short discussion, they decided on a small Italian place on Pioneer Parkway. Do y'all just want to ride with us? Amy asked. The other two agreed quickly, and they headed out of the church, toward the SUV. Amy got into the back with Kennedy so they could chat on the way. Amy wasn't much of a talker, but Kennedy more than made up for it. She asked about Amy's work, and Amy spent most of the time on the way there talking about the child care center she worked for. There was a tense moment when Kennedy asked if she wanted children of her own. Amy met Tom's eyes in the rearview mirror as she said a silent prayer for the right thing to say. If God blessed us with 1 or 6, I wouldn't complain. It's in His hands, though. She promised herself she wouldn't be withdrawn because the subject had come up. She'd continue to act as if all was well. She couldn't withdraw into herself every time children were mentioned. That morning, the youth minister, who was moving to a church in Louisiana, had given the sermon about changes within the church. They talked about it for a few minutes. Kennedy had looked at Jared and asked if he'd be one of the changes in the church. I have class in the morning, but when I'm out, I'm going to drive over and talk to Dan. We'll see what happens. I'm really thinking about it, though. Amy looked back and forth between the two. Was Jared thinking of taking the youth minister position? Amy felt as she often did in a group through much of the meal. She felt like she was on the outside looking in. She was so shy, it was hard for her to participate a lot. It wasn't that she didn't want to participate. She just didn't know what to say. After a while, Kennedy turned to her and asked her some questions about how she knew Anna. Before long, they were both laughing over some of the antics the girls had gotten up to as they'd grown up. After one story that ended with her being grounded when she was 16, Tom chimed in about how annoyed he'd been with the situation. I was so mad. We had a movie coming up, and I was going to sneak and try and hold your hand after the lights went out. Amy looked at him in disbelief. There was no way he'd been thinking of holding her hand that far back. We were only 16. We didn't even start courting until a year later. Tom laughed. I started thinking of you as my girl when we were 12. Amy was once again humbled by Tom's love. He'd put up with so many rampant emotions and tirades from her in the last couple of years, but still he was so steadfast in his love for her, saying something like that out of the blue. How could she ever not treat him with the love and respect he deserved every single day? The home study was painless. The social worker talking to them told them she couldn't tell them the results, but had a smile on her face and winked at Amy as if to say, everything was good. When it was over, Amy turned to Tom. Thank you for being willing to go through all of this for me. It's not just for you. It's for us. I'm looking forward to having a baby as much as you are. She looked at him and took a deep breath. Are you sure we can't just do one round of IVF? Then it would be our baby we were holding. God has given doctors the knowledge to do IVF. Can it really be that wrong? Tom sighed. Yes, I think it can. What's the difference between doing IVF and choosing the sex of the baby? Maybe we should decide to make our baby beautiful and find two people who we think could create the perfect baby and use their sperm and egg? I just don't feel like I can do that. I'm sorry, Amy. She looked down at her hands. She hated herself for asking again, but she hadn't been able to stop the words. Why couldn't he see how much she needed this? They sat down to work on the profile they would write for birth mothers to see. Amy felt like she was almost being selfish wanting a newborn so badly when there were kids all over who needed homes, but she knew she would be adopting some of them as well. She just really wanted an infant first. By the time they went to sleep that night, they had their profile written and ready to give the agency as soon as they asked for it. Amy started a new routine, getting up 15 minutes earlier every morning to spend the time in prayer. Her love and belief in God wasn't faltering, but her anger toward him was growing daily. It wasn't so much of a prayer session she had in the mornings as a rant against God for making her want something so desperately that was forever out of her reach. She loved Tom, and she understood his position, but she couldn't help but be a little angry with him for being so rigid in his beliefs. They began going out on dates every Friday or Saturday night with Kennedy and Jared. Kennedy suggested they spend a spa day together, and Amy jumped at the idea, needing to spend some time away from Tom. They were getting pedicures when Kennedy turned to her. I know I haven't known you very long, but if there's anything you need to talk about, I'm here. Amy nodded, starting to brush her off. She was silent for a moment as she thought. As far as she knew, Kennedy had never participated in any of the gossip. She really needed someone impartial to talk to about everything. Finally, she started talking, ignoring the women working on their feet. All my life, I've wanted to have kids. I was the little girl who spent all her time playing with dolls and pretending to be a mom. I got married right out of high school, and we started trying for a baby immediately. After a few years, I went to the doctor and we started doing all the charting and timing things. She sighed. About 2 years ago, I went to see a fertility specialist. I have polycystic ovarian syndrome. He put me on a medication to increase my egg growth. I've been on the meds for 2 years, but it's not helping. I need to go off the meds. Kennedy nodded. What will they do next? Amy sighed, shaking her head sadly. There's nothing that can be done. We can do IVF, which Tom feels is playing God, or we can give up and adopt. She brushed a tear off her face. I know it sounds selfish, but I want my own baby. I want to feel it kick inside me and breastfeed. I want it all. I don't understand why God would make me want babies so much, but not let me have them. It's not fair. I'm so sorry, Amy. I had no idea. I feel so much hate over this. I hate teen moms. I hate all pregnant women. I don't mean to hate them, but it just overwhelms me. I'm not losing faith in God. I'm not. But I'm so mad at him. I just don't understand. Kennedy reached over and put her hand on Amy's shoulder. What are you going to do now? Amy shrugged, the tears rolling down her face now. Tom and I have started adoption proceedings, and we're taking foster care classes. The process takes so long, though. It's faster to get a mixed-race baby, and we've said we're open to that, but it's still going to be at least a year, maybe more. As the months passed with no word about being chosen by a birth mom, Amy found herself getting sadder and sadder, and angrier with God. How could she go on without knowing something more about when she'd finally be a mom? In mid-January, Kennedy met with Chastity again. She'd been working with the youth since Jared had come to Parkside Community Church. Almost as soon as she'd started her new volunteer position, Chastity had come to her with a problem. Chastity was a 16-year-old who was part of the youth group at PCC. She was the only pregnant member of the youth group. She had gone home with a boy in the group one day after school, just planning to study, and one thing had led to another. Chastity was due in another month. Have you made any decisions yet? Kennedy asked. Chastity's parents wanted her to put the baby up for adoption, and had let her know it in no uncertain terms. Chastity sighed. Honestly? No, I don't want to raise a baby. All I can think about is how it's going to mess up my whole life. I've worked my butt off in high school and plan on going to college. A baby would mess everything up. Kennedy nodded. So you've decided to put the baby up for adoption then? I can't. I can't just give my baby to some random stranger. If I could see her on a regular basis, and know she was being taken care of, that would be different, but I can't just give her away to someone I don't know. Kennedy looked at her for a moment. So if you could find a couple here at PCC to adopt her, it would be acceptable? Her parents didn't want her to be burdened with a child for the rest of her life. But they also knew how hard it would be to Chastity to give up her baby entirely. A couple who would allow you to see her? Chastity shifted in her chair, her hand coming to rest on her huge belly. Do you know someone? Kennedy nodded. I think I might. I would be thrilled to find someone to take her here at PCC. That way I wouldn't feel like I'd never get to see her again. How about I talk to my friend this week, and I'll set up a meeting between you. Make sure she knows I want to see the baby sometimes. Not every day. Probably not even every week, but maybe every month, she asked. I'll talk to her. I don't think she'd have a problem with that, but she might. Chastity nodded. Okay. Call me. Kennedy smiled. I will. She stood up and walked toward the door. Oh? And Miss Kennedy? Kennedy turned back. I love your new engagement ring. Kennedy grinned and looked down at the ring on her hand. Thank you. Jared did good, didn't he? Amy sighed as she pulled out her cell phone. She looked at the display. Kennedy. Hello? Hey. How's it going? Amy sighed. About like it has been. This wasn't one of her good days. She was mad at the world. Again. She'd seen a pregnant teen in church that morning and it made her madder than ever. I have a couple questions for you. Yeah, sure. Shoot. Amy could hear Kennedy take a deep breath. How do you feel about open adoption? Would you be willing to adopt a child whose mother wants to see her, say monthly? Amy thought about that for a moment. As long as she realized that I wouldn't be giving her choices in the child's upbringing, that would be fine. Why? I think I found a baby for you. A little girl. Her mother goes to PCC and would want to meet you. Are you willing to talk to her? Amy stood staring at the wall, tears coursing down her face. Are you serious? When? I'll pick her up and bring her over. Let me call and make sure she's free. She paused for a minute. I may bring her mother as well, I'm not sure. I'll call you in a minute and let you know what's going on. Amy turned to Tom. As soon as he saw her tears, he walked to her and pulled her into his arms. Who was that? Kennedy. She thinks she found a baby for us. A girl. She buried her face in his shoulder and cried all the pent-up tears. She'd been trying not to let her emotions show as much, and now that she'd started crying, she just couldn't stop. The phone rang again, and this time Tom answered it. Hello? Yeah, we'll be here. Sounds good. They'll be here in about an hour, he said. The bewildered look on his face said it all. Is her mom coming too? Kennedy said it would be her, the birth mom, and her mom. Amy nodded. Okay. Is everything clean? Should I bake cookies? Do we have any pickles and ice cream? What if she gets a craving while she's here? She started darting in one direction, then another. Tom grabbed her by the shoulders. Sit down, Amy. Everything looks perfect. The house is immaculate as always. We have some store-bought cookies we can offer them. I'll make some coffee before they get here. You just sit there and breathe. Amy nodded, taking deep breaths. Okay. I can do this. But could she? Someone wanted her to be her baby's mother. How did you meet the birth mother of your future child without panicking? What if she didn't like her? What if she thought her hair was too short? Or too long? What if she didn't like their home? What if she didn't like the nursery? Should she show her the nursery? Would that look like she was trying to pressure her into giving them the baby? She sat and calmly prayed for a moment. In her mind she knew it was the first rational prayer she'd prayed in months. Heavenly Father, if you want me to be this baby's mother, then please let it happen. Please help me to be calm and not act like an absolute idiot during this meeting. Please forgive me for all the times I prayed to you in anger. I want a baby so badly, and can't imagine why I don't have one yet. Please give me patience. I pray this in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. Immediately Amy felt calmer. She walked into the nursery and looked at it. It was a perfect nursery. She could picture a little girl in it. She dashed away a tear. She could handle this meeting. By the time Kennedy arrived, she was doing much better. She'd put a plate of cookies on the coffee table and had a pot of coffee going. She opened the door and let Kennedy, Chastity, and her mother Cindy in. She knew Chastity and Cindy from church. She remembered that Chastity was pregnant, but she was so close to her due date. Surely, she wasn't going to have a baby that soon, was she? She led them to the living room. They all sat down, and Amy offered refreshments. She had no idea what to say. Kennedy started. Do you all know each other? Amy nodded. Cindy and I are both part of the women's ministry. I've seen Chastity around. Chastity looked hard at Amy. You can't have kids? Amy shook her head. Tom reached over to take her hand. I can't. We've been trying for 8 years. Chastity nodded. That's sad. She looked around the room as if trying to decide how her child would fit into their life. What do you do? Tom answered first. I'm a computer programmer. I'm the director of a local childcare center, Amy added. Chastity tilted her head to the side. Will you take the baby to work with you, or will you stay home with her? Our plan has always been for me to work until we had our first child, and after that, I'll stay home. She didn't know if that was the correct answer, but it was the only answer she had. Chastity nodded. I like that. She looked down at her hands, which were scratching her stomach. She realized what she was doing and gave them a sheepish look. Sorry. It itches all the time. She took a deep breath. What are your hobbies? Tom shrugged. I'm a computer geek through and through. I play a lot of computer games. We see a lot of movies. Chastity looked at Amy. I sew and do some quilting. I volunteer in the women's ministry. I enjoy gardening and like to cook fresh meals. I like to bake. As she said the words, Amy thought about how lame she sounded. Would Chastity think she was too boring to be her baby's mom? Do you have a room picked out for the baby? At Amy's nod, she asked, Can I see it? Amy stood. Tom started to stand as well, but she shook her head. She led Chastity down the hall to the nursery. She pushed the door open, watching Chastity's face. I started putting this room together 2.5 years ago. Every time I saw something that I wanted, I bought it and added it. Chastity wandered through the room, stroking her fingers across the crib and the changing table. She picked up the quilt Amy had folded over the foot of the bed. She'd made it herself in a quilting class she'd taken. After a moment, she turned to face Amy with tears in her eyes. My baby is a little girl. I want her to grow up in this room. Amy felt the tears fall as well as she hugged Chastity. We'll love her more than anyone has ever loved a baby. Chastity nodded. I know you will. They walked back into the living room to join the others. Mom, I want Miss Amy to adopt my baby. Cindy's eyes met Kennedy's. She hadn't really held out hope that Chastity would agree to give the baby up. She smiled. I think you're making a great choice. 3 weeks later, Amy checked the display on her phone. It was Cindy. Hello? Amy, she's in labor. She's asking for you. Amy took a deep breath. We're on our way. It was late on a Saturday afternoon. She looked at Tom. She's in labor. Let's go. Amy grabbed the diaper bag she'd put together with a tiny little dress to bring the baby home in. The car seat was already installed in their SUV. They decided to name the baby Grace, because without God's grace, they would never have received her. Tom went to sit in the waiting room while Amy slipped into the labor room. As soon as Chastity saw her, she reached for her hand. "I want you to be here when she's born. You should get to be the one to hold her first." Amy nodded hesitantly. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, she's your baby. You need to be here." Amy stayed at Chastity's side through the long hours of labor. Finally, with one last push, baby Grace was born. She was small. Only 6 pounds 4 ounces, but her lungs were strong. As soon as she was cleaned up, the nurse put her in Amy's arms. Amy dropped a kiss onto her forehead, holding her close. She walked to the bed where Chastity lay exhausted. "She's beautiful," she said, holding Grace to show Chastity. Chastity smiled, reaching up a hand to touch the baby's cheek. "Love her for me." "Thank you," Amy whispered. She closed her eyes and thanked God silently. "This is why you gave me the desire for babies, isn't it? This is the baby meant for me. Thank you, God." She turned to the doctor. "May I take her to see my husband?" she asked. "Of course. Take her to see him, and then take her to the nursery. They'll need to examine her and make sure she's okay." Amy walked down the hall in awe. She found Tom sitting in the waiting room, staring off into space, with an open book on his lap. She said his name. His head jerked toward her, and he stood swallowing hard. "Can I hold her?" His eyes were glued to the tiny baby in her arms. She carefully placed the infant into his arms, and watched his face as he looked down into their baby's face for the first time. "I can't believe she's ours. Isn't she beautiful?" Tom didn't respond as he stared down at the wrinkled red face. He'd reserved judgment on that one. "I need to take her to the nursery to be checked. Do you want to go with me?" He passed her back to Amy, and they walked down the hall to the nursery. "How's Chastity doing?" Amy smiled. "She's great. There were no complications." She couldn't stop staring at the tiny baby in her arms. "Good." Amy handed the baby off to the nurse. They stood and watched as the nurse checked her over. "She's healthy. No problems." Amy sighed with relief. "Thank God. We're going to keep her for a couple of days. You can come back for her then, or if her birth mother wants, you can stay with her." Amy reluctantly left the baby sleeping in the nursery. They walked back down to Chastity's room. "How are you?" Tom asked. Chastity sat up. "I'm sore, but I'm okay." "Did you see her?" Tom nodded. "We just dropped her off at the nursery. The nurse said she's perfect." Cindy was slumped in a chair across the room, half asleep. Chastity looked at Amy. "I told my mom to go home. The baby is going to room in here with me tonight. I want you to stay and help me." Amy's eyes met Cindy's. "Are you okay with that?" She didn't want to step on Cindy's toes, but she wanted to be as close to Grace as possible. Cindy nodded. "It makes sense. I don't want to get too attached to my granddaughter." Amy took the seat beside Chastity's bed. "Do you want Tom to drive you home?" "That's okay. Carl's waiting for me." She picked up her purse and kissed Chastity on the cheek. "I love you." Chastity smiled. "I love you, too, Mom." Tom stood looking out of place. "I'm going home, too. I'll be back tomorrow after church." He squeezed Chastity's hand and hugged Amy. "Take care of our little girl." Amy nodded. "I'm going to stay here tomorrow and skip service." She spent the night in the sleep chair beside Chastity's bed, getting up every time the baby cried to feed her and change her. Chastity woke up sometimes, but sometimes didn't. Monday morning, Amy and Tom said goodbye to Chastity and took Grace home. When Amy laid her in her crib for the first time, she said a prayer of thanks. She looked perfect in the little bed. Amy cried while she stood watching her sleep. After a few minutes, Tom went in and wrapped his arms around her from behind. "You need to let her sleep." "I know. I just can't believe the crib isn't empty anymore." She leaned back against him. I'm so glad our God is forgiving. I've said some bitter hateful prayers over the past few months. He is a forgiving God. Ask for his forgiveness and you'll have it. He smiled. She looks good there. God gave us the perfect gift. Grace stuck her thumb in her mouth while she slept. Amy found herself smiling as she watched her. He never forgot you, Amy. I know you thought he did, but she was the plan all along. Amy sighed. I know that now. I'm so happy. 6 months later, when the adoption was final, they had a small party. It was just Grace, Tom, Amy, Cindy, Kennedy, and Chastity. Chastity swept Grace up in her arms and hugged her tight. Amy watched them from the kitchen where she was cutting the cake. Cindy was by her side. You know, it wasn't easy for her to give Grace up, but once she knew you would adopt her, it was as if everything was right with her world. She's so happy you let her see her when she wants. Amy smiled. I don't mind her seeing Grace. She paused as she listened to Grace's giggles. You can see how much she loves her. Cindy nodded. She loved her enough to give her up. I know that sounds crazy, but as much as she wanted to keep her, she knew you could give her a better life. Amy nodded. I know she did it out of love for Grace. It was an utterly selfless act, and I couldn't love her more for it. Amy smiled as she watched the two girls together. Chastity would always have a place in Grace's life. Chastity held Grace against her. You know you have the best mommy in the whole world, right? I picked her just for you. Grace smiled up at her as if she understood everything. She did have the best mommies. Both of them,